I put a peachwood dagger through something that did not technically have a chest, and then I stopped to write down the result. Peachwood, lethality against a standard evil spirit, about the same as steel, no special properties, overpriced by roughly 400%. I should explain the room. It was a club activity room on the second floor of Sobu High School. First morning of the school year, cherry blossoms doing their whole thing outside the window. To a normal person, the room contained exactly one girl, some folding chairs, and a lot of dust. To me, it contained one girl, some folding chairs, a lot of dust, and about 14 evil spirits packed in shoulder to shoulder like it was the last train home. One of them had its neck stretched 5 meters across the room so it could hang its face directly in front of hers. Its eyes were most of the way out of its skull. It kept asking her the same question. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? And the girl, Tanaka Haruna, black hair, gold eyes, gripping the windowsill hard enough to leave marks, said, in the steadiest voice a human being has ever produced under those conditions, "The weather today is really, really nice." That is the rule, by the way. If they know you can see them, they can hurt you. If they don't, you can stand in the middle of 14 of them and comment on the weather until your legs give out. She'd been doing it for 10 minutes. Her legs were about to give out. She turned when I opened the door and immediately tried to use me. Classmate, I think I've twisted my ankle. Could you help me back to the classroom?" Smart. Fast. Completely doomed because I was not there to carry anybody anywhere. "You twisted your ankle?" I smiled at her, closed the door behind me, walked past her to the desk, and started unpacking my pockets. Peachwood dagger. Silver nail, 20 centimeters. 4 talismans I'd bought off an old man in front of a shrine with the characters printed on a home inkjet. "Let me see," I said, to nobody. "Haven't tried these yet." "Hello, my name is Nightshade. I'm a first year here as of today." She nodded like a person whose brain had left the building. "My name is Tanaka Haruna. I'm also a first year. Nice to meet you." Then she remembered she was supposed to be escaping and pursed her lips. Could you help me out first?" And all 14 of them turned their heads at once. "Can you see it?" 14 throats that were not throats, grinding out the same 3 words. Her back went white with sweat. This was the part where, historically, people die. I coughed twice and waved at them. "I can see you." You should have seen her face. Actual horror. She grabbed for me. Don't say that." And then the 14 evil spirits sprinted into the corner of the room and huddled up like puppies in a thunderstorm. I want to be clear about what she was looking at. Faces designed by somebody who had heard a description of a face. Limbs at angles that would void a warranty. Black mist coming off them in sheets. And all of it crammed into one corner, trembling, trying to get behind each other. "What?" she said. "What's going on?" Nothing was going on. That's just what happens. I looked them over and shook my head, genuinely a little let down. "Isn't there a stronger one?" "Ah well, I'll make do." Then I picked up the peachwood dagger and got to work. The first one screamed. It was a sound I don't have a good comparison for, and I've been collecting comparisons. I ignored the screaming and watched the hole in its body instead, because the hole was the interesting part. It closed in about 4 seconds. I wrote that down. Silver nail next. Slightly better than ordinary metal. Slightly. Not the leap the internet promised me. Then the talismans, which did nothing at all. Which meant I now had a reason to go back to Commercial Street and have a conversation with an old man about his refund policy. I put the notebook away, stood up, stretched, and told them the good news. "Nice work. You're done for the day." Then I opened my mouth and ate them. All 14 went at once. One big writhing knot of black mist folding down my throat like a bed sheet going into a washing machine. Haruna watched every second of it. I heard her legs finally quit and her knees hit the floor, and when I turned around, she was sitting in the dust with 2 clean lines of tears coming down out of those gold eyes, which is exactly when the door opened. "Hey, what's all that noise in the activity?" A teacher in a white lab coat over black slacks. In front of her, one weeping girl on the floor. 6 feet away, one boy holding a knife. "What?" she said. "What is happening here?" 5 minutes later, I was in the teacher's office being looked at. Yamamoto Koharu, homeroom teacher, Japanese literature, guidance counselor, and, I would learn shortly, a woman who reads a truly unreasonable amount of action manga. She had the dagger and the nail laid out on the desk between us like evidence, which, fair. It was a sprained ankle. You were helping her up. Of this simple. She looked at Haruna. "Then why were you crying?" Haruna had already gotten to the tissue stage. It's because the sprain hurt so much. You misunderstood, teacher." "Really?" Haruna nodded like a chicken going at rice. "Yes, it's true." She's not stupid. She worked out in about a second and a half that the truth gets you a psychiatric referral and a permanent reputation, and it was day 1, and she wanted a normal high school life, which was the single most doomed ambition in that building. Yamamoto let her go. Then she picked up my dagger. "What is this?" "Decorative." She pointed at the tip, which was pointed. Setting aside how dangerous this is, she picked up the nail and waved it at me. "This isn't a permitted item either, is it? Why are you carrying it?" "Self-defense." "Against what? This is a school." Into the drawer both of them went. Then she hesitated and pushed the 4 talismans back across the desk at me, because they didn't technically violate anything. So she confiscated the 2 items that worked and returned the 4 that didn't. I took them anyway. I still had a refund to collect. Speaking of which, she said, frowning at the crooked characters, they print the calligraphy on these now. How is that supposed to work? You have to keep up with the times. The printer ink is blessed. I see, said Yamamoto Koharu, who did not see. I went to class. Now, I should probably tell you what I am, because otherwise the next part looks insane instead of merely eccentric. I'm a transmigrator. I woke up 16 years old in a world that got assembled out of about 9 different anime that were never supposed to touch each other, with both parents dead and my name alone on the household registration, which is the standard starter package. My plan was to spend 3 years having an extremely peaceful daily life surrounded by beautiful scenery and interesting people. Good news. The beautiful scenery and interesting people were all present and accounted for. Bad news. 2 weeks before school started, I woke up and there was a thing standing next to my bed. Class A went quiet when I walked in. I'm told I'm good looking and I'm over 1.8 meters, so there was a little ripple of interest, some whispering about whether to come say hello, and one voice of reason saying, there's no rush, we've got 3 years. They had about 6 hours actually, but nobody could have known that. I went straight for the back corner by the window and put my bag down, and a hand landed on the chair. Long, straight black hair, very white fingers. We looked at each other over the desk. I chose this spot first, she said, clear voice, zero warmth. I've already put my bag down. You can pick the bag up again. You can also pick your hand up. There was a pause during which the entire class discovered that this was more interesting than making friends. A girl with her hair in a bun and a sort of aggressively cheerful energy came over to diffuse it. Hey, you two, it's just a seat. There's no need to fight about it, right? Incorrect. I turned to her and explained patiently because somebody had to. I don't think you understand how much this seat is worth. Worth? She tilted her head. Tanaka Mio, it turned out. It's just a seat, right? You still don't understand. Listen carefully. This is the back row, by the window, the homeland of kings, colloquially, the throne. Huh? What's so good about it? So I laid it out the way you'd explain fractions. 1. There's a wall on the left and an aisle on the right, so when you sleep, you can lean into the wall and nobody bumps you. 2. It's the most remote corner in the room, so from a pure traffic standpoint, it's the quietest square meter available. 3. Choosing this seat broadcasts an attitude of stay away, which minimizes the number of classmates who will attempt to start a conversation with you. For an antisocial individual, calling it a throne is not an exaggeration. Mio nodded slowly, like a woman receiving scripture. So that's how it is. I was so naive. I heard Tanaka Haruna sigh from 4 desks away. The girl with the black hair looked at me like she was pricing a funeral. I kept my hand on my bag. She snorted, sat down at the desk beside it, hung her bag on the hook, put her head down, and went to sleep. Nobody in that room had ever seen anything like it. On day 1, before the opening ceremony, that girl's really weird. No, honestly, isn't the boy weirder? They're both pretty good looking though. Problem students, delinquents, best to avoid both. One of the girls tugged Mio away by the sleeve and told her, at a volume I was clearly meant to hear, not to hang around weirdos or she'd become one. Mio looked at me with a little apology in her face, said nothing, and went back to her assigned social group. I filed that away. It was the most useful thing anybody did all morning. Then I put my head down and slept too. Yamamoto came in yawning, wrote her name on the board, announced that she was our homeroom teacher and life guidance instructor, and ran self-introductions. When she got to the back row, she came over and tapped the desk of the girl with the black hair. The girl sat up, rubbed her eyes, showed no panic whatsoever at having been caught, and said, Yamada Rika. Then she lay back down and resumed sleeping. The class had one collective thought about that, and it was insane. Yamamoto just took it, which was strange. I found out later that the school had called her before term specifically to say that Yamada Rika attends class, and that's the entire list of requirements. She hated that arrangement. She also couldn't do anything about it. She looked at me, asleep like an infant, sighed, and skipped the waking up phase entirely. This one's name is Nightshade. Okay, that's everyone. Let's begin. Lunch break, I stood up and found a boy from another class blocking Yamada Rika's exit, deploying what he believed was a devastating smile. Excuse me. Can we be friends? Haruna had drifted over to my desk by then and caught me watching with a very poorly hidden grin. This is going to be good, I said. Rika's eyes went thin. Get out of the way, you're blocking the door. The boy had clearly not budgeted for that. Rejected flat, in public, in front of maybe 30 people. His face did a thing. I just wanted to be friends. If you don't want to, fine. Why are you putting on an act? Boring, she kept walking. He stepped in front of her again and upgraded from embarrassed to nasty. Someone who sleeps through class in the open like that is just performing a personality, right? Who's the aloof act for? And Rika held her expression exactly where it was, which is a thing she is very good at, and if you weren't looking closely, you'd have missed the panic underneath it. I tapped him on the shoulder. This student. He turned around annoyed and got my nicest smile. They're not interested. You shouldn't push it. If you keep skittering around them like a cockroach, it's only going to get more embarrassing for you, don't you think? He opened his mouth to escalate, and then his friend looked at me, and his friend's whole face changed, and his friend leaned in and whispered something in his ear. It's him? Yeah, that's him. The boy looked at me with actual fear, which was interesting because I had not done anything to anybody yet. Fine, he said through his teeth. Fine, I'll give you your face. I'm leaving. And they went. Quickly. I'll be honest, I was disappointed. I hadn't even used the technique I trained in Zon. Dust release, mother separation technique. I'd been looking forward to talking a little trash. Yamada Rika gave me one cold glance and left without a thank you, which I had not been expecting and did not require. Haruna finally cornered me in the hallway. Can we talk somewhere, alone, about those things? Sure. Then let's go to the roof. The roof. I stopped walking. My face did something it doesn't usually do, and she noticed instantly and got scared. Is there something dangerous on the roof? No. I waved it off. I was just thinking about someone who died a long time ago. Her face fell. She apologized for bringing up a painful memory. It's fine, I said, stretching. He had it coming. Wouldn't openly run a harem, just quietly ran several relationships on the side. Absolutely deserved it. She stopped apologizing. On the way up, we walked past a conversation. Did you hear? Hear what? This morning, before class, a male student threatened a female student. Lucky a teacher got there in time, or who knows. Really? That can't be right. I didn't see any police cars. Yeah, that's the outrageous part. He did that and didn't get punished at all. I shook my head sadly and said to Haruna, the world is going to the dogs. People's hearts have lost the way. In broad daylight, under a clear sky, Sobu High School has truly fallen. And then the group kept talking. I heard he had weapons on him, a dagger, nails, a stack of yellow paper, like talismans. Not just that. The version I heard, he had a gun. Whatever the specifics, avoid him. First year, Class A. Black hair, black eyes, about 1.8 meters. Pretty good looking, apparently. The better looking the pervert, the more careful you have to be. From now on, nobody goes near Class A. He's a dangerous person. Silence is Cambridge tonight. Haruna looked at me sideways and whispered an apology for causing the misunderstanding. I said nothing all the way to the roof door, and then I said, thoughtfully, that makes sense. I should go get a gun. What? As they say, a gun is fast from 7 paces and accurate within 7 paces. Against evil spirits, you really want to try American-style iaido. I've decided I'll find a chance to get one. Tanaka Haruna put her face in her hands. I want the record to show that the other student's assessment of me was, at that point, entirely correct. On the roof, she got her questions out. When did you start being able to see those things? About 2 weeks ago. That one landed hard. When she first got her eyes, she didn't leave the house after dark for a month. I'd apparently processed the same information in 14 days and come out the other side building a testing methodology. So how many have you gotten rid of by now? I smiled at her. Do you remember how many slices of bread you've eaten? She did not know what to do with that. She sat with it. You could see her working through the implication and arriving somewhere terrible, which was, in his head, they're food, and you don't count food. Rather than explain, I handed her my notebook. I'm lazy, and it was all written down. She held it for a long time before she opened it. She told me later exactly what went through her head, which was, if I read this, is there a way back? There wasn't, but she opened it anyway. That's the thing about her. March 20th. Weather cloudy. Today, I awakened the ability to see evil spirits and ghosts. Incidentally, I woke up this morning and there was a grotesque monster standing beside my bed. It really scared me. She actually relaxed a little at that. Look, she thought, he was frightened too. He's normal. Having fear is what makes a person human. Then she turned the page. I finished eating. Surprisingly, evil spirits taste pretty good. How to describe it? Texture somewhat like spicy strips, but the shell is crispier. As anyone who eats them regularly knows, swallowing is easy, cooking is hard. I tried pan-frying one and it doesn't seem to count as food. Can only be eaten raw. Fine. Raw has a natural flavor. Her brain went offline. She turned another page without deciding to. March 26th. After several days of constant consumption, I have a better understanding of my own ability. It's not only sight. After eating, my physical attributes improve slightly, apparently scaling with the strength of the target. Also, fragments of memory that don't belong to me appear in my head. I assume these are pieces of the spirit's previous life. In the fragments, I'm only a third party with an omniscient view. I don't experience them, so they don't affect me. April 2nd. How many have I eaten by now? I haven't kept track. 200 or 300? Maybe 400 or 500. There are simply too many of them. As I've eaten more, ordinary spirits have stopped coming near me. Natural enemy instinct, probably. They run when I show up. She did the math on that one. March 20th to April 2nd is 13 days, which means 20 or 30 a day, minimum. Which means, since she personally saw maybe 4 or 5 a day unless she went looking in the worst places in the city, that I had never once avoided a single one of them. I had been going out every night to find more. Then she hit the entry that actually mattered. April 4th. Weather, cloudy, rain. Found another door. As suspected, in areas where this thing exists, spirits within a radius of several kilometers become much more active. If this is ignored, Kyoto becomes a Hyaki Yagyo in under 2 months, doesn't it? The old men at the shrine are useless. There is a spirit attached to my back, and they offered to consecrate it for me. However, if the setting here matches Tanaka Haruna's world, I recall there are supposed to be gods with the power to eradicate this kind of thing. Perhaps I simply haven't found the right place, or perhaps the gods do exist and have simply chosen not to help me. Either way, it no longer matters. Tomorrow is the first day at Sobu High. I'll decide what to do after I've met Tanaka Haruna. At the very end, I'd tabulated every material I'd tested and what it did. She sat with that too. She'd assumed the thing in the activity room was cruelty for fun. It wasn't. It was a materials trial with a sample size problem. She actually thought the words scientific exorcism, which I appreciated, and then she looked up. What do you mean, my world? Have you met me before? And what is this door? How to put it, I shrugged. You can understand it as, although I have never met you, I know you very well. As for the door, if you're free after school, I'll show you. Once you see it, you'll understand everything. Back in the classroom, Yamada Rika had left a can on my desk and was standing there, having been caught doing it. I don't like owing people, she said in the flattest voice in Japan. I walked over. I looked at it. I shook my head slowly and with real sorrow. You, Yamada Rika, I helped you out and you repay kindness with enmity by making me drink Pepsi, toilet cleaner. Then I reached out and put my hand on it and my eyes went wide. And it's at room temperature. She had wargamed a lot of outcomes. She'd prepared for me misreading the gesture and pestering her forever. She'd prepared for a flat refusal. She had genuinely prepared for me throwing it in the bin in front of her, which, given the morning, would have been reasonable. This was the one scenario she had not modeled. Room temperature, is there a problem? Do you know what cola is also called? No idea. The ultimate comfort drink for couch potatoes. I picked the can up and looked into the middle distance like an old man watching a sunset. Even toilet cleaner, if it's properly frozen, might have a certain charm in early spring, paired with the blossoms coming down outside the window. But if I'm being frank with you, the fact that this is not chilled is a facade for the defense. Her eyebrows moved about a millimeter each. Then she said, in short, I've repaid what I owed, and went back to sleep. Behind me, the room was still going. Those two are really strange. Not a little strange, deeply strange. Shh, keep your voice down, don't let him hear you. He's dangerous, he carries a revolver. By the end of day one, I had been upgraded from a blunt wooden knife to a revolver. I made a projection. At this rate of inflation, by the end of the week, I would be the freshman in Class A who keeps a nuclear football in his blazer. Tomorrow's headline. Shocking! The real culprit behind the Kennedy headshot was someone else entirely. The day after. Unbelievable. The man who executed Louis XVI was actually him. The day after that. So when Pangu separated heaven and earth, this was the kid who handed him the axe. Public opinion really is a powerful thing. I put the Pepsi in my desk and went back to sleep. Haruna couldn't focus all afternoon, which Tanaka Mio noticed, because Tanaka Mio notices everything about people and nothing about anything else. Hello, Tanaka. You're Tanaka, right? Just call me Mio. Then she covered her mouth, pointed discreetly at the corner of the room, and said meaningfully, I noticed you watching him during class. Could it be that you two… Huh? Haruna waved both hands. Mio, how could you think that? That's impossible. Why is it impossible? Genuine confusion, head tilted. His personality is a bit different from normal people, but he is good-looking, and you two went out together at lunch. Haruna had, at that point, spent an entire day thinking exclusively about the fact that I eat ghosts and had not registered a single thing about my face. She said something polite about private matters and left it there. Then Mio's eyes went down a little and she asked Haruna to pass on an apology to me. An apology? Because I left without saying goodbye to him this morning. That wasn't very good. Haruna told her not to worry about it. He's forgotten it already, and privately thought, Tanaka Mio, are you perhaps a little too gentle to the point of being a medical condition? Then a girl came to the door and said Ms. Yamamoto wanted Tanaka in the office. Haruna went up to the third floor. On the stairs, she saw a white lab coat disappear around the corner, heading up, not toward the office. She called out. No answer. She followed it to the roof and found Yamamoto Koharu standing at the railing, staring at her with absolutely nothing behind the eyes. Ms. Yamamoto? Yamamoto didn't answer. She just waved. Haruna waved back. Subconsciously, reflex. And Yamamoto Koharu's face and body began to fold in on themselves and open out into a spider the size of the roof. Here's the part that matters. Up to that moment, Haruna's entire survival strategy, years of it, the whole ironclad rule of her life, rested on one assumption. That you can tell what a monster is by looking at it. 4 eyes came around at her out of a ruined human face. You can see it. She couldn't move. Not metaphorically. Her body had stopped taking instructions. You can see it! It filled the roof. It blocked the sun. It made a noise that had no meaning in it, and it stretched the human face out on the end of its body and came down at her throat. And Tanaka Haruna, who is braver than she thinks she is, stopped being afraid and started being sad, because the last thought she got was, I never found out what the door was. Then something got in the way of the teeth. There's a sound flesh makes. Blood pooled on the concrete. My arm was in its mouth. You all right? She looked up. I was standing between her and it, yawning. I glanced down, sharp teeth buried in my forearm, blood running off my elbow. I looked back at the spider and gave it a friendly smile. Is it good? It was so thrown by that, it actually paused. Then all four eyes started spinning and the black mist came off it in a wave. You can see me too? I'll kill you! It let go, retracted about 4 meters of neck, coiled up, and came at me again. Oh, you can even do a launch start. Haruna told me later that she had no idea what a launch start was, but felt it was upsettingly accurate. It's over, I said, and the spider swelled up like a water balloon and burst, deafening, black smoke everywhere, thinning out into nothing over the roof. Haruna sat down hard. Okay, all done. The fear she hadn't had time for arrived all at once, the way it does. She was shaking, tears everywhere. I patted her shoulder and told her to calm down, mostly because in the original version of her story, she once got so scared by one of these things on a train that she lost control of her bladder, and I did not want that happening on this roof. Nightshade. She grabbed my sleeve. An evil spirit. It was disguised as Ms. Yamamoto. Oh, I see. No, listen to me. It turned into Ms. Yamamoto. I already said. I heard you. You don't understand what the spirit was disguised as. I heard you. I heard you very clearly. I shrugged. That's 3 times now. What exactly do you want from me? Do you want me to formally condemn that extremely cunning evil spirit for using such despicable means to deceive an innocent high school girl? She stopped. She sat there. And then, for reasons she could not identify, she felt significantly better. Why did it explode? Is that one of your abilities? How do I explain this to you? You can understand it as a special constitution. I am, essentially, the sum of every evil spirit I've eaten. How many exactly? I don't remember. Several hundred. A single drop of my blood is not something an ordinary spirit is qualified to consume. I looked at the drying puddle. Simply put, it burst. She nodded, numbly, having run out of worldview. Then she got herself standing, using my arm, and said the thing that mattered. I've never met one that could disguise itself as a person before. I almost died. I nodded slowly and stopped smiling. It wasn't my intention, but it's fine this way. Anything is fine? What you just saw, a spirit wearing a human face, that's one of the effects of the door. And I watched her put it together, which took about 2 seconds because she is not slow, she is just frightened. If they can look like people, then the entire ironclad rule of her life was garbage. Being careful stops working. Sooner or later, you mistake one for a human being, and you only get to make that mistake once. She couldn't rely on me arriving in time forever. Her eyes went hard. I want to see this door. After school, I walked her a few hundred meters and stopped at the mouth of an alley. It's here. In there? She looked down it and frowned. And not because of what she saw, because of what she didn't. That alley was clean. Not one spirit. Not even the tiny harmless ones that are basically the pigeons of the afterlife. If I hadn't told her, she'd have assumed there was a 1,000-year-old shrine down there. Come in and brace yourself. One step in and the alley turned inside out. The dark at the far end came alive and rolled up over the sky. Black mist, thicker than anything off a spirit, filled the whole space. She couldn't smell anything and still couldn't breathe. And at the very end of it, standing on nothing, was a plain old wooden door, slightly ajar. Through the crack, nothing. Not darkness. Nothing. Doing an impression of darkness. That's the door. She stopped being able to speak for a while. Every horror she'd seen in her life added together didn't reach it. Even looking at it from 30 meters, she said, she could feel it pulling on her. How could something like that exist in this world? I let her get there on her own before I explained. Based on what I've turned up, there's more than one of these in Kyoto. What it does is simple. It makes the spirits around it stronger and more violent and more aggressive toward humans. The smallest radius I've measured is a few hundred meters. The largest is about 3 kilometers across. She got there fast. So anywhere there's a door, the spirits keep getting stronger. Even the harmless ones eventually turn into things that attack people. Yes, and not only that, I changed gear. You've noticed that for people who can't see, the harm is limited. Possession, at worst. Bad luck. Confusion. Trouble controlling your temper. Under the influence of a door, it doesn't stop there. Besides wearing a human face to fool people like you, they can put someone unconscious instantly. And a very few of them, I looked at her properly, can get inside a person and drive. She said quietly, "That's absolutely terrifying." And then she immediately thought of a bus driver and stopped talking because she'd finished the thought and didn't like where it ended. Is there a way to make them go away? Of course there's a way. Oh, she said, brightening. You can eat the door, right? I looked at her the way you look at someone who has said that. Did I say something wrong? I think you have a serious illness, I pointed. Look closer. It affects spirits, yes. It is also made of wood. You want me to eat raw lumber? Go on a talent show. Find a professional. What do we do then? Burn it, I shrugged. But I didn't bring anything today. I only brought you to look. We'll talk about it another time. Out on the street in the sunlight, she got some color back and asked the real question. Why are you telling me all this? Then immediately started waving her hands in case I'd misread it. It's not that I don't want to help. If what you're saying is true, that thing really can do enormous harm. But as you saw today, I don't have any ability except seeing them. Honestly, I don't think I can help you. I think I'd just be in the way. I nodded. Right now, you're of no use at all. She stopped walking. She would like the record to show that she is aware she is dead weight and that this is precisely the moment when a normal human being offers some comfort. But I saw her eyes go down and smiled. If you want something to fight them with, I have a way to do that too. Huh? Really? She did not believe me even slightly. She'd spent years buying charms and beads and bracelets off every famous psychic in the prefecture, and the only measurable effect had been on her allowance. First, answer me this. Setting aside the door, under what circumstances can a spirit actually harm a human? Is it when it knows the human can see it? Correct, I nodded. Now, this morning, you watched me fight one. She privately wondered whether it qualified as a fight or whether one-sided abuse was more accurate, and said nothing. So under those conditions, both sides seeing, is it only the spirit that can do harm? She stopped. In other words, I said, this morning, do you think what actually hurt them was the peachwood dagger and the silver nail? Or the person holding them? And I watched it land. You mean, the seeing doesn't just free them to hurt us, it frees us to hurt them. I can't say it's confirmed, but it's most likely. Here's what I hadn't told her yet. The reason there are always so many of them around her is that she's a powerful psychic, and even things that don't think can feel a natural enemy standing there. They swarm her the way antibodies swarm a splinter. Her eyes came up and they were shining, which is a thing that face does not do. Then how do I get it? Tomorrow. I have things to do today. I'm free after school tomorrow. Something happened? Are you going to destroy spirits? No, I'm going to the gym. Huh? Fighting these things requires a certain baseline of physical condition. I gain a little every time I eat one, but you have to maintain focus under load or something unexpected happens mid-fight. I patted her shoulder. Young lady, you have a long way to go before you're a professional. Learn from your senior. She went home. Her correct faculties had been worn smooth over the course of one school day. I watched her go until she turned the corner and the smile came off my face. So she can see the door, I said, but she can't see this. Behind me, a pale hand the size of a family living room with long black nails hung in the air and followed me down the street. The gym near the school is a good one. Real weights, no mirrors angled to flatter you, and a clientele that has collectively decided that conversation is a form of rest. Yamamoto Koharu was there in a tracksuit, sitting in the lounge area drinking something and watching her colleague run, with the specific expression of a woman who has been dragged somewhere. I'm telling you, insisting on exercising every single day is excessive. Akagi Shiori had been on the treadmill 20 minutes and was not breathing hard. As an educator, one must maintain adequate physical strength, or one cannot fulfill the responsibility of guiding students. I think you're obsessed. Don't blame others for your love life. It's your fault. Then there was shouting from the equipment area, and Yamamoto frowned, because that's not what a gym sounds like. Akagi looked up. Huh. Isn't that Nightshade? There I was, in black, surrounded on all sides by 4 extremely large men, and the atmosphere was, admittedly, tense. Yamamoto Koharu was out of that chair before she finished processing it. Whatever she thought of me personally, and by then she had opinions, a teacher who sees a student cornered and keeps drinking is not a teacher. Hey, you lot, hold it right there. The one in the vest with dragons on both arms turned around. Ah, what? She narrowed her eyes and let a little cold into it. These are my students. You'd better leave before I call the police, or I won't mind handling this myself. Huh? The big men looked at each other and scratched their heads. You've misunderstood. We're not bothering him. She crossed her arms. Still denying it? Then why are you all standing around him? They exchanged another look. One of them answered, carefully, We're asking Nightshade for advice on how to train. Yamamoto stopped. She looked me over. Decent proportions, visible definition on the arms. Then she looked at the 4 hulks and did the obvious arithmetic and came out the other side confused. The tattooed one had already lost interest in her. He waved her off and turned back to me with a completely different face on, one Yamamoto would later describe as fawning. Hey brother, I've been stuck on my top weight for weeks. Is it my form? Is it the diet plan? Haven't seen you in ages. Throw me a bone, as they say. Moderate exercise attracts the opposite sex. Excessive exercise attracts the same sex. To these men, a teacher with a good face and a good figure was worth substantially less than a boy who could fix their program. Wait a moment, she came over. Are you well known at this gym? Of course, I said, breaking down the bar. I'm famous here. She left angry about something for reasons she could not fully articulate, sat back down, and then curiosity beat pride, which is the story of that woman's entire life. She waited. I talked shop for a while, did a few sets, and left. Then she tiptoed over to the bench to check one thing. The plates. She added them up twice. 200 kilos? For sets. A first-year high school student. She sat with that. And then the worry arrived, because she had my file, and my file had a note in it about a violent incident in middle school. And now she was looking at a boy with a documented history and the strength to put an adult man through a wall. Young people are impulsive. My reputation had congealed on day 1. What happens the first time somebody says the wrong thing to him and he doesn't know his own strength? She made a decision on the spot. She was going to fix my personality. At minimum, she was going to get me behaving inside the building. I want you to hold on to that because it becomes relevant and because of everything that happened over the following month. That decision is the single most consequential thing any adult did. 1 in the morning, a small alley in Kyoto. Give me the money! Middle-aged man, face doing something faces don't do, holding a knife against the neck of a young woman. And in his head, on a loop, a voice. Kill her, kill her, kill her. Shut up! He clamped his free hand over his own skull. His eyes had gone red at the edges. The woman was shaking so hard she dropped her wallet, and he screamed that she'd done it on purpose, and the tip went in far enough to draw a line of red down her throat, and the voice in his head got clearer, which is when I said, from behind him, what a low-rent robbery. He spun. What is that, a fruit knife? Honestly, how are you supposed to stand out in an industry as competitive as robbery if you won't strive for excellence? He hadn't expected anybody in that alley at that hour. He grabbed the woman, put himself behind her, brandished the knife, and told me that if I took one more step, he'd kill her. I shrugged. What's that got to do with me? The silence had two people in it, and both were stunned. Help, the woman managed. Help me. No, I kept the smile on. Whether you live or die is not my business. I'm only here for him. And the strange thing is that they both believed me instantly. There was no performance in it to see through. The robber made a decision, shoved her at me hard, and ran deeper into the alley, having concluded that this wasn't worth it and he could rob somebody else tomorrow. He also, distantly, wondered why he had wanted to kill her at all. The woman came at me stumbling, and I stepped aside, elegantly, and let her hit the ground. I was watching the black coming off the man's back in sheets as he ran. At this stage, I said, he's past saving. Then I walked after him. If I remembered the street correctly, and I did, that was a dead end. He was at the wall when I got there, teeth bared, eyes fully red now. The face had stopped being organized like a face. He heard me and turned around, and the voice in his head said, kill him. I'll kill you. He came at me and put the whole knife into my stomach with everything he had. The noise it made was wrong. It wasn't the noise of a knife going into a person. It was the flat clang of a blade hitting a steel plate. Are you trying to make me laugh? I looked down at it, displeased. I'm a professional exorcist. Who are you fooling with a broken fruit knife? You've got no respect for me at all. He looked at the tip of his knife, stopped by a skin of black mist, and his brain finally caught up with his evening. How is this? He backed off 2 steps, threw the knife away, dropped to his knees, and started crying and begging me to let him go. From frothing to prostrate in under 4 seconds, Han Shin would have been ashamed of his own footwork. I looked down at a grown man weeping on wet concrete and felt nothing at all. It's disgusting, I said. Here's the thing I hadn't told Haruna yet, and it's the ugly one. When a person is being driven by one of these, they can still think for themselves most of the time and move on their own and talk. But they are already dead. What's walking around is upholstery. And the genuinely disgusting part isn't that. It's that even when you know that, even when you are completely certain, most people cannot do it. Because it's crying, because it's begging, because it has a face. I'm one of the few who can. The kneeling man went still. Then his head came up, and the red was gone, and the eyes were solid black all the way across. His body began to swell and go wrong, skin darkening to a purple that had no business on a person, arms unfolding into something with too many edges on them. 3 meters of it. Dozens of blades coming out of both arms, a face like a bad idea. I looked up at it and said 3 words.
Dinner's ready.
10 minutes later, I dusted myself off and walked out of the alley. The woman was long gone, obviously. She'd been robbed at knife point and then met me. Anybody would leave. It was going to be a long night. I went looking for more. The reason is simple, and I'm not going to dress it up. I want to be stronger. Every one of them makes me faster and harder to kill, and gives me a little more control over that black mist, which by then I could use for attack or defense. And it had also given me the hand. Since these things exist, what else is out there that I don't know about? Better safe. Having a sword and not needing it is a completely different situation from needing one and not having it. Next morning, Class A. Nightshade, good morning. Morning. Haruna came over the second I sat down, and the circles under her eyes told me she'd spent the whole night staring at a ceiling. Not romance, just the total structural collapse of her understanding of the universe. She checked that nobody was listening. Nightshade, about after school today. Don't rush. I smiled. Do you know about 2.5 Satoru? Get impatient in this line of work, and you'll end up as Ozaki Haruna. Tanaka Haruna did not understand. Then she thought about it for a few seconds, understood, and could in fact picture it. She got herself under control. I was right, annoyingly. These things are dangerous, and if she rushed, she was going to die badly, and she did not want to die badly. And also, she had never once had a sweet romance, which struck her as a poor lifetime scoreline. Honestly, I said, looking past her at Yamada Rika, face down on the desk, the atmosphere on this campus is really something. Asleep this early in the morning. Sobu High has gone astray. Then I took 2 small pillows out of my bag. I put one on Yamada Rika's desk. I put the other on mine. I was asleep in under a second. Haruna stood there with her mouth slightly open. She could guess why I slept all day. She'd worked out that I was active across Kyoto at night, and she found herself thinking something she didn't enjoy. If I had his ability, would I have the nerve to make the same choice he makes every single night? She knows what those things are better than almost anyone alive. Which is why she'd concluded by day 2 that I was worse than the demons. When I woke up, Yamada Rika had somehow migrated onto the pillow I'd left her. At that moment, I felt like a saint. She had given me a room temperature can of toilet cleaner. I had responded with the one object she needed most in the world. "Look at me," I said to Haruna. "Am I radiating the light of merit?" "The light of merit," Haruna said carefully. "Isn't that a monk thing?" That's all. She had by then arrived at the operating principle that would carry her through the rest of the year, which is, if you take every word Nightshade says seriously, you will eventually become as abstract as he is. She handed me cream bread and a drink. "Is this how you repay a favor?" I said, taking it. "By the standard procedure, shouldn't it be a bento you made yourself, with a heart drawn inside and ketchup?" She turned around and went back to her seat. Then, Yamamoto Koharu appeared at the classroom door and waved at me, and the room detonated. Because by then, the rumor had fermented for a full day. Confirmed information 1. Nightshade threatened a girl with a knife. Confirmed information 2. Nightshade sleeps through class. Confirmed information 3. Yamamoto Koharu has summoned Nightshade to the office. Conclusion available. Disciplinary action? No, I'd say expulsion. Surely not. It's the second day. Maybe the rumors are true and he really did bring a knife. I heard it was a semi-automatic rifle. Nonsense. It's clearly a revolver. One small mercy in all this, nobody ever bothered to find out who the victim was supposed to be. Tanaka Haruna's name never came up once. We are all just people having a good time. Yamamoto hadn't anticipated the chain reaction and looked apologetic in the corridor. "Sorry, It's fine. I waved it off. A teacher who's cute can be forgiven. You are not allowed to talk to a teacher like that. In the office, she reached for a cigarette out of habit and then didn't because Akagi Shiori was sitting 12 feet away, radiating disapproval like a space heater. "I have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it?" "Form a club?" "Huh? How did you?" I knew it. I slumped in the chair opposite and put on the most reluctant voice I own. "Miss Yamamoto, I'm very busy." "I don't have time for club activities. Let's forget it." That won't do. And there it was. The instant I sounded reluctant, her tentative suggestion became a firm position, which is exactly what I needed. Only by forming a club and communicating normally with other students can you change your reputation here. It'll also give you something to do besides sleep. This is such a hassle. I spread my hands. Setting aside whether I want to, a club requires 5 members minimum. I'll apply to the school for an exception. You can form it alone. What about members we recruit later? I'm not easy to get along with. They'll all require your personal approval. We'd need an activity room. I'll apply for that too. They'll agree. But if I have to do club activities I'm not interested in, that's torture. You can decide the nature of the club yourself, as long as it isn't outrageous. Okay, deal. And I watched her face arrive, about a second and a half late, at what had just happened to her. Yamamoto Koharu had walked into that office intending to gently float an idea and had left having personally guaranteed a solo-founded club with veto power over membership, a dedicated room, and no defined activity. Akagi Shiori's eyes were laughing at her from across the office. Yamamoto wanted to die. Before term, all she'd had on me was the file. Top scorer in the National Joint Entrance Examination that year, which is not a thing you achieve by accident, and one violent incident in middle school. She'd assembled a picture of a bright kid with a temper. She was now revising it. Whatever this was, it was not impulsive. It negotiated. In that case, fill this out. I filled it out fast and handed it back and watched her face do something interesting. Supernatural, quantum mechanics, research society? She looked like she didn't know whether to laugh. What kind of name is that? It's a hodgepodge. Then she got to the member list and blinked. Besides you, there's Tanaka Haruna from our class. Will she agree to that? She will. Good. She put it in the drawer. The name is strange and the activities are vague, but coming from you, the school will approve it. Which is the actual mechanism, by the way. Clubs and rooms go through the student council. But I came in first in the country, and the school would like everyone to know that. And this year they also got Yamada Rika, daughter of the world-class pianist Yamada Fumiko. Sobu High School had ideas above its station. It wanted to punch Shuchiin Academy and kick Advanced Nurturing High School. That's a fantasy. But it's a fantasy I could spend. I'd decided to form a club before I ever enrolled. Here's the problem I was solving. Doors turn up in remote, dark, unvisited corners, and they're invisible to almost everybody. 2 people who can see them cannot search a city of 1.5 million. 2 people cannot reliably search one high school. But an adult who encounters something inexplicable doesn't ask for help. They're busy, or embarrassed, or both. High school students who are bored out of their minds and desperate for something to be interesting are a completely different animal. And Sobu students live scattered across the whole of Kyoto. Run it through a filter and you get intelligence. As for why quantum mechanics is in the name, I was already shopping for a 3rd member. After school, Haruna and I got on the tram. Nightshade, where are we going first? I need to get a refund from an old man. Will that cause a conflict? Highly unlikely. What about a low probability? There's a low probability he dies. She managed a laugh. Then she looked at my face and stopped laughing. You're not joking? How novel. I never joke about this kind of thing. She sat there working out whether I bought my charms from the Yakuza and whether the Yakuza had diversified, which is when she saw the man in the black mask mask and sunglasses standing behind an office worker with his hand where it had no business being, and the woman's face doing everything except making a sound. Nightshade. Look. I looked. Oh, train pervert. Interesting. And then I went back to my phone. You're just going to watch? Ah? I brightened up. You mean I can join in? That is not. She got her voice back down. I mean, you should go help her. Oh, I see. I glanced over, yawned, and shook my head. He isn't possessed. He's just a normal person. So because it isn't a spirit, you'll stand there? Otherwise what? She started to say something and I got there first. Don't try moral blackmail. As long as I have no morals, you can't blackmail me. Besides, I have no obligation to her, which is when Tanaka Haruna taught me something about Tanaka Haruna. She got up, walked straight across the carriage, grabbed the man by the arm, and told him, loudly, that what he was doing was a crime. Don't be fooled by the crying and the shaking around evil spirits. She lives every day under a pressure that would flatten most people. When it's a human being doing something wrong in front of her, she is braver than almost anyone I have met. The man's face went from caught to calculating in half a second. Hey, little girl, you can't just say things like that. What crime have I committed? The carriage turned to watch. She didn't flinch. I saw you with my own eyes, touching this woman with your hands. It's indecent and it's despicable. The carriage agreed with her, loudly, for about 9 seconds. Then he laughed and said, so tell me, who did I touch? Bring her out. Let her testify. And Tanaka Haruna turned to the office worker, and the office worker turned her head away and said, Choto, it has nothing to do with me. I don't know anything. I watched a 16-year-old girl get taken apart in public, because now the carriage had a different story. Now there was a girl making an accusation with no victim, which is called slander, and the whispering turned around 180 degrees inside of 5 seconds. Delusional. Kids these days. Hard to tell what's going on with young people. And the man, who was enjoying himself enormously now, went for the finish. Which school are you from? I'm going to complain to your principal. What kind of student are you? He reached for her shoulder. I caught his wrist. Let's talk this out. And who the hell are you? He looked at my face and sneered. Her boyfriend? Perfect. Tell me, how do we settle this? I studied him for a couple of seconds, and then I laughed, because I understood exactly what was on offer. Little girl, you don't want to be expelled, do you? Young man, you don't want your girlfriend expelled, do you? They really are practiced at this. Don't rush, I said, and held up my phone. He glanced at it. Then he actually looked at it, and his face came apart, because I'd been recording since the moment Haruna pointed him out. I think about that more than I think about most things. I didn't help her because I was moved. I filmed him because the instant I saw the situation, I ran the possibilities, and most of them ended with her standing alone in a carriage full of people who'd turned on her. And I wanted to be holding the answer when it happened. Everyone, I turned the screen around and played it for the carriage. You've all seen it. This is irrefutable. He wanted to run. I tightened my grip a little. He made a noise and his legs went, and he ended up kneeling on the floor of the tram with his face coming apart from the pain. I crouched down, put my phone away, kept hold of the wrist, smiled at him, and patted his cheek hard enough to count as something else. So what should we do now? He begged. Or how about, I said, I let the spirits eat you as punishment. And Tanaka Haruna went cold all over. Because a pale hand the size of a car appeared inside the carriage, flickering in and out like a bad signal, and laid one black nail against his cheek, delicately, the way you'd test whether a steak was done. Should I crush you or eat you? Which is more visually appealing? She looked around. Nobody else's face had changed. Not one person in that carriage could see it. That was the first time she ever laid eyes on the hand. She told me later she couldn't classify it. It was a spirit, except it was only a hand, with no body attached anywhere, and the aura coming off it was worse than anything she'd ever stood next to. Then she blinked, and it was gone. Just kidding, I said, and let him go. The office worker started to say something. I looked at her. People like you deserve to die more than the perverts do. You know that, right? Which got a very ugly expression, and I didn't ask for your help. Mind your own business. Still barking? Most male high school students would have swallowed that. I have never in my life found that taking a step back makes anybody less angry, so I didn't. I held up the phone. You like barking? Then I suppose I'm simply unlucky and my phone gets stolen. And coincidentally, my phone has no passcode, so anyone can open it. And it couldn't be more of a coincidence that whoever stole it uploads this video. And finally, in an extremely rare coincidence, your colleagues and your manager each receive a copy. Her face changed. Of course, if you're simply a woman who was harassed on a train, you'll get sympathy. You're the victim. I smiled. But what happens when someone explains the whole story? That the man was caught, and that you refuse to come forward. Why would that be? There are only two explanations. The first is that you're a coward with no moral center. The second is that you're one too. That the resistance was for show, and you enjoy it. I sighed. If everyone decides it's the second one, you're going to be famous. Your odds of meeting more men like him go up considerably. He's a well-known figure now, after all. Don't worry. Sorry. Whoever stole my phone will make sure everyone knows you're not a coward. Just a woman with an extremely twisted mind. She stopped talking. That's better, I said. Let them fend for themselves. The tram pulled in. I got Haruna off it. She hesitated the whole length of the platform and finally managed 2 words. Thank you. Yes, you should thank me. which, oddly, made her feel better. How did you know we'd need it recorded beforehand? It isn't that I knew, it's that you're naive. I kept walking. If that woman had any courage, would she need your help? She'd have fought back herself. It was rush hour, a carriage full of people, and she couldn't call out. Maybe she didn't want the trouble. Maybe she was afraid of losing face. It doesn't matter which. Mark someone like that, and you'll always end up exactly where you ended up. It's pointless. Then I stretched and looked back at her. So, will you help me next time? She stopped, thought about it for several seconds, which I respected. I'll still help, she said, but next time I'll do what you did. I'll secure the evidence first. As expected of you. I had no intention of talking her out of it. Nobody wants to be the saint who gives unconditionally. Everybody hopes there are more of them in the world. A Tanaka Haruna like that is fine by me. The shop on Commercial Street was small and packed floor to ceiling. Charms, bracelets, protective necklaces, prayer beads, statues of assorted deities. The old man behind the counter had white hair, a white beard, and the calibrated air of a man who has been mistaken for wise on many occasions. Hey, old man Taro. I walked up, took the stack of talismans out of my pocket, and slapped them on the counter hard enough to raise dust. Returning these, refund. His smile arrived and then fell off. Young man, don't be so harsh. These are definitely effective. And then he glanced past me, twice, quickly, looking for something, which was all I needed. I pulled up a chair, sat down across from him, and got to it. If I'm not mistaken, you're a genuine psychic. He beamed and started on some story about his youth. All right, stop bragging. I leaned back. Your shop has real items in it. The fact that you sold me this completely useless fake is what proves you're the real thing. Because you can see, or rather, you can't see any spirits around me, at all. The mercenary smile went away, and what was left underneath was a much more interesting man. It seems you're a rather special person yourself. Hold on. Haruna put her hand up, lost. Why does being genuine mean he sells fakes? I can't follow the logic. I explained it for her because it's a good lesson. Generally, people who claim spiritual ability and make a living exercising fall into categories. The first is the complete charlatan who knows nothing. That's not this. You've been in here 2 minutes and you've already spotted that some of the merchandise is real, haven't you? She had. A handful of items on the shelves gave off a faint light. Weak, but genuine. The second category is people who are actually capable, whose goods actually work. So he's the second one? No, he's the third. The third? I looked at the old man. The third can see whether the customer walking in is actually being tormented. If they are, take the money, solve the problem. If there's nothing on them at all, then it's psychological. So you sell them a placebo and everybody goes home happy. Haruna's mouth opened slightly. She'd thought we were here for a refund. She'd just worked out that the refund was a pretext and the conversation was the point. Young man, said the old man, stubbing out his cigarette. You know a great deal about this. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Fujiwara Ryo. Nightshade. This is Tanaka Haruna. He opened his mouth to say something gracious. Ryo? Good name. I'll call you Ryo from now on. Fujiwara Ryo sighed the sigh of a man who had, until recently, been called Old Man Taro and could not identify the improvement. Now that our cards are on the table, I tapped the counter. I'll be blunt. What's the most effective thing in here for dealing with spirits? Show me something real. He looked at me for a long moment, then went into the back. Haruna leaned in and whispered, with your abilities, you don't really need to buy these, do you? In Nachania, I yawned. If I can find a better weapon, I save energy in the fight. Oh dear, that rhymes. The important part was the first sentence. She had, in fairness, watched me work. Ordinary weapons, whatever they're made of, do nothing durable. They heal it off in seconds. The materials are support at best. She'd also started wondering whether my eating had a ceiling, and concluded, correctly, that it must, and that there would come a day when I couldn't just swallow the problem. Also, she confessed, those things look like abstract paintings, and she could not comprehend how I brought myself to bite one. Fujiwara Ryo came back out carrying a longsword. He laid it on the counter, unsheathed. To an ordinary eye, it was old, notched along the edge, and not a famous blade by any measure. To Haruna, it was pouring off a thick red mist. How much? I'll buy it. He waved his hand meaningfully. Take it. Consider it sincerity. Shall we exchange contact information? I'd expected that. I gave him my number and then added, since you're giving away the knife, can you throw in a scabbard? Are you going to be a super senior about this? He complained the entire time he was getting me a scabbard. The blade's sharpened, he said. You can't take it on the tram. Be careful. All right, old man Taro, we'll be in touch. He watched us go and lit another cigarette, and from that 4-minute conversation he had extracted, that I knew the talismans were fake, that nothing was following me, and, most importantly, the look on Tanaka Haruna's face when she saw the sword. 2 high school students, both psychic, and possibly holding something he'd never had, which is the ability to actually destroy those things instead of politely asking them to leave. Out on Commercial Street, I'd tied the sword at my waist without hiding it, and Haruna was quietly losing her mind about it. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to walk around like this? What if someone notices? Do you see anyone watching us? She looked around and nodded honestly. Yes, quite a few people are watching you. That's because I'm handsome, not because of the knife. She checked. Annoyingly, it was true. They were all looking at my face, and not one of them had clocked a meter of steel. Also, this is Kyoto. On that street on a weekday, you will see 4 people in costume before you see a bus. At the end of the street, I unbuckled it and held it out to her. "How are you getting home?" she said. "You can't take it on the tram. You'll have to walk." "What are you talking about?" I looked at her. "How to get this home is a question for you." "Huh? Of course. This is a spiritual object. The first thing we need to verify is whether it deters spirits, and by how much, which requires it to be held by someone who can see them. You know my situation." She did. "Nothing comes near me. If I carry it, the experiment is meaningless, because nothing was coming anyway." She'd noticed she hadn't seen a single one inside Sobu High all day, which was the first relaxed day she'd had in years. So there was only one person who could run the test. And she stood there holding her hands at her sides and not taking it. Then she looked up. "Nightshade, can I trust you?" I put the smile away. "That's a question you have to answer yourself. If you have difficulties you can't talk about, it's not too late to back out. The choice is yours." I knew what her difficulty was. There is something in her house. Not a spirit exactly, not a ghost, a soul, which would be fine except that it's her father, who died a few months ago. And if she took the sword home and it worked, if it drove out everything that shouldn't be there, she would never see him again. We stood at the mouth of Commercial Street for a long time and drew a small crowd. Are they breaking up? Looks like it. To be young. Messy situation? Somebody got caught? Forget it, let's go in. I've been working all day. Then Tanaka Haruna reached out and took the sword. I'm prepared. She told me, in detail and without being asked, about her father wandering the house since he died. She got her voice under control and said, although I'm still a little reluctant, please rest assured, I'll take responsibility and personally send my father on. I looked at her. Well, I genuinely admire your resolve to put aside your own family for the greater good. But have you misunderstood something? Huh? You have no intention of destroying my father's soul? When did I say that? I was somewhere between amused and exasperated. Your father is not an evil spirit. He isn't a threat to anybody, and he hasn't been affected by a door. Why would I bother? And I watched Tanaka Haruna run back through every assumption she'd made, arrive at the conclusion that she had constructed an entire tragic sacrifice out of nothing, and turn the color of a stop sign. She had gone, in her own words, from cool and enlightened to a fool talking to herself in front of a boy on a public street. However, I said, once she'd suffered enough, there is one thing you're right about. This can't continue. As long as doors keep appearing in Kyoto, one day your father is going to be inside the radius of one, and a harmless soul under that influence becomes something else. She stopped being embarrassed instantly because she'd forgotten the doors, and because her father's soul stays in the house, and her mother is in that house. What do I do? Her face, the face that does not move, was doing several things at once. What do you do? I shook my head. The question is, what do we do? She looked at me like I'd handed her something. Would you be willing to help me, Nightshade? Of course. We're in the same club. Club? What club? Don't waste time. I'll explain on the way. In the taxi, I got the family situation out of her. Contrary to what I remembered, there's no younger brother. Just her and her mother, and a ghost. Now, I had a second reason for going, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise. A soul formed from a strong enough obsession is not like the rest of them. Most spirits are a broken record with teeth. Haruna's father had kept everything. His reasoning, his personality, all of it. If you want information about spirits, the correct entity to ask is a spirit. Supernatural, quantum mechanics, research society? She rubbed her forehead. On the supernatural front, accurate. Neither of us qualifies as a normal person. It was the quantum mechanics she couldn't make peace with. She also worked out immediately that joining a club with that name, founded by the most notorious student in the school, would finalize her social position permanently. She didn't care. Which is the entire reason I picked her. At her front door, she took out her keys, hesitated, and knocked instead. A woman opened it, drying her hands, and she looked so much like Haruna, it was almost rude. You're back? Didn't you bring your keys? Why are you not? She saw me and stopped. Who's this? Hello, my name is Nightshade. I'm Tanaka Haruna's classmate. I gave her my best smile. You must be Haruna's older sister? Nice to meet you. The woman nearly fell over laughing. Oh dear, you've misunderstood. I'm her mother. Impossible. I looked openly stunned. You look like you're in your 20s. Oh, Nightshade, you're very good at talking. Do I really look that young? Just like her sister. Haha, don't stand out there. Come in, come in. Behind her, Tanaka Haruna was silently dying because she had personally told me in the taxi that it was her and her mother in that house and nobody else. She would later admit that when I'm not being abstract and I actually apply myself, I am a frighteningly effective social operator. Then her mother spotted the sword in Haruna's hands. What's that you're holding? Before Haruna could invent anything, I got there. It's my first visit and I didn't bring a proper gift. This is an antique blade for warding off evil and protecting the home. I hope you'll like it. Oh my, full ant smile. You said you'd come. Why bring a gift? Come anytime. No need for gifts. Thank you for your kindness. Are you both hungry? Food's nearly ready. Go and rest in the living room. Haruna watched her mother walk back to the kitchen, entirely unbothered, having accepted a haunted sword as a housewarming present. She had spent the entire taxi ride trying to construct an explanation for that object. While she was on the first floor, she thought, he was already on the 18th. And then a middle-aged man in a light blue turtleneck, glasses, a few gray hairs, walked up to us both and looked at me with the most enormous grin. Is this La, your boyfriend? Really? First year of high school and already a boyfriend. You've grown up so fast. My heart, your poor old father's heart. I stepped forward and put out my hand. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. The young man is very polite, said Haruna's father, shaking it. Then he saw the look on his daughter's face and froze. Wait a minute, you can see me? Not just me, I pointed at Haruna. She can see you too. Ah? He stood there completely lost, exactly like a normal person would, which confirmed everything I needed. This soul could hold a conversation, and it had known for a while that Haruna could see it, and had never once been hostile. He scratched his head, got himself organized, and looked at his daughter with an embarrassed smile. Is this your boyfriend? He seems very nice, very nice. You're a ghost, said Haruna, in the voice of a girl who has been through a day. How are you still this shameless, honestly? Here's the thing she hadn't been able to do until that afternoon. She has always been able to see her father. She never spoke to him, not once, because their house is full of the other kind, and the moment you react to anything in a room, you're finished. But that day the house was clean, because I was in it. She told me later that the association her brain produced was, spirits are mosquitoes, I'm the person with the blood type they love, and Nightshade smells like a mosquito coil. It would be really nice if we could keep one at home. All right, I said, you two can talk now. And I went and sat in the living room and left a man and his daughter alone. What he said first, once I was gone, was, I'm sorry for eating your pudding. And Tanaka Haruna, who is very good at not crying, stopped being very good at it. No, that's all in the past. You don't need to apologize. I was being childish. That's it. That's the whole thing. That's the obsession that kept a man's soul standing in a hallway for months. He took a pudding out of the refrigerator that she had been saving. They had an enormous fight about it. And then, before either of them got around to fixing it, he died of an illness. It sounds like nothing. It is not nothing. She had spent every day since carrying the fact that the last real conversation she had with her father was about dessert. And now, because of the single worst thing that ever happened to her, because she can see the dead, she got to put it down. She told me that was the first time in her life her eyes had ever done her a favor. Her father nodded and smiled. In that case, I should get going. She nodded. She knew. The dead shouldn't linger. And then 10 seconds went past, and he was still standing there, entirely solid, looking mildly embarrassed. Oh, right. I forgot. I've still got one. Another one? His smile went away. I'd like to talk to Nightshade. Haruna's father walked into that living room with a plan. He had been a household head, tempered by many years of society, and he was going to take control of this conversation and establish whether this boy had ulterior motives regarding his daughter. He had even prepared an opening. Then he came through the door and stopped dead. Because I was sitting cross-legged on the floor in front of his portrait and his memorial tablet, holding his pudding. You didn't, that's right, I didn't look up. It's the pudding for you. He had no follow-up. Stealing an offering is bad enough. I was eating it in front of the man it was being offered to. He finally understood what his daughter had meant by mental preparation. I figured you weren't going to get any, I explained reasonably, and it's a waste to leave it there, so I might as well. He looked at the pudding. He looked at me. He smacked his lips once, involuntarily, and sighed. All right, you're a guest. Eat if you want. He composed himself, sat down cross-legged beside me, and got ready to deliver his powerful opening remarks. I handed him a stick of incense. Since you're idle anyway, why don't you light some for yourself? Ah, this. Just kidding. I lit it, set it in front of his portrait, put my hands together, bowed, and prayed with total sincerity. May the deceased bless me with a stable income, excellent health, and, if at all possible, a cat girl. Thanks. Haruna's father sat there listening to a boy request a cat girl from him personally, out loud, at volume, in his own living room, in front of his own memorial tablet. He does not have that ability. Also, one prays silently, in the heart. It has been described as an innate, abstract, sacred body. He coughed twice and got himself back. Nightshade. I can sense that you're different from ordinary people. Then, quickly, I meant your body, not your brain. Sarcasm or weirdness? I didn't mean anything by it. Don't overthink. That was it. That was the entire interrogation. Whatever concerns he'd walked in with had evaporated because he'd realized he had no idea what kind of person his daughter liked, but was now confident it was not this. How abstract is Nightshade? His appearance is striking enough that people forget he's good-looking because all that comes into view is abstraction. Abstraction taken to the extreme becomes art. Van Gogh spent his whole life on that. All right, enough small talk. The smile went off. I looked at him properly. Can you sense anything about the longsword Haruna and I brought back today? Yes. He stroked his chin. It wasn't even drawn, and I felt something extremely uneasy before you were through the door. If this weren't my home from before I died, I'd have wanted to leave immediately. I got the notebook out and wrote it down. Strong deterrent effect on ordinary souls. Confirmed. Do you know of anywhere spirits won't set foot? Yes, there really are a few. He scratched his head and listed them. I wrote down every name, and then I frowned because I'd been expecting the shrines. In the original version of Haruna's story, she prays at one and gets the power to call down something that can destroy spirits 3 times. What I had not expected was one entry in the middle of that list that had a distinctly cheerful atmosphere about it. McDonald's. You scoundrel. Are you making fun of me? Then I thought about it again. He had no reason to lie. As they say, a dying man's words tend to be virtuous, and this man had gone considerably past dying, so by that logic, he should be doubly trustworthy. Also, I'd seen his face. Whatever else this was, having those eyes has not been good for Tanaka Haruna. It's a cruel joke played by something with a sense of humor. That's everything I wanted to ask. He nodded, then his face changed. Nightshade, although we've only just met, I have a request I hope you'll grant. Go ahead. I hope you can protect Haruna's safety. I shook my head. I'm sorry, I can't agree to that. He looked like I'd hit him. Why? First, I can't even protect myself. I shrugged. Second, are you certain Haruna's wish is to live a peaceful life? And he had nothing, because he knew exactly what his daughter is. She looks unambitious, and she is not. She is the girl who walked across a train carriage to grab a stranger by the arm. Should he, as her father, tell her to stop trying to be a good person and look after herself? He couldn't make himself say it. But I let him sit there a moment. What I can promise is that I will find a way to give Haruna the ability to fight them, the same way I can. He sighed and put out his right hand, and I shook it. Then I'll leave it to you, Nightshade-kun. Okay, rest easy. I'll make sure the house stays clean and the pudding situation is never allowed to happen again. His face went completely transparent in every sense, and the last thing he said before he went was, "You've really opened my eyes, kid." Her mother came out of the kitchen with the food and found me sitting in front of the portrait and immediately started trying to feed me. Nightshade, eat with us. She had by then decided I was a wonderful young man. First visit, brought a gift, lit incense for her late husband, so considerate, so gentle. Yukinani, I've got something on, I can't stay. Being called by her given name, with an honorific implying she was roughly a sister, worked exactly as well the second time. Hey, how can you not eat? Next time, definitely. I really do have something today. All right, come again when you're free. Definitely, definitely. I stopped at the living room door on the way out, where Tanaka Haruna was standing with a very complicated face, having just watched her father leave the world. I'll be going. See you at school tomorrow, my dear niece. And I left before she could retort. That evening, in an izakaya, the man from the tram was drinking soju straight out of the bottle. The table was a mess. His face was red. He'd come here alone to drown it. That wretched brat. He put the bottle down and touched his mouth and remembered the carriage. Humiliated in front of everyone by an ordinary high school boy, on his knees, crying. The pain in his wrist kept reminding him. The physical part was secondary. The real problem was that I had reached into his fantasy, the one where he's in control and they're helpless, and switched the lights on. He didn't think he'd done anything wrong. She hadn't resisted. If she doesn't resist, doesn't that mean she's willing? Where does a little brat get off interfering? Sobu High School. We'd both been in uniform. He'd searched the styles online and found it in 4 minutes. He was already picturing it, both of us on our knees in front of him. Just thinking about it made him feel wonderful. Then he made a small noise and grabbed his shirt. What's happening? He felt something take hold of his heart. The blood in him slowed down. His vision went soft at the edges from the lack of oxygen, and a voice with no gender in it said, right against his ear, "You are a sinner." The last sound he ever heard was the muffled pop of his own heart being squeezed open. Outside the izakaya, I said, "It's over," to the pale hand floating back behind me. I'm a timid and fearful person, so it's best to end potential disputes before they arise. The hand's long fingers were trembling. The black nails scraped against the wall over and over, and it wouldn't stop moving. Because it had just taken a human life, and it had changed shape. Before that night, it was only a hand, ending at the wrist. Now there was something growing out of the wrist, the beginning of a forearm. "Your appearance is outrageous," I told it. I'd been chewing on a question for a while. What is this thing? Calling it an evil spirit doesn't work. What kind of spirit looks like that? Calling it a guardian is worse. It looks far too much like the last thing a person ever sees. The closest I could get was that it's a manifestation of my own soul. A weapon against spirits produced by me, out of me. The problem being that if this is what my soul looks like when you pull it out into the air, that's information. Once upon a time there was Natsu's sand. Now there's whatever this is. Anyway, from what I could measure, there are 3 ways for it to grow. 1. Eat spirits, slowest. Hundreds or thousands for 1 hand. 2. Remove a door, much faster. 3. Take a human life through the hand itself, by a distance the fastest of the 3. Which is very convenient for killing people and leaves nothing behind. The problem being that if I don't intend to become the god of a new world, what exactly am I building this for? Well, I said, something is better than nothing, because there was a question I genuinely wanted answered, since it keeps growing. Is it possible that one day it grows into the shape of a person? A normal human being would look at that hand, follow that thought to its conclusion, and immediately stop eating spirits and stop burning doors. I am not normal. My main selling point is curiosity. So not only was I going to keep swallowing, I was going to swallow harder. What's under there? Let me see. Friday lunch break. Sobu High School held its club recruitment fair in the open ground between the teaching buildings. Banners, megaphones, upperclassmen shouting about the basketball team, the tennis club, the Anime Appreciation Society, the literature club. Tanaka Haruna got ambushed the second she arrived. Would you like to join the literature club? No. Our anime club is the relaxed option. Just mentioning, the girls' tennis team's results are comparable to Shuchin Academy's. Girls should play volleyball. She smiled politely at every single one and said, I already have a club. Oh, that's a real pity. And they all wandered off looking sad, because it was day 5 and somebody had gotten to her first. She pushed through the crowd toward the far end, where there was a table, 2 chairs, and a banner that had clearly been produced in under 90 seconds by a person who had never held a brush. I was sitting behind it on my phone. Nightshade, I'm here. You're here? Have a seat. She sat down, looked at the enthusiastic seniors 30 meters away, then looked at our banner with the ink still running down it in the breeze, and had a thought she was too polite to say out loud, which was that this did not look like a club recruiting members. It looked like a fortune teller who had been asked to leave a train station. The banner said in wobbling characters, Supernatural Quantum Mechanics Investigation and Research Club, Nightshade. Do we really think we can recruit anyone like this? I looked up and gave her a confident smile. Haruna, You must believe in the bond between us. She should not have expected a normal conversation. She was aware of that. She did it anyway, every day, out of hope. The only asset at that table, she concluded, was me when I wasn't speaking. Then a flat, quiet voice said, Is this the Supernatural Quantum Mechanics Investigation and Research Club? A small girl, long gray curly hair over her shoulders, a white lab coat over her uniform, which is not a uniform violation so much as a statement of intent. Thick glasses, a face doing absolutely nothing. Haruna shot to her feet, suppressing about 4 different reactions. That's right. We're the Supernatural Quantum Mechanics Research Society. The girl pushed her glasses up. Do you understand quantum mechanics? Haruna had not chosen the name and was not going to lie about it. Not really. The girl nodded and turned to me. Do you understand quantum mechanics? I don't understand it either, she sighed, in the specific way of a person who came in with low expectations and is nonetheless disappointed. I see. I was naive to think anyone in this school would actually be interested. Sorry to bother you. She turned to leave. Please wait, Akagi-Rei. She stopped. Her eyebrows moved a fraction. You know me? Of course, I smiled. Please join our club. Haruna's face did something complicated because that is not how any of this works. To her considerable surprise, Akagi-Rei adjusted her glasses and said, Neither of you understands quantum mechanics, so you can't discuss topics that interest me. What benefit would I get from joining this club? Haruna sat back down, because that is a negotiating position. This girl had walked up to a table, been rejected on the only criterion she cared about, and had immediately pivoted to asking what else was on offer. I put a key on the table. This is the key to the club activity room. I looked at her through the glasses. Haruna and I don't use it, except when we need to discuss something with you. Agree to join and provide assistance to the best of your ability, and that room is yours. Redecorate it however you like. Do whatever you want in it, entirely up to you. And that landed exactly where I'd aimed it. Akagi-Rei is a girl who does not fit anywhere, and to be more accurate about it, she is a girl who is quietly frozen out. There'd been no incident. Nobody had done anything you could report. It was atmosphere and language and the invisible kind of exclusion, and it had followed her from middle school to here. And the hardest part of being excluded is not class. In class, you have a seat and a task and a direction to face. It's the breaks. It's lunch. It's the free periods, when everyone can move around as they please and you are a fish on a board, being looked at, working very hard at appearing to have somewhere to be. A room with a door and a key was not a perk. It was oxygen. She did not agree immediately, because she is who she is. She sat down opposite me. So what exactly does providing assistance mean? Complicated to explain. Read it yourself, it'll be faster. I handed her a white notebook, same style as my black one, different color. Haruna's expression changed and she made a small, strangled noise, because as far as she knew, that was my field record, and handing it to a civilian was insane. It's fine, I said. Obviously, I hadn't given her the real one. Putting aside whether she could accept it, most people cannot. What I needed was Akagi-Rei, who could stand outside the situation, look at the information cold, and produce a conclusion. As they say, the participant is confused and the bystander sees clearly. So I'd taken everything, the spirits, my abilities, the doors, and rewritten it. She opened it and read, and her expression, behind those glasses, became very complicated. Then she looked up and said, carefully, You wouldn't happen to be a Chunibyo sufferer, would you? Because here's what I'd done. Evil spirits and ghosts had become Demons lurking in the shadows, capable of destroying the human world. The doors had become supply points for the Demon King's messengers, which enhanced their power and affect the real world. The information was completely intact. The presentation was radioactive. Given the level of internal detail in that notebook, if an actual Chunibyo girl had found it, she'd have treated it as scripture. "What Chunibyo?" I said. "Don't talk nonsense." Then I stood up and let my eyes go somewhere far away and terrible, and let my clothes move a little in a wind that was not present, and said, slowly, in the deepest register I have, "I am the chosen one, the only hope to save this world from collapse. A chosen one with unbridled talent." Akagi-Rei said nothing. Confirmed, she thought. This guy is definitely a Chunibyo sufferer. However, by indulging one delusional teenager, she could obtain a private room. That is, on balance, a very good trade. And also, and she was not willing to admit this part even internally, the contents of that notebook were a bit cringe, but they were also interesting. Well then, let me share a few conclusions I've drawn. Wait a moment. I raised a hand and looked at Haruna and smiled. "Haruna, could you go and buy me a Coke? Pepsi? Don't be disgusting. At room temperature? Are you never going to stop being disgusting?" She went, extremely pleased with herself, having finally landed one. She wasn't stupid. She knew perfectly well she was being removed from the conversation. She also could not follow the conversation, so she took the win. "Go on," I said. "All right." Akagi-Rei folded her hands. "If I take everything in this notebook as fact, then the most important thing at this stage is this. The rate at which the two protagonists eliminate the supply points must at minimum match the rate at which the supply points regenerate. Otherwise it leads to a bad ending, or, as the games put it, a bad end." I nodded. And then she went into it properly. Pen out of the coat pocket, page torn from a notebook, muttering to herself while she worked. After a while, she pushed the paper across. "Look at this." "Wow, you're professional. You even drew a mind map." "Of course." Nothing on her face. "Based on the settings you provided, there is currently one protagonist who is completely incapable of combat. You don't need me to tell you that two protagonists clear supply points faster than one. And according to you, there are assistance points within the city that can improve a protagonist's combat power. So this is the most important thing." I thought, as expected of Akagi-Rei, she'd received a large volume of information in a fictionalized wrapper in a few minutes and arrived at exactly the conclusion I had, which is that Tanaka Haruna needs a weapon and there are shrines that might provide one. Then she changed direction without warning. However, based on your own information, these assistance points are not necessarily safe. According to the setting, you have to pay a price to receive help from the NPCs inside. Before the meeting, the protagonist doesn't know whether he has enough leverage to pay what's demanded. If he can't afford it, that could very easily trigger a fight. Translate the Chunibyo back into ordinary language and you get, the shrines Haruna's father listed are places even spirits won't go. The things living in them are what people call gods, and gods in this country don't do favors. Which tracks. In the original version of Haruna's story, she signs a contract with one and gives up everything she has for 3 uses of its power. Think about that for a second. Isn't that just an evil spirit that learned to run a payment plan? Based on what I'd seen so far, I did not believe the gods here were anything good. If they were so benevolent toward humanity, why exactly was I working nights? But at this stage, it appears to be the most direct way to break the deadlock. In game terms, this should be considered an early boss fight. She looked up. "So, was the assistance I provided valuable to you?" "Very valuable." I slid the key across. "Please take care of me from now on." "Okay, I'll be going." And she left, holding a key, having negotiated her way into a room in under 4 minutes. Walking home, her certainty that I was a Chunibyo sufferer began, very slightly, to wobble. Because the thing about a delusion is that it's a comfort. It's a fantasy built to escape a bad reality, so every element in it points at what the person actually wants. Belonging, significance, escape. She'd read the whole notebook. And the reality it described could be summarized in one word: suffocating. An endless, unceasing supply of enemies, growing like weeds, a world getting more dangerous every week. Even the places that make you stronger are unsafe. Who invents that? Do you find your real life too comfortable? She could not, of course, believe it was true. She had one conclusion: Nightshade is sick, and he is very sick indeed. The following afternoon, I took Haruna to a building. It was 30 or 40 stories of unfinished concrete, gray and dead, and it had been designed as a shopping complex before it stopped being anything. "You said we'd eat alone," she said, staring at it. "You meant here?" "Of course not." I produced 2 bento boxes from my bag. "Seriously. I snuck out at lunch to buy these. You're really something." She looked at the building. Her legs had already started negotiating. Can we not eat here? You said it would be the 2 of us." "That's right. It's just the 2 of us, people. I'm keeping my word." She stayed where she was, so I shrugged and walked in. "Anyway, if you don't come in, our partnership ends here." She stood on that pavement for 4 full seconds, made a face like a girl who wants to cry and has run out, gritted her teeth, stamped once, and followed me in. Inside, she recognized the feeling immediately from the alley. "There's a door in here." And then her stomach dropped, because in the alley she hadn't felt anything until she crossed the threshold, which meant that door's radius was that alley. This time, she'd felt it from the entrance. The building was 30-plus stories, which meant the thing inside had a reach more than 100 times larger than the last one. Training is now officially underway, I said, and out of every dark corner of that lobby, hundreds of eyes opened. Different sizes, different colors, identical expression, all of them on us. No elevator, I said. We'll take the stairs. She had, at that point, 2 options, and one of them was standing alone in a lobby. The stairwell was narrow and unlit, and they came with us. She'd catch a strand of dripping black hair at the edge of her vision, a hand at the wrong angle, retreating. In that concrete shaft, there was nothing but our footsteps and the questioning, over and over, from hundreds of throats. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? And me, walking up the middle, cheerfully providing context. This place was going to be an office building. 2 weeks ago, there were a series of accidents. Quite a few of the construction crew died in inexplicable ways, and the project got suspended. I had my usual face on. She has since described my body language on that staircase as a man enjoying a spring outing. She was soaked through. She couldn't breathe through her nose. She was taking air in through her teeth with her eyes wide open, walking up a concrete staircase in the middle of a procession out of hell, and she did not stop walking. 28 floors. We're here. I stopped at a door. We'll eat here. And she felt the warmth of the boxes in her arms and remembered, with total horror, what we had come to do. Eat. In front of them. Oh dear, it's locked. She nearly cried with relief. Then how about we do this another? Fortunately, I came prepared. I took a bent wire out of my pocket, crouched, and put it in the lock. She watched me pick it and had a genuine crisis about whether to raise the legal issue, decided the question was naive given present circumstances, and kept her mouth shut. 5 seconds. Okay, it's open. The floor was bare concrete, empty except for support columns, and at the far end of it, past a wall of churning black, was the door for this building. The one in the alley had been slightly ajar. This one was half open. Let's eat first. I sat down in the dust, opened my box, looked at it, and frowned. What kind of garbage are you selling? This is 1 meal. 30 yuan. Outrageous. Then I looked up at the girl standing rigid in the middle of the floor. Haruna, have a seat. She got some paper out of her bag, laid it on the concrete, straightened her skirt, and sat down, because she had decided something on those stairs. She opened the box. Chopsticks? Chopsticks? What, you don't know how to use chopsticks? No, that's not good. Eat quickly. Her hand was shaking so hard she couldn't pick up a fishball, and the shaking got attention. Can you see me? A dark purple thing with long black hair and red eyes put its face next to hers, and its eyes moved constantly, and it watched the side of her face from a distance of about 4 centimeters. Can you see me? She kept trying to pick up the fishball, and then, from the corner, a tongue came out, long, blackish green, thickly coated. It extended across the floor, and it licked the surface of her bento box, thoroughly, with enormous care, the way you'd polish a shoe. Then it did exactly the same to mine. She made a small noise, because yes, they can't touch objects in the real world. She knows that. She has known that for years. Try telling your throat. Not bad, I said, and picked up a fishball, and ate it and chewed properly. The flavor's fine, but it's not worth 30. Students really are easy to fool. Tanaka Haruna has told me since that this was the single most impressive thing she had ever seen a human being do, and that she felt something close to religious awe, and also that she would like me to know it was disgusting. And then she picked up her chopsticks and went for the fishball anyway, which is the whole point of the exercise. She sat on that floor with hundreds of them watching, and she reached for her lunch. The tongue came out of the shadows again, fast this time, straight at the fishball between her chopsticks. Her hand jumped. The fishball hit the concrete. It made almost no sound at all. It was, functionally, a starter pistol. You can see it. You can see it. You can see it. Hundreds of them, all at once. She looked at me with her eyes full and got out. I'm sorry. It's fine. I checked my phone. 47 minutes. And you got to this floor, and you got as far as opening the box. That's quite good. Next. I put my lunch down, stood up, dusted off my trousers, and walked past her. It's my turn. I put my hands together, and black mist came out between my palms and lengthened and hardened into a blade without a guard, something close to a tang sword, so black it looked like a hole. I pointed it at them. Come on. They came. Long spear. A second weapon formed in my left hand, and I threw it. Textbook javelin form, full extension, and it went through more than a dozen of them and opened a corridor in the tide. Something with black smoke pouring out of its mouth got to my throat first. I reversed the sword and put it through the top of its skull and into the concrete. And I explained, over my shoulder, because this was still a lesson. The best way to handle them is to destroy the head. Most of them will go, but to be safe, grind them down and watch them disperse into mist. Then it's done. She couldn't speak, because every time that blade moved, anything it grazed turned to dust. Not wounded, gone. Some of the faster ones got past the sword and reached me, and black spines came out of my body and went through them before they made contact. She said later she had trouble connecting what she was watching to the word exorcism. It was not exorcism. It was a slaughterhouse with one employee. And then the stairwell made a noise. It sounded like a very large number of people whispering at once, in unison, in a language that isn't one. Her hair stood up. Her uniform went cold against her back. Something came into the hall. 4 or 5 meters thick, shaped like a python, and where a head should be, there was a vertical split with a single eye in it, and teeth coming out of the gaps. Holy! I got about 2 syllables out before it moved, and it was fast, and it wasn't going for me, it went for her. She didn't move. There was nothing in her to move with. All she got was 2 rows of teeth arriving and one eye behind them full of something older than hate. Sigh. Nothing for it. I dropped the sword, put my right hand out and said, "Come out!" And the pale hand appeared in front of her, filling her whole field of view, and put every black nail deep into the thing's body. What came out wasn't blood, it was mist. The head thrashed. It was in real pain. I stood there with my fists closed, watching and thought, why does it have to look like that? Collapse, retreat, sell, slip away. She didn't have time to parse that before I picked her up. The hundreds of spirits, incidentally, had immediately huddled into a corner like lambs watching 2 tigers argue. She assumed we were leaving via the stairwell, which raised the question of why we were getting closer to the window. Time to go. I went out of it. 28th floor. She has described the following 4 seconds in some detail. The wind. The concrete arriving. The thought, am I going to die here? The follow-up thought that at this height, they'd have to scrape us both up together and she'd end up mixed in with me. The final thought, which I want on the record as the most Tanaka Haruna thought ever recorded. What if I get contaminated by his abstraction and become an abstract ghost? About 20 meters up, I said, "Return." The hand came through the wall of the 28th floor, caught us, and set down. Then there was a sound like a small machine gun. I frowned. Chicago typewriter? Are Kyoto gangs really that professional now? Then I looked down and discovered it was Tanaka Haruna's teeth. I set her on her feet and her legs immediately quit, and she went down and grabbed my trousers with both hands. "Dummy, dummy, dummy." No, I can't. I sighed at her. These young people today, have you never been bungee jumping? And you want to be a professional exorcist? You can't handle this much excitement? There were, she felt, several things wrong with that statement, and she did not have the equipment to raise any of them. Then 2 enormous pale fingers came down in front of her face. She flinched back, and the hand brought its index finger and its middle finger together and made a heart. Huh? All right, stop performing, I said. Disappear. It waved goodbye at her before it went, which it did not need to do. What, she said, is that thing? Your performance today exceeded my expectations. Since you saw it, I'll explain. I crouched down to her level and, for once, didn't smile. That thing is, you could say, another version of me, as a spirit. Her eyes lit up with comprehension, and she nodded slowly. I didn't understand. How are you this stupid? I waved it off. Short version, it's my trump card against them, my strongest ability. Its source is something manifested out of my own soul, and it is, in nature, similar to an evil spirit. Does it have a name? Name? I don't care about that. Call it whatever. Stand, persona, superpower, cheat ability, whatever helps. I see, she hesitated. I have a question. Go. That giant hand is an extension of your soul, correct? That's what I said. So, it just made a heart at me. Does that mean it's actually you who deep down wanted to make that gesture? I looked at her. Sister, at a time like this, can we focus? Shouldn't you first ask whether you're capable of developing the ability at all? Oh, that's true. Can I awaken it? I think it should be possible. What do you mean should? Isn't there a fixed rule? It seems you still don't understand. I patted her shoulder. Haruna. What? You and I are very likely the 2 most powerful psychics in Japanese history. Isn't that a good thing? No, I shook my head. It means that if we run into something neither of us understands, something neither of us can handle, then even if we go through every ancient text in the country, the best we'll find is reference material. Nobody is coming with a solution. Do you understand? She did. She sat on that concrete and understood that whatever was coming had, most likely, never happened before. Or, alternatively, it had happened before, and she knew the name they gave it. Hyaki Yagyo, the night parade of 100 demons. Her shoulders got noticeably heavier, and then it started to rain. It came down hard and it came down fast, and neither of us had an umbrella, and my house was under a kilometer away. Which is how Tanaka Haruna ended up standing in my entryway saying, "Excuse me, sorry to intrude," to a house with nobody in it. Who are you greeting? I'm the only name on the household registration. Nightshade? Could it be that you're… Stop. I didn't need it finished. Anyway, do as you please. She looked around my living room and was surprised, and the surprising part was that there was nothing surprising about it. Clean, tidy, not much furniture, wind chimes in the entryway. She'd been expecting black curtains, black sofa, and a sealed room with an ominous door. She dried off, and while she was doing that, I sat with a map of Kyoto and marked the building we just left with a letter, S. Later, with a towel around her hair, she came and sat down and fired questions at me like a machine gun. How do I awaken your ability? What do we do about the door in that building? Why didn't you bring the sword from my house today? Would that have beaten it? And you said that thing looked like a turtle or something? I didn't catch it. What turtle? I answered the first three. First, based on my deduction, you should be able to awaken something similar to mine. The specific method, I have a general idea. I'll tell you after I've discussed it with Akagi Rei on Monday. Second, I handed her the map. Today's location is S rank. Including the doors I've found and haven't solved, Kyoto currently has 3 A ranks and 1 S. My grading system is crude. S means something I could possibly resolve at full strength with a real risk of dying in the process. A means I'd probably get hurt. She looked at it. Then why aren't there B or C grades? She looked up and found me looking at her. Are you stupid? B and C are things I can handle immediately. I destroy those the day I find them. Why would I mark them? She apologized to the room in general. Third, that longsword isn't for me. It's for you. For me? Of course, I spread my hands. You saw me fight today. That sword is genuine, but it's from Old Man Taro's shop. It's not going to move the needle for me. She nodded and then asked the good question. Why did Mr. Tanaka give us something that valuable for free? Isn't it obvious? I explained, because she'd earned it. He's an exorcist. He doesn't make his living selling charms. His income is commissions. But since the doors started appearing, he's getting requests that are beyond him. And if he can't deliver, long-term, people start asking whether Fujiwara Ryo is the real thing after all. His business suffers. So his solution is to hand those jobs to me. I get what I want, intelligence on Kyoto, and the client's very generous fee. He gets the reputation for solving them. It's a trade. Both sides get what they need. The club gathers intelligence inside the school. Fujiwara Ryo gathers it across the entire city, filtered through people desperate enough to pay for an exorcist, which is an extremely effective filter. That abandoned building was one of his. So that's how it is. She thought about it. You said there's a fee. How do we split it? 50-50. 50-50? I waved a hand. The split is 10-0. I get 10. He gets 0. 0? You still don't understand. For an exorcist of his reputation, 1 or 2 commission fees are nothing. What he wants is the reputation. He solves what nobody else can, and he becomes the most famous exorcist in Kyoto. That's the asset. He offered me the entire fee and told me to take anything in his shop, which proves he understands this perfectly. That is a seasoned old man who is very good at navigating people. She nodded slowly. Understanding it and being able to have thought of it are different things, and she is 16. By the way, why did you take me to that building today? Didn't I say? Training. She had a small flashback to the tongue. Do you know what our biggest advantage is against them? She shook her head, eager, like a student. I stopped smiling and went to the window and watched the rain. The condition under which we make contact with them and the condition under which they can harm us are the same condition. They have to know we can see, which means that if they cannot confirm it, they are powerless. They can only watch. So the decision to begin a fight does not belong to them. It belongs to us. Do you understand? And she got it instantly because she'd been living the other half of that sentence for years. So as long as we never reveal anything, under any circumstances, we always hold the initiative. Exactly right. Here's the difference between us. In her version, spirits have the upper hand, and people like her survive by hiding, disguising, and running. In mine, they are stupid animals with a rule written on them. Do not trigger the condition and you are untouchable. That's not a threat. That's a delivery service. An evil spirit that you couldn't deal with, she said, looking at the S on the map. That's going to be trouble. Nothing for it, I shrugged. When the hand is out, I can't use the devouring. If it were only the ordinary ones, there could be thousands, tens of thousands, and I'd just top up as I go. But that snake thing, I need the hand for. I see. And then she looked at me with something warmer than usual. Honestly, I was surprised to learn there's something you can't destroy. But it also made me realize, for the first time, that you're a normal human being, like me. Yes, I nodded. Human beings have limits. You mean, Haruna, I don't want to be human anymore. Don't go crazy. The weekend went by. Haruna's daily life became training, and more training, until she could pick up a fishball, in company, and put it in her mouth, with the occasional jump scare thrown in. Monday lunch, the club room. Akagi Rei was stirring coffee in a beaker with a glass rod, which is a thing she does. May I come in? It's your activity room too. Come in whenever. You don't need to ask me specifically. A deal is a deal and must be followed. I sat down opposite her and got straight to it. I need you to analyze something. Go ahead. I told her in full about using the manifestation of my soul to fight, translated obviously into the childish register. I see. She pushed her glasses up. So one protagonist has awakened an ability and the other one wants to as well, and you want the method. That's it. She sipped from the beaker and thought. Based on your description, I suspect the condition is not objective. Meaning, is it possible that the difference is in how the two protagonists perceive the enemy? And that's why one awakened and one didn't. I nodded slowly. Go on. What I'm about to say sounds far-fetched, but it does fall under quantum mechanics. Human subjective perception can, under certain conditions, influence reality. I don't know if you've heard of an experiment called Schrodinger's cat. Schrodinger's cat girl. I've heard of it. That's called Schrodinger's cat. But since you've heard of it, I'll skip the details. She held the beaker in both hands. Perhaps whether the protagonist awakens depends on the protagonist, on their perception of the enemy. I understand. The other one hasn't awakened because she has never once had the thought of fighting them. Huh? You understand what I mean? There was actual surprise in her eyes, which is rare because she'd been composing a simplified version. It isn't hard to understand. Of course I understand. Which is the joke, isn't it? When in doubt, consult quantum mechanics. This girl can produce a scientific-sounding explanation for absolutely anything, and this is the part that matters. She is usually right. Besides, spirits, psychic sight, souls given shape, all of it is idealist to begin with. Attaching it to subjective perception was not obviously worse than any other approach, and it was the only one on the table. Thank you, Akagi-san. I put a chocolate bread from the school shop on the table. This is for you. She looked at it. Do you take me for a child? If you say so, I won't argue. I got up to leave and she hesitated and then said, to my back, that if you want to come to the activity room anytime, feel free. I don't mind. Her assessment of me at that point was, very good looking, severe chunibyo, likes to act crazy. Logically, she should have been bad at dealing with that. But across 2 short conversations, she hadn't once felt the thing she feels in a classroom, which is the specific airlessness of being nearby while other people enjoy themselves. It was relaxing. She hadn't expected that. Back in class, I hadn't been in the throne 10 seconds before Tanaka Haruna was at my desk. How long until we can solve the S-rank door? At this stage, it's very difficult to fight the snake and handle the door at the same time. Then what do we do? You said the door's power keeps growing. If we wait, doesn't it get harder? Nothing to be done about that. She actually stamped her foot. Why aren't you in a hurry? There's no use being in a hurry. If being in a hurry were useful, I'd have been in a hurry a long time ago, which is when Tanaka Mio came skipping over. Yahalo! Faced with that greeting, what does Nightshade choose? 1. Yahalo? 2. Hello Mio. 3. Are you sick in the head, doing that on purpose? I decisively chose option 4. Speak like a human being. Tanaka Haruna, standing next to me, thought, as expected. Also, how could anyone say that to Tanaka Mio, who is cute and whose personality is genuinely likable? There's something. No, there are several things I want to ask you to. Speak. You started a paranormal investigation club, right? Everyone in class has heard about it, so we'd like to ask you to investigate something. Then why don't they come themselves? Mio pressed her lips together, thinking, do you genuinely not know what your image in this school is? She could not say that, so she smiled awkwardly. They were a little embarrassed, and I've spoken to you a few times, so they asked me to pass it on. I see. Tell me. There are a few things. She lowered her voice and looked mysterious. And she is, it turns out, an excellent storyteller. Last Friday, a student left his bag in the classroom. He didn't realize until after 11 at night. When he came back for it, guess what he heard? Even Haruna was leaning in. What happens? Mio glanced left and right. Someone was playing the piano at school, in the middle of the night, and the music had this faint, melancholy quality to it, like a vengeful spirit attached to the piano. That's scary? Haruna looked appropriately horrified. I looked at Yamada Rika, asleep at the desk beside me. Vengeful spirit, right. That is a girl who practices in the clubroom until midnight and then goes home and practices until morning, which is exactly why she sleeps like a corpse from the bell to the bell. There's more, there's more. This one's mine. Every day at 1 in the morning, my dog Saber barks and won't stop. He never used to do that. It has to be paranormal, right? Haruna sat up slightly because that one was actually interesting. Saber is your dog? Yes, he's cute. She nodded, because here's something she'd worked out years ago. Dogs and cats have better senses than we do, and they see things we don't. A dog that suddenly starts barking at 1 in the morning every single night is a data point. Is he in heat? Mio went red. My Saber would never think about such things. Does Saber know you're representing him? In short, something's wrong. Mio had, by that point, entirely forgotten that she'd only come over to use the paranormal thing as a pretext to talk to us and had gotten so invested in her own material that the pretext had eaten the plan. How about this? I yawned. Haruna, you'll stay at Tanaka's tonight and investigate. Huh? You want me to stay over at Tanaka's? Are you suggesting I stay over instead? There's a difference between men and women. Coming from anyone else, that would have been reasonable. Coming from me, she assumed a conspiracy, correctly. Haruna's coming over? Yes, yes. Mio, meanwhile, had lit up like a stadium at the prospect of a friend staying the night. Haruna sighed and gave in, because she is constitutionally incapable of putting that particular expression out on Tanaka Mio's face. Okay, but I'm only staying 1 night. Okay, my mom's going to be so happy. Huh? You told your mother about me? Of course. I tell my mom about every friend I make. Well, then I should buy a small gift since it's my first visit. Let's go buy it after school together. Watching the two of them chatter, I felt something almost like sentiment. Then Haruna turned back. Should I bring the sword? Why would you bring a sword? Are you going to neuter Saber? That is one solution. Don't talk nonsense. You know exactly what I mean. If you think bringing a sword to Mio's house won't make her mother think you're a lunatic, go ahead. She thought about it and conceded. And what about tonight? Tanaka sent over a few new requests. I need to check them. She looked worried, and I told her Mio's building was in a busy area with no history and nothing would happen, and not to borrow trouble. She nodded and did not believe me even slightly. And I want to note that between the two of us that day, her instincts were correct and mine were not. Tanaka. Mio's building turned out to be a very nice apartment in a very lively part of the city, which told Haruna two things. The family has money, and there is nothing here. She checked on the way in. Ordinary ghosts, the harmless kind, drifting about like litter. Not one evil spirit. Overthinking it, she decided. There's no case. It's a dog. Woof, woof, woof. A brown-yellow puppy came at her with its tongue out and its tail going. Is this Saber? Yes, isn't he cute? Haruna crouched down and rubbed his head and said quietly, if only I could talk to you. Then I could ask what you're barking at every night. Saber offered his opinion, which was, woof. They ate, they talked. Mio went to bed. Tanaka Haruna did not go to bed. Tanaka Haruna sat with her phone watching the numbers change until 12:59, fighting sleep because she is a professional now. The moment it turned to 1 o'clock, her heart stopped for a beat. Woof, woof, woof. Right on time. She got the bedroom door open and made herself walk out. Saber was in the living room, and the cute had gone out of him entirely. Teeth bared, low in the shoulders, making a sound in his chest, aimed at the front door. Haruna, did you get woken up too? Mio came out in pajamas, rubbing her eyes, yawning. Haruna didn't answer because Haruna was busy. In her gold eyes was the reflection of a woman in a white dress. That wasn't the problem. The problem was that the woman's head was almost touching the ceiling. That ceiling is 2.5 meters. 8, rokushaku, white dress, impossible height, black hair down past everything, and that pressure that makes the air too thick to move through. She was certain, 100%. That is not a person. That is the thing out of the story. That is Rokushaku-sama. Haruna, what's wrong? Mio yawned and waved at the dog. Come here, Saber. You keep doing this every night, you'll bother the neighbors. Calm down, calm down. Calm down. Haruna locked her teeth together and held it. This is what the training was for, this exact minute. As long as it doesn't know you can see, it can't touch you. Fighting it never entered her head. That's Rokushaku. In game terms, that's an elite boss walking into the tutorial area before you finish naming your character. Message Nightshade. Now. She got her hands almost steady and started typing, and the front door swung open on its own, with no wind. Saber shot out through it. Saber? And Mio went straight after him without 1 second of hesitation, because that is who she is. Tanaka-san. Too late. Oh no. It's over. It's finished. Because here's the thing about the rule. Humans who can't see them don't get hurt by them. That's the rule. Is the rule supposed to hold for the legend? For the thing that lures children out of houses before it kills them? Mio was already outside. Haruna sent the message with her legs shaking and walked out after her, and found something she had never seen before in her life. Under the moonlight, scraps of white and yellowed paper were coming down through the corridor of that apartment building like snow. The floor was already ankle deep in it. Paper money, the kind you burn for the dead. At the far end, Mio had caught Saber and picked him up, and turned around and smiled apologetically. Sorry. He was probably just excited because we have a guest. I woke you up. No, it's fine. Haruna kept her eyes on Mio's face, and in the edge of her vision, 3 meters of woman stood directly behind her friend, and through all that black hair there were 2 dead white eyes, and they were not looking at Haruna. Tanaka-san, go back inside quickly. It's cold out here. You'll catch something. I can't hold on much longer. That was the actual thought, not I'm frightened. I am about to run out. Okay, let's go back. Mio patted the dog and told him he wasn't allowed to run off again, and Rokushaku parted her lips slightly and let out a breath. That's not the part. The part is that when she did it, the ends of Tanaka Mio's hair moved. Haruna's brain went white. That's not possible. She's ordinary. She can't see. They cannot touch her. And then, a dead white finger came down and lifted a strand of Mio's hair and held it, delicately, in an open palm. Mio felt nothing. Mio was standing there, with a dog in her arms, being innocent at the world. Haruna, why aren't you coming in? Here is the situation as it existed in that corridor. If Tanaka Mio took 1 more step forward, she would feel her hair pull. And after that, woof, woof, woof! Saber went off like an alarm, right in her arms, snarling at the thing behind her. Huh? Why are you shouting again? And Mio started to turn her head. Tanaka Haruna's body moved before the thought finished forming. She got her left hand up and knocked Rokushaku's hand away from her friend's hair, shoved Mio bodily through the doorway, pulled the door shut, and put her back against it. Haruna? That was Mio, inside. Outside was Tanaka Haruna, alone in a corridor full of paper money, facing Rokushaku-sama. Can you see me? Soft, almost gentle, desolate. And then it wasn't. You can see me! Everything went very quiet in her head. She did the arithmetic, because she is the kind of person who does the arithmetic. Even at a dead sprint, it had been under a minute since she sent the message. Nobody is coming. Is this how it ends? And the last thought Tanaka Haruna had, as an enormous hand came down toward her face, was not fear. It was, I'm not willing to accept this. Why did I get these eyes? Just so I could experience this? Right now? For the first time in my life, I actually used them to save somebody. And a woman's voice, from nowhere, said, Are you unwilling to accept it? Can you only see and change nothing? Do you finally find yourself disgusting, weak, and useless? Then call my name. And a wall of black energy came up between Tanaka Haruna and that hand and stopped it dead. Something moved behind her gold eyes. So that's how it is, she said. This is what it is. The fear had gone, not suppressed, gone. She looked up at the thing that had come to kill her friend and said it clearly, one word at a time. Open your eyes. Senrin. The black mist turned into a person, a woman in a kimono and wooden clogs, long black hair, a face like a doll's, beautiful and completely without expression. Her eyes were bound with a strip of dark linen, and on the backs of both hands, under the wide sleeves, were two open eyes, all white, no pupils, focused on nothing. That's Senrin. Out of the same book of monsters that produced the thing standing across from her. This is my power. She took a breath and looked at Rokushaku, and there was nothing left in her face to hide. Go, Senrin. The eyes on the backs of those hands rolled over and fixed on Rokushaku, and black pupils opened in all that white. I see you. Senrin's voice is very light and very sad, and it arrived after she did, because she moved first. Her hands closed on Rokushaku's arms, and the nails went in deep. No blood, they don't bleed. Just black smoke coming out of the holes, and Rokushaku's face coming apart. Die! 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 The paper on the floor came up in a wave and wrapped around Senrin, and Senrin, smaller by 1.5 meters, and apparently not caring, dragged Rokushaku bodily into the stairwell at the end of the corridor. The fire door banged shut, and Tanaka Haruna sat down against Tanaka Mio's front door because her body had stopped taking calls. Huff. Huff. Here's the part nobody tells you about getting a superpower. It costs. Not lifespan, not body parts, just everything you have, all at once, immediately. 60 seconds. That's how long Senrin had been out. 60 seconds, and Haruna felt like she hadn't slept in 3 days and was being asked to sit an exam, which recalibrated something for her permanently because she'd watched me hold the handout for close to 3 minutes inside that building and then land from the 28th floor without breathing hard. Haruna? Haruna, are you all right? She noticed the floor getting closer. 2 facts arrived at the same time. 1. She was leaning on Tanaka Mio's front door. 2. Tanaka Mio's front door opens outward. Mio came out holding Saber and found her guest lying face down in the corridor in a full prostration. She stood there for several seconds. Haruna, did you drink too much? Tanaka Mio has seen a number of adults lying in corridors at night and had constructed the only theory available to her. Mio, get back inside. Haruna, that's the first time you've called me by my name. I'm so happy. Tanaka Haruna, unable to move a finger, would like it recorded that she considered standing up purely to hit her. And then Mio said something that stopped her heart. What are all these things? She crouched down and picked up a scrap of yellowed paper. Is this paper money? You can see that? Of course, it's all over the floor. Mio looked around the corridor, puzzled. And my mom's gone. She's not anywhere in the apartment. What is all this stuff? It's kind of creepy. Ice water, straight down the spine, because ordinary people cannot see this. That is the rule. That is the entire rule. Wait, is this still Tanaka Mio's building? And then the stairwell door came off its latch. Bang! Haruna knew before she looked. She felt it go. Her Senrin had been torn apart. What is that? Rokushaku came out of the stairwell slowly, head down, back bent, in a white dress, and even Tanaka Mio worked out that something was wrong. Mio, run! And Haruna stopped, because run where? There was nowhere. She had already checked. Woof, woof, woof. Saber got loose, hit the floor, put himself between the 2 girls and the thing coming down the corridor, and started barking at it with everything a small dog has. It didn't stop. Bare white feet came down on the paper with a soft, dragging sound. Stand up, stand up. She got about as far as sitting, 5 meters. Tanaka Haruna had run out of options, out of strength and out of ideas, and had arrived at the place where you simply watch it happen, and the paper in front of Rokushaku caught fire, black fire. She stopped. She drew her raised foot back, and through all that hair she looked at something behind the two girls and the dog, and a voice behind them said, with a laugh in it, "Kyoto's #1 exorcist, see above." Huh? Nightshade? Mio turned around and was extremely surprised to find a classmate in her corridor at 1 in the morning. Haruna didn't turn around. Haruna just started breathing again. "Be careful," she got out. "She's not like the ordinary ones." "Yes, I know." I walked past them and looked up at her. I never thought I'd actually see a real Rokushaku. I've heard so much. Rokushaku glanced at the burning paper and then at me and said in a very clear and very cold voice, "Who are you?" I shrugged. "Well, it's not Little Ma, and it's not your kind of food." She didn't get the reference, which was fair, since this is the ordinary world, and her setting does not include being dragged into anything. "Who are you?" So I stopped smiling and walked forward, and as I walked, the paper on the floor went up in black flame in front of me. "My name is Nightshade. I am 16 years old. I live in the downtown area of southwest Kyoto, and I am currently single and unmarried. I attend Kyoto Sobu High School. I usually finish before 5 in the afternoon. I don't smoke, and I don't like drinking. Every night I go out around 10, which ensures I am active for at least 8 hours. Before school, I eat a great deal of delicious evil spirits and do relaxing activities to loosen the body and mind. This lifestyle keeps me alert and ready to greet each new day. I am in excellent physical health. My psychiatrist has praised me, saying that everything is normal except for my mental state." Behind me, 2 girls and a dog had gone completely silent. In summary, I was standing in front of her by then. I am the one who destroys all evil spirits and protects this beautiful world, and I am the natural enemy of things like you. I put my right hand out and closed it slowly. "Come out." Tanaka Mio watched an enormous pale hand appear in midair and take 3 meters of legend and squeeze her like a stress toy. What is that?" Mio and Saber looked at each other. Neither had a position. Nightshade. Haruna was still on the floor, fighting her own eyelids. "Be careful, she isn't an ordinary one." And on cue, the hand burst into black mist and blew away. "You can see me too." Rokushaku dropped the act completely. The dignified face folded up into what was actually under it, and the black in her eyes spread until there was nothing else. Getting angry? I didn't move. I'm a cautious person. I should retreat about now. But I looked back at Haruna and Mio and the dog sitting on the paper with his tongue out. It seems I'll have to be serious this time. I put my hand out again and closed it loosely. "Come out." The hand came back. Mio didn't understand that. Haruna did, and it's worth knowing. Senrin and the hand are projections of the person. Breaking the projection costs the user, but as long as you can pay, you can put it back up. The hand, apparently humiliated at having been dispersed by a mere Rokushaku, immediately raised its middle finger at her. Both girls stared at it. Truly, a projection of the heart and soul. "Go." It went in exactly the same way it had the first time, and Rokushaku just stood there and watched it come. The same attack? How could that possibly work? Haruna's heart went straight back down. She's a beginner, but she's not stupid. The same attack produces the same result, and I could clearly put that thing up twice, but nobody puts it up forever. Which is when she noticed that I was no longer where I had been. While Rokushaku's entire attention was on the hand, I had walked around behind her, and I took the silver nail out of my pocket, the one Yamamoto Koharu confiscated on day 1, and I quietly took back out of that drawer and put it into her back. 3 meters of woman went down flat on the floor and screamed loud enough that both girls covered their ears. The hand gave her nothing. Black nails went through all 4 limbs and pinned her to the concrete. I crouched down and looked into all that black. As a professional exorcist, the hand is one of my tools. The real weapon against evil spirits is me. She writhed, she made noises, and I turned around and found both girls looking distinctly uncomfortable. Why are you both like that? They don't feel pain, look. I took the jujube wood dagger out of my pocket and put it through her arm. The noise she made rearranged the air. See, I said, nothing at all. Tanaka Haruna and Tanaka Mio looked at each other. That person is screaming. Also, her body is shaking and her face is coming apart. How is that not pain? Never mind, not important. If Nightshade says it doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. Mio was too shocked to speak. Haruna is a kind person, but she is not so saintly as to feel much for something that had spent the evening trying to kill her friend. Can you stand? Haruna got herself up on the wall and nodded. I can't fight, but walking should be fine. Then let's talk inside. Mio looked at the pin thing on the floor and the giant hand holding it down and said in a very small voice, Yeah, Nightshade, you wouldn't be thinking of bringing those 2 things into my apartment, would you? What else? I pointed down the corridor. But take a look. I think this probably isn't your building anymore. She went to the railing and looked out over Kyoto and covered her mouth. Her apartment overlooks a very busy district. You can see office towers from that corridor. What she saw was black, not night. Not 1 o'clock in the morning in a major city where the streetlights are on and the convenience stores glow and there's always some idiot's window lit at the wrong hour. Absolute black, moving like water, and underneath the surface of it something turning over. How could this be? Even past 1, it shouldn't look like, let's go inside. I waved my hand, and the hand picked Rokushaku up off the floor like luggage. Mio went and got under Haruna's arm without being asked, and brought her and the dog inside and locked the door twice, which was a lovely gesture given what I'd just carried through it. Haruna didn't even sit down properly before she started. What is going on outside? I had the hand stand Rokushaku upright and pin her to the wall first. Have you ever wondered, I said, why a door is shaped like a door? Mio, who had no context whatsoever, was undone by this. Why is a door shaped like a door? Why is a fish a fish? Why are humans human? Haruna just shook her head. I really haven't. Now it seems the influence a door has on spirits may not come from the door. It may come from what's on the other side of it. Another world? Mio couldn't hold it in. Are we in another world right now? Probably. I've read enough to know the shape of this. Since these things exist, an inner Kyoto is not a stretch. So, Haruna said slowly, the power of the door that was changing them, that was just the atmosphere leaking through a crack. And then she went pale because she'd finished the thought. If a crack does that, what does the room do? Anyway, since we're here, I shrugged, you lot go rest in the bedroom. Leave the living room to me as private space. I looked at the thing pinned to the wall and smiled. I think, Dame, absolutely not. Haruna nearly came off the sofa. What are you going to do? Have you been bewitched? Have you forgotten what that is? Her concern was not unfounded. In some versions of the story, Rokushaku lures underage boys and kills them. I am, technically, an underage boy. What are you thinking? I have principles. She started to relax. My bottom line is that everything's fine except the Monkey King. Half an hour later, in the bedroom, Mio had been brought up to speed. So that's how it is. So you and Nightshade usually talk about this kind of thing. I thought, Haruna, having watched this girl nearly die twice in one night, rolled her eyes. Aren't you scared at all? I'm scared, but being scared is useless, which surprised her. She'd assumed Mio would have been crying for an hour by then. She revised upward and also considered the possibility that Mio is simply extremely thick-skinned and concluded it was both. Anyway, the good news is your mother wasn't brought in with us. Rokushaku's here with us, so she's safe. And then, from the living room, came a woman sobbing, followed immediately by my voice, cheerfully, Crying? Crying counts as time. 2 girls and a dog sat in total silence. Said Mio eventually. Is it really okay to leave Rokushaku alone with Nightshade? Haruna shook her head, calm as anything. You don't need to worry about Nightshade. Judging from how she reacted when she first saw him, Rokushaku is very afraid of him. Oh, I see. That's good then. Mio laughed twice and privately thought, I wasn't worried about Nightshade. Given the situation, shouldn't we be worried about Rokushaku? Nearly an hour later, I told them they could come out. They came out fast, because they had been listening to that the entire time and stopped dead in the doorway. I was on the sofa with my legs crossed, entirely content. And in the corner, huddled up small, was Rokushaku, who was no longer quite 3 meters, more like 2 and a bit, and her outline had gone soft at the edges, and she was making herself as small as she could and not looking at anybody. The 2 girls looked at each other with the same question. Which one of these is the monster? Hello, Haruna came over and tugged my sleeve. What did you do? Torture. How does torture produce this? Oh, it's very simple. I explained it in a friendly tone, and Haruna went cold. I told her that every time I asked a question and didn't get an answer, I would eat part of her. Of course, I have excellent self-control. I made sure that each time she felt it, and each time there wasn't enough taken to disperse her. The inner world is quite different from ours. They recover much faster here, which makes things easier for me. After about an hour and roughly 200 bites, she became honest. Haruna covered her mouth. That's not torture. That's the death of 1,000 cuts, run at industrial speed, on something that heals. No wonder. No wonder the thing that had been baring its teeth in that corridor now looked like that. Who could take it? She also, briefly, entertained the possibility that I have psychopathic tendencies, which I consider an unfair characterization arrived at with insufficient evidence. I can't take it anymore. I grabbed my forehead and collapsed sideways on the sofa. Both of them ran over. What's wrong? No, I can't. It's going to get out of control. I had my teeth clenched, visibly enduring enormous pain, which Haruna later described as making her feel like her heart was being squeezed. Red is destruction. Blue is indifference. Green is disguise. White is nothingness. Yellow. Yellow. What's yellow again? The pain left my face entirely. Oh right, the yellow one is for me. Huh? Both of them stood there. Wasn't it about to go out of control? Didn't it have no fighting ability left? That fast? I glanced at the corner where Rokushaku had not moved a millimeter and nodded. You saw me weak and in pain just now, and you didn't take the opportunity. It seems you're genuinely convinced, so we can tentatively treat the information you gave me as true. And Haruna worked out what she had just watched. The collapse was theater, staged for the audience of 1 in the corner. If Rokushaku had moved, it would have proved that everything she'd said under the knife was worth exactly nothing. Even the evil spirits are being maneuvered. Truly a mature exorcist. Then, Tanaka Haruna felt a strange anger come up her throat, and she made a fist and swung it, and it landed on my shoulder with the force of a falling leaf. Couldn't you have told me? I was worried for nothing. Look at what you're saying. I didn't move. Summoning it twice and holding it that long really did take something out of me. By the way, how many times can you put that hand up? Haven't tested it properly. I'd estimate around 20. 20? She stared. The huge cost you mentioned, that's 1/10? Of course, I nodded seriously. Haven't you heard the saying? What saying? For a seasoned RPG player, 99% HP is low health and below 95 is critical. After that, they both loosened up considerably, which was the point. Here's what I got out of Rokushaku. This is Kyoto, the other one, the underworld, hell, the netherworld, every word every culture has for the place after. They're all pointing at this. It's a one-to-one copy of the city, except that instead of 1.5 million people, it has them. Not even Rokushaku knows how long it's been there. But, said Haruna frowning, when we've encountered doors before, nothing like this happened. And there wasn't a door anywhere near me and Mio tonight. So how did we end up here? I pointed at the corner. Actually, you, Mio, and Saber have all been in contact with a door. You just didn't know it. She got there in one step and her voice went thin. You mean, there's a door inside her. That's the idea. The three of us came here because Rokushaku couldn't fully control it, plus a chain of coincidences. Logically, a spirit at her level is roughly equal to your Senrin. The reason she erased Senrin instantly is the door in her body. And I watched Haruna's shoulders come down about 3 centimeters because she'd spent the last hour privately convinced that her soul was garbage. It wasn't. The enemy was cheating. Rokushaku, for the record, is not that impressive. She's the kind that can't kill openly and has to trick children in the dark. Her reputation is a marketing achievement. Wait a moment. Mio, who had been following approximately 11% of this, put her hand up. If that's the case, why did Nightshade get dragged in too? Then, thinking out loud, and how did you know Haruna had summoned Senrin? You got here after. Could it be? She turned and looked at me with enormous innocent eyes. I understand. You were worried about Haruna, so you've been waiting nearby the whole time. You hid so she could awaken properly, didn't you? It was a coincidence. I kept my face exactly where it was. I picked up a job on the side. Tanaka-san, did you know a little girl in this building recently lost her grandmother? Really? I've never heard that. That's normal. It's an apartment block, not a compound. After the grandmother died, the girl started hearing her voice at night, calling her name, over and over. She also showed something like sleepwalking. Fortunately, her parents locked the security door before bed, or the consequences would have been considerable. The hospital found nothing. Her parents went to Old Man Taro. Old Man Taro came to me. Combined with what you told me about the dog, I could confirm there was something in this area, and that it wasn't ordinary. It's all coincidence, Mio covered her mouth and leaned into Haruna and whispered at a volume clearly intended to carry. Haruna, even though he says that, he really does care about you. Haruna coughed twice. Don't talk nonsense. Then, immediately, have to change the subject. So, how do we get out of here? Very simple. Besides luck and probability, there's a reliable way to move between worlds. We wait here until 5 in the morning. Why 5? Have you heard of the 4 o'clock demon time? What about the Demon King? 4 o'clock demon time. At what time? I rolled my eyes. Stop doing this. Haruna has read a great many books of strange tales, so she got there. I remember that. Doesn't that mean dusk? Correct. That's when they can cross into our world. The window when ordinary people like Tanaka-san can cross back is the mirror of it. Roughly 5 to 7 in the morning. I call it the meeting hour. Psychics like you and me can use either. Haruna thought about it and looked at Mio with concern. Because if we had to walk to a door in this place, in this city, with an ordinary person and a girl who couldn't stand up, then we were going to lose somebody. Don't worry, I said. That's exactly why I left Rokushaku alive. When the time comes, she'll send us back directly. She has the power of a door inside her. And Haruna finally relaxed because it explained the one thing that had been bothering her all night, which is that I do not leave things alive. Rokushaku wasn't a survivor. She was a return point. Then Haruna remembered something, sat up straight, put her hands together, went red with effort, and shouted, "Come out!" Mio and I looked at her. Come out what? She opened her hands and looked at them and sighed. I tried your method of condensing the power into a weapon. Nothing happened at all. So I'm still too weak? She looked up and found me visibly struggling not to laugh. You! Are you mocking me? No, that's not it, I waved. I'm not mocking your ability. I'm mocking your brain. Condensing evil spirit energy into weapons and devouring them to get stronger are my constitution, not a function of the manifestation. If you want a comparison, compare your Senrin to my hand. Oh, I see. She had, in fairness, already picked out what weapon she wanted. By the way, how many eyes does your Senrin have now? 2, 1 on each hand. I tapped the table. They eat each other. Yours has two, and the great demon in the records has eyes over its entire body, which means yours is a newborn and there is a great deal of room for improvement. Low emotional intelligence. How are you this useless? High emotional intelligence. Ms. Tanaka Haruna, you have a great deal of room for improvement. She didn't notice. So if I want Senran stronger, she has to eat other spirits. That evolution method is, I can only say it's very much in keeping. Then she looked up. By the way, there's something I want to tell you. What? My Senran is female. How novel. She's materialized out of your soul, so obviously she matches you. So, is your hand male or female? That one I had not budgeted for. This, I feel, it might be a hermaphrodite? Both of them made a face. Of course, that doesn't mean I'm a hermaphrodite. The hand is a hermaphrodite because I like to be sarcastic and eccentric. There's a saying like that? Of course not. I kept smiling and thought about two things. First, exactly as Akagi Ray analyzed it, having the sight already qualifies you to fight. The perception shift is the key that turns the lock. When Tanaka Haruna stopped seeing them as things you hide from and started seeing them as things standing between her and a person she cared about, Senran woke up. As for me, on the first day I could see, my reaction to a monster was not to run. It was, wherever the enemy can go, I can go. They can hurt people, so why can't people hurt them? So it woke up on day one. Second, whatever the hand is, it does not behave like Senran, and it does not behave like a spirit. And when things reach this point, generally speaking, the anomaly is you. At 5 o'clock I said, open the door. 2 words. Rokushaku flinched, made a gesture in the air, and a wooden door faded in. And just as we were about to step through it, she reached out and got hold of my sleeve. Can you take me with you? Mio and Haruna stopped dead. What? Rokushaku-sama wants to come with us? How did an interrogation turn into an emotional attachment? Is this Stockholm? I wasn't surprised. I'd been waiting for it. It seems you're sensible after all. Think about her position for a second. A door is a thing that connects two worlds. Or, put more plainly, it breaks down the boundary between the living and the dead, which means Rokushaku, fused with one, is no longer an ordinary spirit. She is a spirit that can cross, and can bring humans across. That capability is priceless to every other thing in that city that wants to eat a human soul and can't reach one. Is she strong? She's not nothing. With the door she beats most of them, but how many of them are in that Kyoto? What's in the fog? If she goes back alone, there is exactly one outcome, and it's being eaten by something bigger that wants what she has. They're afraid of dying too, and she just spent an hour finding out, in detail, what being eaten is like. She's terrified of me, but by the same logic, if she's terrified of me, so is everything else. A good bird chooses a good tree. Is it shameful? Not remotely. In that case, I stop smiling. Let's sign a contract. In the original version of Haruna's story, the human signs a contract with a god and gives up everything she has for 3 favors, which tells you who usually loses on paper. We were going to do it the other way. The condition of the contract is that you become my assistant. That sounded almost reasonable. Then I kept going. You work 6 days a week with 1 day off. Effective working hours are a minimum of 12 per day. If you fail to complete assigned work within stipulated hours, you will work unpaid overtime. Additionally, your bonus will be deducted. We operate compensatory leave during holidays. You may take leave. The lost hours must be made up during normal periods. Outside working hours, you must be available whenever I call. If I say your name, you appear immediately, or it is treated as a full day of absence. In return, your weekly wage is enough to devour 1 evil spirit, and you receive my protection. I paused. By the way, final interpretation rights of this contract belong to us. If there are no problems, we have consensus. Tanaka Mio and Tanaka Haruna stood there in silence. Good heavens. Even the evil spirits are being exploited. Rokushaku, facing the most one-sided document in the history of the afterlife, nodded with a humiliated expression. Nothing else for it. If you don't sign, plenty of others will. If Rokushaku won't be an asset, something else will compete for the position. Take it or leave it. She nodded, and I felt a thin connection form. As old man Taro told me, the word contract has come down from antiquity for a reason. Between humans and spirits, it is absolute, and it cannot be violated. Little 8, I walked over, patted her on the shoulder, and helped her up. Following me will lead to a bright future. Work hard from here and we'll grow bigger and stronger and create even greater glories. Those 4 great vengeful spirits, Emperor Gotoba, Minamoto no Yoshitsune, Ibaraki Doji, Tamamo no Mai, will crush all of them sooner or later. You have to grow with the company and realize your personal, spiritual value. Understand? Haruna put her face in her hands because this was audibly empty, and Rokushaku-sama lit up like a lamp and nodded hard. Yes, I will definitely continue to work hard under your guidance. Here's the thing. She's an evil spirit, and she's several hundred years old. Nobody has ever made her a promise before. Haruna has described the scene as a naive country girl arriving in the city and being talked into a job by an unscrupulous employer, and says she doesn't know how to evaluate it. We went home through the door. For Haruna, the inner world is a place where death is close to guaranteed. For me it is, and I want to be precise about this, the finest all-you-can-eat establishment ever constructed. Because my nights had been getting difficult. Not the fighting, the finding. Ordinary spirits had stopped being findable. They clear out the moment they sense me, like stray dogs. And now a city stocked to the ceiling with them had opened for business and delivered itself to my door. There are limits. Rokushaku can open a door anywhere, but you can still only cross in those 2 windows, and the anywhere function has a 7-day cooldown. Fine. There are already doors in Kyoto. I go every night. We stepped out into Mio's living room at about 6 in the morning, and Mio pinched her own cheek. So, what just happened wasn't a dream? Haruna and I looked at her. Tanaka Mio's reaction time could be measured in prefectures. Then the master bedroom door opened. Huh. Mio's mother came out yawning, saw 3 people standing in her living room, including a boy she had never met, and stopped. What are you doing? Both girls froze solid. I looked at Saber. Saber looked at me. 2 species, 1 moment of perfect understanding. Woof. What do we do? What do you suggest we do? Woof woof. Something bad is about to happen. I'm out. I watched him go under the sofa. Right. 2 possibilities. 1. She doesn't know the girls were ever gone. In which case, I only have to explain why I'm in her apartment before dawn. 2. The noise woke her when they left. In which case, I have to explain where I went in the middle of the night with 2 girls and a dog. As for why I'm doing the explaining, I looked at the 2 of them, standing there with their mouths slightly open, and there was no question. Her hair was down instead of up. She was still yawning. She had just woken up. And no parent whose daughter vanished at 1 in the morning goes back to sleep. So it's option 1. That entire process took under a second. Hello. I'm Nightshade, a classmate of Tanaka-san and Tanaka. Nice to meet you. Haruna felt a horrible familiarity settle over her. Oh no, is it starting again? Tanaka-kun? Mio's mother nodded politely and then frowned. Excuse me, is there something you needed, visiting so early? That's right, I can lie without moving my face. Tanaka-san, Tanaka and I are in the same club. We need to be at school early today to prepare for club activities. But Mio didn't tell me. You can't blame her for that. Tanaka-san said that if she'd told you, you'd have gotten up very early to make breakfast. She didn't want you working that hard, so she thought she'd leave early and get something outside. She didn't expect to wake you. Tanaka Mio stood behind me, experiencing an emotion. You just say things like that? Oh, I see. Mio's mother was, let us say, not a suspicious woman. Then she went over and covered her mouth and stage whispered at her daughter. When did you make friends with such a handsome classmate? You didn't tell me at all. Could it be? No, Mom, don't talk nonsense. Hee, it's so good to be young. Then she stopped us at the door. Even if you have to be at school early, you can't just get something at a convenience store. Breakfast is important. Besides, it's Haruna and Nightshade's first visit. We can't be impolite. And she sat all 3 of us down and went to cook. Auntie, let me help. I was in that kitchen before anyone could object. Oh, Nightshade-kun, you're too kind. I can manage. It's nothing. I'm killing time anyway. Your movements are quite skilled. Do you cook at home often? Not often, but I've studied specifically. It's rare to see boys who can cook these days. Thank you, Auntie. I'll handle the miso soup. Out at the table, Mio put her chin in her hands and sighed. Haruna patted her shoulder. You'll get used to it. My mother likes him too. She spent the whole weekend telling me to invite him for dinner. Skill activated. Friend of wives. Effect. Exceptionally effective damage against mothers. Why are you working so hard on my mom? Mio muttered when I sat back down. I think she's about to adopt you. Adopted son? That won't do. It won't pass the censors. Huh? Consider how Mio and I feel, said Haruna, frowning. My mother tells me to invite you over every single day. What exactly do you want? Please, both of you, lower your heads and come closer. They leaned in, curious. Judging by your mothers, I said quietly, they're both quite capable. Why don't we devise a plan to bring them into the Shine? Downstairs, Saber saw us off with his tail going like a propeller. Woof, woof! I understand what you mean. I crouched and rubbed his head. See you next time. On the way to the tram, Mio glanced back at me and smiled. Nightshade, you really do like Saber. Could it be that you're the kind of person who likes small animals? What do you mean, could it be? There's an implication in that sentence. Oh, sorry, she laughed sheepishly. It's just that you don't usually give the impression of someone who likes small animals. You're more like… And she stopped, because what she'd been about to say was, at school you're fine, but the moment you're near one of those things, you're a completely different person. And forget small animals, you seem like a cold-blooded psychopath. Which is fair. Meanwhile, Haruna's eyes kept drifting to the empty air behind my shoulder. Haruna, what's wrong? Why do you keep staring at that spot? She breathed out and waved it off. It's nothing, I'm just tired. Here's what the 2 of them were looking at. Tanaka Mio saw 2 high school girls and a boy walking down a street on a spring morning under falling blossom, which is a scene you could put on a poster. Tanaka Haruna saw the same thing, plus a 2.5-meter woman in a white dress, barefoot, hair almost to the ground, following directly behind me in complete silence. Not doing anything, just present, and the sound of all that hair moving against the dress. What does it mean to add the finishing touch to a masterpiece? The thing that reassured Haruna was that Mio clearly couldn't see her. which meant Mio had only been able to see anything at all because she'd been inside the other Kyoto. Haruna knows exactly what being able to see costs. She's been paying it for years. If you can't see it, there's no danger. She let it go. At school, 6:30 in the morning, I took them to the club room. Akagi Rei was obviously not there, because normal people don't arrive at 6:30. I walked to the table and the chair pulled itself out and positioned itself at a comfortable distance. In Tanaka Mio's eyes, a chair moved on its own. In Tanaka Haruna's eyes, Rokushaku-sama carefully dragged it out and then made a small gesture of invitation with enormous respect. Good work. I'll give you a raise later. Haruna watched me sit down with my legs crossed while a legendary murder spirit beamed with pride. Pua, she thought. This is definitely workplace Pua. Humans devouring evil spirits to grow stronger was already outrageous. Humans running an exploitative labor arrangement with one was a genuinely unprecedented scene. Speaking of which, I looked at Mio. Tanaka-san, do you want to join the Supernatural Quantum Mechanics Research Club? You're practically an insider now. Eh? Me? She was visibly surprised. I don't have your abilities. I'm just an ordinary person. How could I help? Don't underestimate yourself. I shook my head. You don't understand how special your talent is. Both of them looked blank. Haruna wasn't bad-mouthing her friend. It's just that Mio is not clever, not psychic, and not athletic. And if you asked Haruna to name the talent, she'd have said, very cute, and then worried about whether that counted. I put on a serious face. There is a kind of pure stupidity in Tanaka-san. Huh? Are you praising me or insulting me? Praising you, obviously. I spread my hands. The 3 members of this club are considered eccentric and unapproachable by everyone outside it. Wait a moment, Haruna cut in. My image at school is normal, right? And Mio laughed awkwardly and said, carefully, Haruna, honestly, your image isn't much better than Nightshade's. How? Actually, the class says you always have a blank expression and this strange coldness, so you seem impossible to approach. Tanaka Haruna sat with that, because that expression is not a personality. That expression is a survival adaptation. She built it over years because the day your face moves in front of the wrong thing is the day you die. She'd been so successful at it that she'd given herself a reputation. In short, this club is full of weirdos. I moved on before she could get properly upset. Which means that in a club full of weirdos, we need an image ambassador, a diplomat, someone who can reassure students who have doubts so they'll bring us their paranormal problems with peace of mind. Because think about it from outside, 3 of us. Haruna reads as an ice sculpture. Akagi Rei can analyze anything and should not be permitted to talk to strangers. And me. Tanaka Mio has a specific charm that I'm not going to try to define, and a personality like weather in April, and talking to her is restful. The entire purpose of the club is to get students to bring us information. She is the bridge. Don't underestimate that position. Shi Qian among the 108, Zhou Yu in Eastern Wu, Zhuan Zong on the journey west. These are load-bearing people. Is it really okay for me? Yes. Yes. She agreed almost immediately, which told me everything. Tanaka Mio's gentleness is the kind that puts other people first. She didn't ask what she'd get. Nightshade and Haruna need her, and that was already more than enough reason. Okay, welcome, welcome, I clapped. In that case, as a special investigation unit for the supernatural, every member needs a code name. A code name? That's right, code name. Ooh, Mio's eyes went bright. I don't understand what that means, but it feels kind of cool. Haruna watched this happen and thought, it's spreading. Stop, Mio. The road ahead of you has no return. Then it's decided. Your code name is Pudding. Pudding? Yes, because your hair is in a dango. Pudding, for short. Okay, then I looked at Haruna. Your codename is Crybaby. I refuse. She sat up straight. If we have to have codenames, I'll choose my own. Fine, think of one yourself. And she stopped and squinted because she could feel that she had just been moved somewhere. If I had opened with, think of a codename for yourself, she would have refused outright. Open with Crybaby, and she compromises her way into volunteering. As Ba Jin once said, that's human nature. We always prefer the compromise. Ba Jin. I didn't say that, although it does sound like something I'd say. Then my codename, it has to be something that doesn't attract attention, but outsiders could use to address me. So, how about Psychic? And what's yours? I looked at both of them and said it with total conviction. My codename is Buttershooter. Silence, setting aside what that means, which is unclear. Why does it have such a strong Western fantasy energy? Let's not bother with codenames for you, Haruna said quickly, because she understood that if I were permitted to choose, there would be a performance. Your codename will be Captain. Fine, I said, as long as it isn't Lao Da. Then I assigned roles. Ambassador Tanaka Mio, communication with students, intake of paranormal requests, intelligence gathering. Psychic Tanaka Haruna, verification. If it's confirmed evil, destroy on the spot. And because Haruna is still weak, I assigned her my best and only employee. Rokushaku would accompany Tanaka Haruna so that Senrin could eat and grow and Haruna could get through her beginner phase alive and gradually become a competent tool. No, exorcist. The codenames weren't purely a bit, incidentally. When outsiders are present and you can't speak plainly, one word tells every member that the conversation has changed category. Is it also Chunibyo? Somewhat. And my own job, the high-risk doors Haruna can't touch yet, and my favorite restaurant every night. A quiet week went by, and then it was Friday, and Tanaka Mio came bouncing over to the corner of the classroom and found Haruna showing me something on her phone with a face like a funeral. It was a live broadcast. Currently, 450 students, 25 teachers, and several dozen staff are trapped inside Kyoto Municipal Kindergarten. Police are negotiating. According to reliable sources, there are approximately 20 perpetrators, all armed with firearms and heavy weapons, and all of them are mentally unstable. To ensure the safety of the teachers and children, police have no plans to force entry at this time. The broadcast showed the gate and the open ground inside it, which is where Haruna, being a psychic, could see the thing the camera couldn't, a door, already half open. What do we do? I stood up and yawned. Do I need to say it? Never let a single evil spirit go unpunished. That's my guiding principle. But, and here, Tanaka Mio showed a side of herself that has nothing to do with being cute. The whole area is surrounded by the Metropolitan Police Department. Setting aside whether you can handle armed kidnappers, you couldn't even get inside, could you? I smiled at her. What time is it? She checked. 4:30. Why? And then she stopped and covered her mouth. You don't mean? That's right. I nodded. In half an hour, the demon hour arrives. The plan was simple to describe. Cross into the inner world through a door, walk to the corresponding location, come back out through the door standing inside Kyoto Municipal Kindergarten. Describing it is simple. Rokushaku's open a door anywhere function was still on cooldown, which meant I had to use an existing one, and existing ones are where they are. The inner world is architecturally identical to ours, which meant walking somewhere between several and a dozen kilometers through that fog, and then coming out the other end to face at least 20 unstable men with guns. It's difficult. It's extremely difficult. It is, honestly, an impossible task. Mio had worked that out, which meant Haruna had worked it out considerably earlier. She looked at me, relaxed, and something moved behind her eyes, and she said, very quietly, actually, you don't have to take a risk like this. Hand it to the police. They're professionals. Which, if you know Tanaka Haruna, is a genuinely remarkable sentence. She's the girl who walked across a train carriage. She is willing to put herself in front of things for strangers, the condition being that it's her. She had no right to ask me to do that, and she knew it, and she'd done the arithmetic on the odds and hadn't liked the output. Oh, right. I remembered something, took a bank card out of my pocket and handed it to her. There's 60,000 in here. And before I could finish the sentence, Tanaka Haruna burst into tears. This confused me considerably. What do you mean, bro? Do you really have to be so intent on dying? She said, with her shoulders going. Mio was looking at the card with a complicated expression too. Nightshade, if you die in that fog, the children still won't be saved. Maybe we should think of another way? What are you thinking? I actually laughed. This isn't an inheritance. It's the exorcism fees old man Taro's been paying out. Oh, I see. Tanaka Haruna, mid-cry, went scarlet and got a handkerchief out. That's more like it, she thought. He is not a person who walks knowingly into a losing fight, which is correct. 60,000? Mio's voice went up several decibels before she remembered where she was. Starting Tuesday, in under 3 days, 60,000. Is it a lot? I shrugged. We're fighting real evil spirits. In other words, we're saving our clients' lives. Do you have some misunderstanding about what professional exorcists earn? The two of them looked at each other and then said in unison, that's too much. We can't take it. You keep it. I want to note this properly. 60,000 yuan to a high school student is not a small number. And two of them turned it down flat, in stereo, without discussing it first. Is this a science fiction film? Take it. I've already split it. I put the card on the table. The total was 100,000. We each take 30, and the remaining 10 stays with me as club activity funds. This, Haruna looked at it. I took the job to help people. It feels strange to take money from them. Have you two heard the story of Gongye Chang accepting the ox? No. Young people these days have no culture. So I explained. Short version, it is correct to accept payment. Set aside the danger. Think about the second order effect. If our exorcisms are free, one obvious thing happens. Anybody who thinks they might have encountered something, regardless of severity, regardless of whether their life is actually affected, files a request. It's free. Why wouldn't they? Which means we spend our time filtering a mountain of meaningless and false reports to find the people who are actually in danger. We have classes. Our time is already tight. So how many people who genuinely needed help get hurt or die in the time we lose? Neither of them had an answer because they are 16 and that is not a 16-year-old's thought. All right, take it. I checked the time and stretched. Now, it's time for a professional exorcist to go and save Kyoto. Half an hour later, I stepped out of a door into a back alley in the other Kyoto, 12 kilometers from the kindergarten. The fog outside the alley mouth moved like a tide coming in. I'd worked something out by then that's worth stating plainly, because it changes how you think about both cities. In the surface world, the most dangerous place I had ever marked was that abandoned building. 1 S rank, and I meant the ranking. Put that same building in the inner world, and it's a safe house. As long as you don't walk up to the door itself, the things in it won't even come at you. Because here's the difference between the two Kyotos. In the inner world, they don't have to ask. There is no "can you see me?" Everyone can see. Even an ordinary person like Tanaka Mio sees everything, instantly, all the time, which means they can attack the moment they lay eyes on you. It's their city. I'm the outsider. I walked out into the fog and said, "Come out." The hand appeared, and it had grown again, past the wrist now, up through the forearm, into the upper arm, everything but the shoulder. One more push and it would be a complete limb. "Tell me, what exactly are you?" It had no mouth, so it declined to comment. I'd tried having it right. It turns out the manifestation of my soul is illiterate, which is embarrassing for both of us. But watching Tanaka Haruna awaken had given me two useful things. First, I still don't know its true name. Senrin told Haruna hers the moment it woke. Perhaps the hand only offers one when it's finished growing. Second, and this is the one that mattered, the hand is more dangerous than anything I have ever met. The proof is very simple. Tanaka Haruna couldn't see it. Not until I chose to show her, on that tram. There's only one reason a psychic can't see a spirit. Fujiwara Ryo and the old fortune tellers can only make out blurred shapes because they're weak, and a spirit that's strong enough cannot be observed at all by someone below it. Tanaka Haruna can see the true face of anything in this city. She was not qualified to look at what follows me around. So what's actually under there? Some Cthulhu-shaped thing? Tentacles? That would be quite interesting, honestly. The fog parted in front of the hand as it moved, and I walked into it, and the red moon put a very unpleasant light on everything. Meanwhile, outside the kindergarten, a middle-aged man with square glasses and a beard wiped his forehead with his sleeve. What's the situation on the ground? Still no progress. Damn it. Kawamura Kenji, chief of the Criminal Investigation Bureau, waved a hand. "Get me a vest. I'm going in alone to negotiate with them." "Sir, no, Commander Kawamura. You're the on-scene commander. You can't. There's no other way." His hands had closed without him noticing. It's been over an hour. Their mental state is unstable. If this continues, the hostages. Nobody around him said anything, because everyone had run the same arithmetic. 20+ armed men. Storming it means children as young as 5 in the line of fire. This is Japan. You do not get to resolve this the way certain other countries have historically resolved it. Then an officer came sprinting. "Commander Kawamura, an unidentified individual has entered the site." "What?" His face changed. "We sealed every entrance. Did they come out of the building? Are they one of the perpetrators?" The officer's expression was complicated. "Removing, sir. That person appeared directly in the open ground inside the gate." "Appeared directly?" Kawamura Kenji stopped. "Explain that more clearly." "It means exactly what it says, sir. Like a ghost. They were simply there." He was moving before the sentence finished, because as on-scene commander, the mechanism was not his problem. His problem was that 20 unstable men with guns might read a sudden appearance as the start of an assault. Somebody handed him a camera, and he understood immediately why his officer had said unidentified. The figure was about 1.8 meters, full coverage black mask, eyes only. Black hair to about the shoulder, tied back carelessly with thin cord, which told him nothing because it could be a man or a woman. Black coat, black trousers, black shoes, gloves. Not 1 centimeter of skin, not one usable feature. "This attire," said Kawamura Kenji through his teeth, "this is a veteran." Even with decades of casework, he could extract nothing. The only distinguishing characteristics were black hair and black eyes, in Japan. "Where is he now?" "Commander, he's gone inside the building." Inside the building, the corridor smelled wrong. To a normal person, that hallway was spotless enough to reflect the lights. What I was walking through was a floor covered in a thick layer of something viscous that was still moving slightly, and walls with fine tendrils coming out of them. Nauseating is the correct word. As expected, not an ordinary one. To warp an environment like that, you're at minimum at Rokushaku's level. And here's the part that mattered. When Rokushaku changed her surroundings, she did it inside the inner world, on her own ground. Doing it here, in the surface world, while simultaneously steering the minds of more than 20 men, that's something else. "Who are you?" A man with a pistol, finger already inside the guard, muzzle up. "I'm a negotiation specialist sent by the Metropolitan Police Department." I raised both hands and smiled. "Look, no weapons." "Negotiator?" He looked me over, and his face twisted, and he grinned. "We don't have demands. Now that you're in here, you can die in here." "That's great." He had not expected enthusiasm. "If there's nothing to discuss, that's great." "Let's begin, Rokushaku." He saw a very long shadow arrive in front of him. She put a palm on either side of his head and closed them like someone testing a melon. I watched the body go down and yawned. "Killing all of you is the most convenient and time-efficient option, and also my favorite." Rokushaku's expression through all of that did not change by 1 degree. She had just ended a human being with her hands, and her eyes were exactly as they had been. An evil spirit is an evil spirit. Signing a contract does not make her a person, and I have never once forgotten that. But the usefulness of a tool depends on who's holding it. Whether a killing is a murder depends entirely on who is being killed. Disguise yourself. Lure them out. She went to the doorway of the big activity room, the one built for the children's performances, and looked in first, checking for other spirits, which is a professional habit I appreciated. Inside that room were 450 children, 25 teachers, a great deal of crying, and the sound of men pacing. And then, from the corridor, one of their own voices called out, "Come on, someone help me!" Perfect, not a flaw in it. That's her original profession, and she hasn't lost the skill just because she's salaried now. Huh? The men looked at each other. A big one with a beard and a semi-automatic rifle frowned. Two of you, check it out. Two came out with pistols. And the voice, which had sounded like it was 4 meters away, stayed exactly 4 meters away no matter how far they walked, all the way to the end of the corridor. By that point, even they had noticed. Hey, I said! A bundle of black hair came out of the side wall and went around both their throats. They came off the floor, they got their hands into it and pulled with everything they had and achieved nothing except opening their own palms. Just ordinary humans? I stepped out from behind her and waved at 2 men whose faces had gone purple. Kill them. She stiffened the hair into needles and put it through their necks. I crouched down and picked up one of the pistols and had a look at it. The quality was terrible. Wear everywhere. These 2 guns were like a 4090 that had done a tour in a mine, like an AJ-1 that had been played in, like a donkey that had pulled a millstone its entire life. Not a professional outfit. I checked their hands and their bodies to confirm it. No calluses from years of shooting. Plenty of scars, all of them from blades, and not one entry wound, which told me who they were. Local gang. Almost certainly. So here's the question. Why would men doing perfectly well as gangsters kidnap a kindergarten? If you want money, rob a bank, rob a jeweler. And if you wanted ransom, you would not take 450 children, because that's not a crime. That's a suicide note. There's one explanation. Something was steering them, and they didn't know it. Puppets who never noticed the strings. A person being steered is not the same as a person possessed. Intervene in time and you can pull them back. I had no intention of doing that. Not because of good and evil, because when the other side has firearms, hesitation and pity are how you get shot. It could be saved. It's unnecessary. Inside the room, one of them had a pistol against the teacher's temple. Why have they been gone so long? This is annoying. Maybe I should kill a few for fun. Don't rush. The leader smiled and raised a detonator in his left hand, and his face went past unstable into something religious. Wait until the police can't stand it and come in. Then, we're going to give Kyoto, no, all of Japan, a surprise gift. The teachers understood immediately, which is worse than not understanding. The children were too young. These men had never wanted money. They were waiting for a rescue attempt so they could detonate the building with everyone inside it. Outside the window, I did the arithmetic. Several of them had guns pointed vaguely at hostages. If they were professionals, I could work with that. The problem was precisely that they were amateurs, and some of them were almost certainly holding a firearm for the first time in their lives. Kick the door and you startle them. Startle them and fingers close. Losing a few hostages cost me nothing personally, but as they say, every gamer wants the perfect run with all achievements. I looked back at the hand. It's on you. Go and steal every bullet out of their guns. It spread all 5 fingers and rolled over twice on the floor. Oyster, oyster, oyster. Dummy, dummy, dummy. I can't. You're doing the clingy act now. Don't disgust me. Joking, obviously. It can't. The manifestation follows the same rule as the rest of them. It has to be seen before it can affect anything. Otherwise, it passes through the world like a draft, which is the whole architecture, by the way, and Akagi Ray nailed it from the beginning. It was never the weapons doing damage, it's the psychic holding them. I can hurt one with a silver nail. Hand that same nail to an ordinary person and they'll amuse it. Haruna once asked why we don't just pack the door locations with explosives and level them. Setting aside how violent that is, it works on one condition. The person placing and detonating them has to be me or her. An ordinary person can flatten the building and the door will still be standing in the rubble, unbothered, because nobody involved was qualified to interact with it. Nothing for it, I said. We'll have to use that technique. And I walked in through the front door. Hi everyone. 20+ muzzles came around and locked on. Who are you? Forget the gangsters. The staff and the children were also thrown, and I understand why. Picture it, late afternoon light coming through the windows in pale gold, lying across the floor. And standing in it, a figure in a black coat and a full black mask, hair tied up, showing nothing but a pair of black eyes. That is the establishing shot of a home invasion film. I looked at 20 fingers on 20 triggers and let my shoulders drop. Hey, don't you recognize me? And then I ran a list without pausing for breath. It's me, Sato-kun, Kawamura-kun, Takahashi-kun, Watanabe-kun, Sato-kun. You've all got terrible memories, and I watched their faces while I did it. Kawamura, Kimura, Sato. 3 of them hesitated. 3 sets of eyes went uncertain. Oh dear. You really don't remember? I walked up to one of them past the guns and clapped him on the arm like an old friend. Hey, Sato-kun, we drank together last time, don't you remember? That other guy was there too. We had a great night. We said we'd do it again. And Sato-kun, who had been holding a pistol on me 9 seconds earlier, lowered it slightly. Drinking? Is that true? You really forgot? Fine. Then let me tell everyone about the extremely embarrassing thing you did when you got drunk. No, please don't. At which point, he was mine. The Japanese are, I'm sorry to say, still too innocent about this. As a man who has lived 2 lives, I felt it was my duty to introduce them to the classic. Hello, it's me. Can't you recognize my voice? Yes, it's me. Something urgent has come up and I need you to transfer some money. Even the surnames were chosen with care. Those are among the most common in the country. With a group that size, unless you're extraordinarily unlucky, you're going to hit. And I didn't have to do anything after that. Sato-kun's own brain went looking for the drunken night he was embarrassed about, found one, and helpfully assigned me to it. "Oh, aren't you that guy? What brings you here?" I gave them a mysterious smile and beckoned. "Come closer. I have important news." Of course, with the full mask, nobody could see my expression. But just because they can't see it doesn't mean you get to be lazy. Absolutely not. That's the professional standard of a professional performer. They gathered in. "Kill them all," I said quietly. "Leave no one." The words landed, and before anyone could move, 3 meters of woman in white came up in their vision, and above their heads, the hand hung open like something out of a sword over the throne story. Rokushaku's hair went from smooth to needles in an instant, and her face stopped being a face. 7 throats opened at once from a few protruding strands, and the hand closed 5 fingers on 5 men from above and put them into the floor. Here's the thing about that. They were being steered by something. That doesn't mean they had any of its power. And the moment I told them to look, the condition was met, which meant they could have hurt Rokushaku and the hand, which is entirely academic when your friend standing beside you becomes part of the floor in under a second. I did not waste it. I was in front of one of them before he processed the sound and put my right fist into his throat. There was a crack and he went straight down with the lights off. Although I'm a professional exorcist, I was already at the next one, and I took his head in my hand and put him into the wall. I'm also very good at killing. Damn it! Their leader finally got there and emptied a rifle at me. His aim was poor. Roughly a fifth of it was on target. Rokushaku stepped in front of me without being told. The rounds went into her, and she frowned, and about 3 seconds later they came back out and hit the floor with a series of small, clean sounds while the holes closed. Because the rule cuts both ways, and I want to be precise about the boundary. Given seeing, spirits can hurt humans and humans can hurt spirits, but only a psychic can kill one. If I had fired that rifle, Rokushaku would have been in genuine danger. It's never the gun, it's the hand. From the moment those two appeared to the end of it was under 7 seconds. 7 seconds. 23 men. Solved. I turned around to 450 children and 25 teachers. "Aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for dinner?" And the staff of Kyoto Municipal Kindergarten got the children up and out. I'll say something about them. Under those conditions, not one of those teachers ran on their own. Every adult in that room left holding children. Then a small girl with light blue hair came over and tugged my sleeve. Big brother, what is it?" "Thank you. Thank you for saving us, big brother. Are you a hero?" I patted her head. "No, I'm just a common rider who happened to be passing through." "Carmen? Rider?" "Joking. Go with your teacher, quickly." She ran, and at the door she turned around and waved at me with an enormous smile. "Goodbye, big brother." "Bye-bye." And then everyone was gone except one teacher, sitting on the floor, holding her ankle in a tight black skirt and heels. "What's wrong?" She rubbed the ankle and her voice caught. "I think I've sprained it. Could you help me up?" "Okay." I leaned down and got her up, and she stumbled against me and apologized in a very soft voice. "It's all right. No need to apologize. Are you a teacher here?" "Yes." I laughed, and under the mask my eyes went somewhere else entirely. "No need to apologize. Just let me eat you." My right fist went into her stomach before she could react. My left put her in the air. First move, subdue the enemy's power. I brought my right hand up in a claw and pulled her back down out of the air. Second move, strong hand, skull crack. The left came in and caught her square. Third move, deliberate, powerful punch. Then I got hold of her, put her over my shoulder, and drove her into the floor hard enough to crack the marble. Final move, absolutely breathtaking. Rokushaku and the hand stood there and did not move. Rokushaku in particular has since expressed the view that, as a female evil spirit, she found that combination personally upsetting. And then the teacher on the floor started to come apart. The beautiful face was a costume. Underneath it was a serpentine thing with white fangs and a face out of the wrong kind of temple painting, deep blue, and eyes that were nothing but grievance. Why? Why? It was semi-transparent already and barely breathing. It could not understand how a flawless plan, become a teacher, steer 20 men from inside the room, wait for the assault, detonate, had been dismantled by the person standing on it. Its final ambush, the one nobody ever sees coming, had been read before it started. You idiot. I put my foot on its stomach, looked down, and opened my mouth. Kindergarten teachers aren't allowed to wear heels to work. It went down my throat as mist. Not bad. That thing was the reason I came. And don't let the speed fool you. That was strong. It ran more than 20 human minds simultaneously and wore a human face without a seam. Why did it do all of it? To get stronger. Because if the police had stormed that building and the charges had gone off, 450 children, the staff, and a significant number of officers. Think about the volume of grievance that produces. There's exactly one thing in that district feeding, and it wanted a harvest. The plan failed, and it became lunch instead. Outside the gates, Kawamura Kenji heard the gunfire and ordered the assault, and before his people reached the building, 475 people came out of it. Evacuate the civilians first. Given a choice between rushing in to kill the target and covering the hostages, he took the hostages without a pause. I want that on the record too. He got his information from the adults since the children were mostly under 6 and crying. Was it that unidentified person? He listened to it with his jaw locked. One person, 20-plus armed men, bare hands. How? He looked at the building and made a decision. Everyone withdraw to a safe distance. I'm going in alone. Sir, there are explosives inside, which is exactly why I'm telling you to withdraw. He had reasons. He needed to confirm no children were still in there with a bomb and, the real one, he had noticed something over the past month that he could not report to anybody. Kyoto's crime rate was climbing, not gradually, and the character of it was changing. Armed men taking an entire kindergarten hostage is not a thing that happens. It was almost as if something were steering people into crimes with no logic in them, and Kawamura Kenji suspected that the person who had walked through his cordon knew why. Snipers, positions. Commander Kawamura, no need for further explanation. He patted his subordinate's shoulder. Don't worry, we met in the corridor. Stop! He had his pistol up. On behalf of the Kyoto Metropolitan Police Department, I am placing you under arrest. Do not resist or I will fire. I turned around and under the mask my eyes were smiling. Commander Kawamura, do you think a man who took 23 armed men apart with his bare hands is going to be impressed by a pistol? The voice that came out was not mine. Rokushaku was speaking it for me, and it had no gender in it and no age. And his heart went down because it was a fair question and he had no answer to it. The only sound in that corridor was blood coming off my gloves onto the floor. Who are you? None of your business. I said it without moving because a detective with his experience will read a wealth of information off your body if you let him, and I did not intend to let him. I can't tell you my identity, but there's one thing. I believe your department has snipers deployed outside. His face went dark. Predictable, obviously. Anyone who's watched a film knows the police deploy snipers, so he'd learn nothing from it. Since you know that, then you understand you can't leave here today. Yeah? I let that sit. Commander Kawamura, let me tell you something first. With my abilities, standing exactly where I am, I could kill your snipers and every officer around this building. Do you believe that? His pupils contracted and he shook his head. Impossible. Are you claiming to have superpowers? I won't play that game. Then let's gamble. I said it one word at a time. I'm betting the lives of every officer here that I'm lying. Commander Kawamura, are you willing to take that bet? And I watched a man hold a gun while sweat came down his forehead. Because he was sorting intelligence. 1. With a cordon in place and every angle covered, this person appeared inside the grounds by a means he could not explain. 2. This person, unarmed, killed 20-plus armed men with his hands. 3. Decades of criminal investigation experience telling him that the man in front of him was not bluffing. Have you thought it through, Commander Kawamura? If you don't want your men to die here, then do as I say. He was genuinely unsure whether I could do it, but at a table, the odds are never the important number. The important number is whether you can afford to lose, and the lives of every officer on that site was a stake that not even the chief of the Criminal Investigation Bureau could cover. What do you want? Simple. I want to leave. He held out a long time. Then he shook his head. No, whatever your motives, murder is murder. Today you are coming with me to the Metropolitan Police Department for questioning. I see, I nodded. That's a real shame. Come out, Rokushaku. And Kawamura Kenji saw a woman in white, over 2 meters tall, standing in the corridor of a kindergarten. What is that? Even with his career, he went cold all over. Don't come any closer. She kept walking. He put a round into her leg without hesitating, which I respected. The bullet made a hole. No blood came out. A little black smoke did. How? Her hair came off her back and wrapped him and threw him at my feet. I picked up his pistol, took hold of his wrists, put the muzzle against the temple of the chief of the Criminal Investigation Bureau, and said, "Let's go." He hissed at the grip on his wrist, and when he looked up, the woman in white was gone. Was that a hallucination? What was that? Was that a person? Even then, he did not lose his footing. He felt the pressure on his wrist and made a mental note, grip strength beyond the normal human range. I walked him out of the building. There were no reporters left at the gate. The incident was over, and the news had moved to the reunions, because that's how the media works. Today's headline was going to be either heavy hostage casualties, can the Kyoto police meet public expectations, or hostage crisis perfectly resolved. The Kyoto police deserve commendation. Either way, there was going to be plenty to print. Hold your fire! Snipers on every rooftop had me. Don't be rash, we can discuss this. Just tell us what you need. To everyone watching, I walked the commander to a spot in the open ground and stopped. What was actually beside me was the door. Nobody spoke. Nobody moved. You could hear the traffic 4 streets away. Oh, by the way, Commander Kawamura, there's nobody left in the building. And I'll leave you with one last piece of advice. What? I lifted him with one hand and threw him forward like refuse. Permission to fire! Too late. I was already fading out, and the last thing I left them was the detonator I'd taken out of a dead man's hand, and one sentence. Art is an explosion. The kindergarten building went up. First the light, then the walls going out, then the crack and the collapse and the noise. Chief Ozaki! His deputy threw himself over him and covered his ears. And Kawamura Kenji watched a building become rubble and felt 2 things at exactly the same time, and neither of them was anger. Fear, because if that person had not appeared, he would have led his men inside, and they would all be under that. And regret, because whatever had been in there was now unrecoverable. Who, he said, exactly is that guy? Back in the inner world, I did not relax, because the dangerous part of the evening was starting. This was the first time I had left through a door and come back through the same one, which gave everything in that city a fixed address and time. The fog in front of me opened its eyes, hundreds of them, then hundreds more. A normal person would have broken. Tanaka Haruna, with the strongest nerve I have ever measured in a human being, would have struggled. I stretched. This feels a bit like being the star at a concert. I waved into it. Friends in the back row, wave your hands. Show me your enthusiasm. Silence. As expected, the cute approach doesn't work. And the smile came off, and my coat moved in air that wasn't going anywhere, and the black on my mask crawled. Something very faint said, inside my head, have you finally decided to tear off the pretenses and give it everything? Since the world has become this bizarre, why should we be bound by what's called normal? Devour all of them. Make a world you consider worth calling real. Here, call my true name. I looked into the fog, which was not fog and never had been. It was hundreds or thousands of them packed together with their auras pooling. Now they were showing me what they actually were. One door between here and there, and it's the difference between a city and a slaughterhouse. Use that ability here? I thought about it and shook my head. That's enough. Not necessary yet. I put a black blade in my right hand and got ready, and every single one of them ran, not at me, away, in every direction, making noises that were closer to animal than anything I'd heard from them. Oh, something was walking down the middle of the street, 2 meters, humanoid, wearing a few sacks, skin the gray of old paper. And bizarre as it was, next to the residents of that city it looked almost reasonable because it still had the shape of a person. Everything else out there was a Lovecraft footnote. It had no interest in me at all. It reached out, took one of the fleeing spirits by the body, opened its mouth far past the point where a mouth stops, and bit down. They feel pain. Being eaten alive produced the appropriate volume. It did not slow down. It went through that thing like industrial equipment. I stood there and watched the whole performance and offered a note. Your table manners are terrible. The occasional scream adds something to a meal, but if the entire process sounds like that, it's simply vulgar. My evaluation is Pigsy eating the ginseng fruit. No flavor registered. It paused because it did not have the equipment to process that. I was busy, because spirits eating spirits is normal. I've watched it plenty. I had never seen one eat purely out of hatred, with no interest in the strength it gained. Are you an Attack on Titan too? We must expel all evil spirits from this inner world, leaving none behind. But I'd already worked out what it was. Also out of the Hyaki Yagyo, Kishin, the one that has spent its entire existence killing its own kind, which is why the folklore calls it the Reaper of Yokai. Hey, brother, I walked up and clapped it on the shoulder, warmly. So you're Kishin. Good to meet you. We're in the same line of work. It stood there. It does not have human-level intelligence. It's a machine running one instruction. Being addressed like family caused the instruction set to fault. It leaned in and sniffed me, with the part of its face where a nose had been, which was 2 holes, twice. And its dark green eyes produced something they had not produced in 1,000 years, which was doubt. Is this human? Then why does it smell like us? It shook its head and turned its attention to Rokushaku and the hand behind me. Brother, I said, looking into those 2 dark green eyes, and smiled meaningfully. May I borrow your eyeball? Not saying anything? I'll take that as a yes. I'll be quick, don't worry. Roar! What are you shouting about? We left you one. You should be grateful you can still see. What, did you want to watch a 3D film? At 6 o'clock, Tanaka Haruna was standing in front of a door with her lip between her teeth. The news had said the kidnappers were dealt with half an hour ago. I hadn't come out. You wait here, she said. I'm going in to find him. Hey, Mio grabbed her arm, which was brave considering she couldn't see the thing they were arguing in front of. You're going in alone? How is that different from suicide? I have to go. What if he's hurt in there? If even he got hurt, how would you get out? And then I walked out of the door in my school uniform, hair perfectly in place, without a scratch. Buttershooter, back in glory. Tanaka Haruna stood there for a second. Then she pulled her sleeve up over her eyes and said, in a voice that was doing several things at once, What time is it? You're still on about Buttershooter. That isn't even your code name. Well, I can't call myself Captain, can I? It's a code name you two picked. It has no flavor. You gave me pudding based on my hair, said Mio, pouting. And you get to invent your own? It shouldn't be necessary. I crouched, took a bottle of high-proof alcohol out of my pocket, poured it over the door, and dropped a match on it. The fire went up it like something climbing. Under that light, half of my face was lit and half wasn't. The Metropolitan Police Department will come up with a code name for me. Then I looked at the two of them and grinned. I suddenly want McDonald's. Mio sighed and laughed. Fine, fine, you're the hero of the hour. Obviously, we owe you a celebration. Let's go. It's on me. Second floor of McDonald's, half an hour later. It has to be a double cheeseburger. The two of them had no appetite and were picking at fries. I was fine. Oh, right. Haruna wiped her mouth, checked that the nearest occupied table was a long way off, and lowered her voice. What happened to the outfit? It would be a real problem if the police came looking. You don't need to worry about that. I got through most of a burger. I acquired it in the inner world, and I've already discarded it there. They can't find anything, and anything they do find will mislead them. Both of them relaxed. They weren't worried about me being put on a wanted list, exactly. I'd broken in and killed people, but the people were armed kidnappers, and every hostage came out alive. What's that called? A hero hiding in the dark. If it had ended there, the Kyoto Metropolitan Police Department would have put my identity somewhere on a list and not lost sleep. The problem is what I did on the way out. I detonated the building. And then I left the chief of the Criminal Investigation Bureau lying on the ground with a one-line message. It exploded. It really did explode this time. Because here's the thing about doing something ordinary people can't do, or can't understand. You do not get respect for it. You get fear. Evil spirits, the inner world, the manifestation of a soul. Nobody had to tell Tanaka Haruna that these things stay secret. She'd worked it out years before she met me. She looked at the news on her phone, at a photo of parents crying with relief in the street outside a collapsed kindergarten, and said quietly, "This time, you really did become a hero." I waved it off. That kind of thing doesn't really matter. Huh? Mio looked up, curious. Nightshade, you saved that many innocent people. Don't you feel a sense of accomplishment? That's not my philosophy. I picked up the Coke. Acting to save others or to live up to what people expect of you, that's a motivation. It works. But while you're enjoying this sense of accomplishment, you can also be misunderstood, questioned, or attacked for it, and then you start doubting your own actions. So my choice is to do only what I want to do and not be bound by anybody else's opinion. Mio frowned. Are you saying acting for others is wrong? You've misunderstood. I shook my head. I don't care which motive is right and which is wrong, same as the two of you, sitting here. You joined this club for completely different reasons. As long as the goal is to fight the weirdness in this world, that's enough. As for why I joined and what I get out of it, I don't consider those questions. Right now, you can enjoy the feeling of having saved someone. I choose not to care. In short, anyone willing to provide assistance is a partner. Neither of them had a response because it had gotten a bit deep for McDonald's. Let's leave it there. We're not a philosophy club. Let's talk about the weekend. I handed Mio a notebook. Tanaka-san, tomorrow take this to Fujiwara Ryo on Commercial Street and have him research the entries, including weaknesses. Okay, leave it to me. Instantly. No hesitation, no reluctance. Because Tanaka Mio is at her happiest when somebody needs her for something. And I had, by then, worked out that this is not entirely a healthy trait. Haruna, tomorrow afternoon, the abandoned building. We're dealing with that door. She nodded and then frowned. Why not in the morning? I can't get up in the morning. Oh, and speaking of which, I took a small wooden box out of my pocket. Both of them stared at my blazer because over the course of one evening it had produced a bottle of spirits, a notebook, and now a box. Is there a fourth-dimensional pocket under there? Here, a gift. Haruna went slightly pink taking it because she is 16 and a box is a box, and opened it. Mio leaned in and looked and was puzzled. An empty box? Haruna looked at the dark green eyeball sitting in it, giving off a faint black haze, and her expression became extremely complicated. She has since told me that she had imagined receiving her first gift and had considered various possibilities. She had not considered a large eyeball. Don't underestimate that. I leaned in. That belongs to Kishin. What? Kishin? Everything complicated went off her face at once. It's real? Kishin is real? Saw it myself. That's incredible. Impressive, right? As expected of you. Tanaka Mio sat there watching two people get genuinely excited about an eyeball in a box and rubbed her forehead. Try installing it in your Senrin, I said. See if you get anything. Haruna picked it up carefully and said, open your eyes, Senrin. And Senrin came out. Kimono, clogs, linen over the eyes. Because Haruna had been putting in the work. 2 eyes had become 5, and she could hold the manifestation for about 15 minutes now, out of combat, against 60 seconds on the first night. She held the eyeball out. Senrin's 5 eyes all locked onto it with something close to fervor. She took it in 2 fingers, pulled the linen down, revealed 2 dark empty sockets, and put it into the left one. I can see. Then she jumped up and down twice like a small child and put both arms around Tanaka Haruna's neck and pressed her face against hers. Haruna didn't need to be told what it did because Senrin is her and she is Senrin. Even with her face, something got through. This left eye, it can see traces left by spirits and by doors. And from the traces, it can estimate how strong the thing was. That's very good. I nodded like I hadn't planned it. Kishin is a thing built specifically to hunt them. Of course it's eye tracks. Haruna was almost out of her seat because she'd immediately understood what it meant. If she'd had that in the abandoned building, she'd have known the population and the strength of everything inside it before setting foot in the lobby. Straight upgrade. Version T0, Information Senrin. Mio sat next to her with a smile on and said nothing, because she couldn't see the eyeball, or Senrin, or any of it. An ordinary person can only perceive them inside the inner world. In the real world, she's blind. In the inner world, she's cargo. And she sat there and thought in a very small voice that she did not say out loud, if I could awaken it too, would things be different? Meanwhile, in a Metropolitan Police Department operations room, Kawamura Kenji was looking at the most bizarre case file of his career. The kidnappers were identified fast. All members of a Kyoto gang, most with records for brawling, property damage, extortion. Small-time thug behavior. How does a group like that decide to take an entire kindergarten at gunpoint? Motive was one problem. Evidence was worse. The hostages were mostly under 7. The scene was chaos, and the building was rubble. The only things worth the investigation team's attention were the bare-handed killings and a description provided by a girl named Arai Yuna. Kamen Rider? Mask? Knight? He pointed at the photo on the big screen. What can you get from this? Speak freely. The team looked at each other. Eventually, from the far end of the table, Chief Kawamura, that black coat he's wearing, that looks like this year's Armani limited edition. Everybody turned around. You little punk. You can identify a limited run Armani coat on site. Hey, don't get the wrong idea, he said quickly. I worked a case with the Economic Crimes Division a while back. All right, stop performing for us. Kawamura Kenji looked at the screen and thought, a limited-run luxury coat. Their contact had lasted a few minutes, and nothing about that person had suggested carelessness. Would somebody who levels a building to destroy the scene leave a traceable garment on? There's a problem there. But a lead is a lead, and he was the chief of the criminal bureau, so he ordered it run. Check the stockists in Kyoto. Cross the purchase lists against height, black hair, black eyes. If Kyoto comes back empty, expand to the whole country. Yes, Chief Kawamura. It was a very impressive operation, and it was going to produce absolutely nothing, because I got that coat for free from a shop in a city where nobody keeps records, and nobody was available for interview. When the room emptied, he rubbed his temples and sat back. He had not told them what he saw inside the building, because how do you file it? A woman in white, over 2 meters tall, unbothered by gunfire, hair that extends like rope and throws a grown man across a corridor. Forget telling the department. He was privately checking whether he had lost his mind, and he was aware of the actual consequence. If he wrote that down honestly, the next morning he would not be the chief of the Criminal Investigation Bureau. He would be a man on paid leave. Saturday afternoon, and Haruna and I were on the tram to the abandoned building. Let me confirm again. She was tense. Nothing unexpected is going to happen today, right? That depends on your definition of unexpected. I shrugged. The things in that building are definitely stronger than the last time we were there. That much is certain. Because we'd worked out the shape of it by then, between Akagi Rei's analysis and what I'd taken out of Rokushaku. A door connects to the inner world. The atmosphere coming through it gradually converts the surrounding area into inner world architecture. The spirits getting stronger and more aggressive is a symptom of the environment changing around them. And the spirits under its influence will engineer human deaths, deliberately, with planning, because the lives and the grievance accelerate the door opening. What happens when enough of them open completely? I don't need Akagi for that one. The two Kyotos merge. The rule stops applying. Seeing stops mattering. The balance goes over entirely, and Kyoto becomes a city with no people in it, where stepping inside means dying. End. Don't be nervous, I said. Just do your best. She blinked. You actually comfort people? Of course. I was entirely righteous about it. I have no intention of letting some abandoned building be my final destination. Then I stopped smiling and looked at her. In short, I'm not willing to, and I won't let you die. You. She had absolutely no defense prepared for a direct statement, which is a recurring problem for everyone I know. She looked at her lap and said something very quiet that was probably thank you. We were not the first people to arrive at that building that afternoon. Sakuragi Reina was standing outside it in a black suit jacket with her arms crossed and several extremely uncomfortable men behind her. Is this the place? Nobody answered first, which is a bad sign in a group of contractors. Can none of you give me a reasonable explanation? For the Sakuragi family's construction company, this office building was not a job. It was the first project they'd ever taken outside Chiba Prefecture. The plan was to finish it, put the family name on it, and lease it out across Kyoto. The money was secondary. The point was the foothold. And now she was being told the deal was collapsing because the site was haunted. Miss Sakuragi, the site foreman scratched his head miserably. It's not that we don't want to continue. The men below us are saying they won't do it, or they'll quit. I can't force them. Rika's eyebrows came down and the temperature dropped noticeably. Don't be fooled by the pleasant manner. In raw ability, she is stronger than her younger sister. She tests into national universities in the sciences, and she represents that family in rooms full of adults. I see. She snorted. So this is how you extract a fee increase. Fine. Name a number. No, Miss Sakuragi. That's not... The foreman waved both hands, genuinely frightened. The contract's signed. We can't meet your requirements, so we wouldn't dare ask for the penalty to be waived. We're only hoping you might let us pay less. Which was when she realized they weren't negotiating. They were begging to lose money to get off the site. Is there actually something wrong with this building? Rika is a science student and a committed materialist. Obviously not. Somebody is deliberately causing trouble. She looked up at all that gray concrete and said, in that case, let's make a bet. A bet? I'll go in alone. I'll go up to the top floor. If nothing happens and I come out unharmed, you resume construction tomorrow. No, immediately. Is that acceptable? That's my bottom line. She did not move a millimeter. Either accept or pay the penalty. This isn't Chiba Prefecture, but my father has friends in Kyoto. They folded because the penalty was enormous and because a small part of every one of them hoped the accidents really had been accidents. Miss Sakuragi, please be careful. She walked in without hesitating and felt the air move past her wrong. Humph. She made a small sound and walked into the stairwell anyway. Here's what being born into that family had taught her, and it's one thing. Somebody has to carry it. Running is useless. Nobody is coming. You do it yourself, even when you're frightened, even when your legs won't cooperate and there's a hand around your chest. All she could do as the eldest daughter of the Sakuragi family was keep climbing. Her shoulders were shaking under that jacket by the 20th floor. She kept going. Is this 23 or 24? The only sounds were her breathing and her shoes, and it was, she thought, a little too quiet. Then she heard something collide and something else make a sound like compression out beyond the stairwell. Is somebody there? She actually relaxed. She'd been alone in an unlit stairwell for 20 minutes and a human being was a welcome development. She wasn't worried about a person with bad intentions. She trained Aikido alongside her sister. 3 or 5 ordinary men couldn't get near her, and she had a stun baton in her pocket. She came out onto the floor. Splat. She felt it under her shoe before she looked down, and in the red moonlight through the window, she finally saw the floor properly. This is dried blood across the concrete, mixed into the dust until it was something else, and the smell coming off it. And when she looked up, in that light, there was something like a python 30 meters away, and the split in its head opened onto a single vertical eye and 2 rows of teeth, and lined up in front of it, in a silent queue, were dozens of monsters, waiting, each one stepping forward to be seen. The compression sound she'd heard was the eye finishing with one and absorbing it. Rika's blood stopped. The eye moved, and every monster in that queue turned its head at the same time and started walking toward her. No, don't come any closer. She hit the button on the baton, and it threw a white arc. To a spirit, that is a novelty item. If it were a palm-sized bolt of actual lightning, they might have shown some caution. A rubber stick from a convenience store is not that. And even then, and I want to give her full credit here, Sakuragi Reina put her back against the wall and stayed upright and kept hold of the baton. Am I going to die here? And she smiled, bitterly, at the thought that arrived with it. A life that was always a performance. Does it just end like this, in a hurry? No, don't. Her legs went. And then there were footsteps in the stairwell. There seemed to be more of them than last time. A girl's voice, very calm, and then a second voice, with laughter in it, sounding like a man on holiday who has just been told there's more. Yes, we should resolve it as soon as possible. Haruna came out first with the longsword, then me. Who are you? Haruna looked at the woman against the wall, and something registered, a familiarity she couldn't place, and she correctly decided it wasn't the moment. Since a bystander got involved, the plan changes. I'll protect her. Fine. I walked forward and looked at the queue, and at the thing at the back of it inspecting me with its vertical eye, and waved. Hey, long time no see. Then I looked at the floor and out the window at that moon. This floor's already merged with its counterpart? That's fast. The smile went away and something else came up. That's really interesting. Come. And I did something neither of them expected. The hand came back and it did not appear in the air. My left arm, from the shoulder down, became it. This, Rika recoiled from the thing where an arm should be. Tanaka Haruna's shock was of a different kind entirely, because she understood the mechanics. A manifestation is your soul, pulled out and given a shape so it can fight. I had just put mine back in. Is that even possible? She stared at an arm that was pouring cold into the room and felt, for the first time, something close to envy. Because everything I have, the manifestation, the fusion, condensing their power into weapons, I worked out alone. She suspected I was the first person in the history of this country to do any of it. And she remembered a line I'd delivered as a joke to Akagi Rei on the day we recruited her. I am the chosen one. The only hope to save this world from collapse, a chosen one with unbridled talent. Could it be, she thought, that he was right? Who are you people? Rika had entirely lost the thread. Stay behind me. Don't run around. Which Rika found funny in a bleak way, because she couldn't have run if the building were on fire. The moment she'd heard 2 teenagers discussing the monsters like a maintenance issue, her body had cashed out. Open your eyes, Senrin. It's about to start by. Come on! Haruna didn't get to finish because I went straight into them. What followed is the thing both of them describe when they described that afternoon. I got 5 fingers around the top of a skull and closed them and it went out like a bulb. Long spear. I put a spear through more than a dozen of them, like the candied fruit they sell at temple fairs. And the whole floor went quiet, because that queue of monsters took a step backwards. What's wrong? I looked at them and my face was doing something friendly while my eyes did something else. I've only just warmed up. Don't spoil my fun. I appeared in front of a 2-meter thing with a chain across its chest, a face out of a nightmare, and enough presence to stop a man's heart in an alley at night. And there was fear in it. Real fear. I took its throat in the pale hand and drove it into the concrete, then put my foot on its head and pushed until there was nothing. No, said Haruna quietly, watching. That's not right. Because she'd seen me fight plenty by then, and something had changed and she couldn't name it. Before, the goal had been killing. Every motion existed to end the thing in front of me as fast as possible. Now. Nightshade, she thought. Are you enjoying this? She didn't know why. She only knew that in that state I frightened them considerably more than usual. Then the python thing narrowed its eye, and the sound came, the one she knew, the one out of her worst nights, like hundreds of people whispering at once. What is that sound? Haruna stepped in front of Rika. Be careful, I might not be able to protect you through what's coming. Because we'd talked about this one. That thing is abnormal even by local standards, mostly because of its size. It's difficult to believe a human obsession produces something that large, and because of the whispering, which suggests it isn't one thing. Roar. And every remaining spirit on that floor screamed and then charged the python, not to fight it, but to jump into it, like converts. They went in as mist and meat, and instead of growing, it shrank, down to a body that was, below the neck, roughly human. The neck was 3 or 4 meters of twisted tube, and the head with the vertical eye swung on the end of it. I see. I didn't stop smiling. Oh. It's a flying head, also out of the Hyakyagyo. In the records, roughly Rokushaku's tier, a thing that can kill but has to do it in the dark and cannot afford to be seen. Of course, that one was not the one in the records. That one was assembled out of hundreds or thousands of spirits and the grievance of everybody who had died on that site. This was not my first legend. I had Rokushaku on payroll and I'd eaten a hanya the previous evening. Don't disappoint me. My voice had a laugh in it. My face had nothing. Come, let me experience more pleasure. It shrieked and the neck came out like something fired. Round fan. A large black fan formed in my right hand. Home run. I hit its head with a textbook swing and put it into the far wall, and the neck stretched out over 10 meters and hung there limp, which looked ridiculous. Is that all? The body answered by growing more than a dozen additional heads and coming at me from every angle. That's more like it. And then one of those heads turned around mid-flight and went for Haruna and Rika. Hyakume! Senrin moved before Haruna finished the word, hands into claws, 5 nails through the neck behind that head. Don't even think about it. And Tanaka Haruna, who 8 weeks earlier could not pick up a fishball, took the head off with one cut, reversed the blade, put it through the skull on the floor, and watched until it was smoke before she moved. First item in the Exorcist manual. Pierce the head, watch it disperse, then you're safe. That's disgusting, I said, because I don't mind despicable tactics. I do mind something at that level being distracted in the middle of a fight with me. I put the pale hand through the temple of the nearest head and completely ignored the other dozen, which meant they got their teeth into me everywhere at once. Rika saw blood coming through my clothes and shouted, "Go! Go and help him," and then watched me take hold of one head and, using it as a handle, swing the entire body of the thing around the floor. You'd have to call it a yo-yo. I'm the operator. The neck is the string. The body is the ball. Bang, bang, bang. Into pillars, into walls, into the floor, over and over until the dozen heads that had been chewing on me went slack and hung down. And then I kept going. Help? Said Haruna, watching. Help who? Rika had stopped being able to keep up. In 4 minutes, she had gone from about to die to saved to the rescuer being visibly torn open to whatever this was, which was a one-sided act of violence that had been going on for some time. I stopped after about 2 minutes, hauled the true body over, put my foot on its chest, and looked down into that eye. Do you know why I'm punishing you? It could not answer, not because it can't speak, because at that point it was taking in considerably more air than it was letting out. First point, I held up a finger. I could have enjoyed killing several hundred of them today. Now I can only kill you, which means I don't get full. That's your first mistake. I leaned on the foot until something inside made a noise. Second, while fighting me, you detached a head for a sneak attack. I don't mind despicable methods, but for something as lowly as you to be distracted mid-fight with me is the greatest insult available to a professional exorcist. Finally, one more thing. I was still smiling. Who do you think you are, stealing food I ordered in front of me? The hand came off my arm, returned to full size, took the flying head in its palm, and closed. Hundreds of spirits and one legend went out as a wisp of smoke. I walked over to the 2 of them and looked at the woman on the floor. You're lucky we arrived, otherwise things would have been bad. And the tone of it, combined with the fact that 11 seconds earlier I had been using a monster as sports equipment, was apparently very difficult to reconcile. Are you also from Sichuan? Do you do the face changing? The door's yours, I told Haruna. Okay. She went, slightly disappointed because she'd come here for a rematch, and the rematch had lasted 4 minutes and she'd killed 1 head. Punching cotton, she called it. You, said Rika, getting her breathing under control. Are you high school students? Why do you assume high school? Do you think my friend's proportions are only high school level? That's size discrimination. So you're university students? No, we're high school students. Could you be students of Shuqin Academy? What makes you assume Shuqin? Are you discriminating against our academic performance? Rika breathed in through her nose. Stay calm. You must stay calm. Haruna, walking away, thought, as expected, killing spirits is the job. Abstraction is a core competency. Then I stopped playing and looked at her properly. Now that you know our secret, what are you going to do? I glanced at Haruna's back. Or should we throw her into the inner world? Rika had no idea what that was and got everything she needed from Tanaka Haruna's face. That won't do, will it? Haruna turned around and she was firm about it. We can't kill innocent people because they found out. If we do that, doesn't everything we're doing turn inside out? Yes, you're right, I agree. And she relaxed because she was 90% sure I'd been joking. The 10% was because of how I'd looked while I was working. Then go and handle the door before this gets complicated. Right. After she left, I crouched down in front of Rika and said nothing at all. And Rika, who had been staring at monsters 20 minutes earlier, smiled at me. What, have you fallen in love at first sight? I knew exactly who she was, obviously. Sakuragi Reina, eldest daughter of the Sakuragi family, elder sister of a girl in my year. Running into her in Kyoto was not in my model. She has one particular skill, and it's a real one. Inside a few seconds, she can read a stranger, decide which version of herself gives her the best position, and become it. She was, at that moment, entirely unable to work out which version to deploy, which I enjoyed. You, she said eventually, looking at the floor under me. You're bleeding. Doesn't that hurt? Oh, right, I forgot. How do you forget? She was still forming the objection when I waved a hand and the black mist came up over me, and several dozen puncture wounds closed inside about 4 seconds. What is that? She stopped asking whether I was a normal person and started asking whether I was a person. Look at you, so unsophisticated. I put my right hand out, palm up. What does that mean? What else could it mean? The payment. Payment for what? You're not as clever as I assumed. I sighed. By now you understand that the series of construction accidents were not accidents, correct? She was, from a rational standpoint, a committed materialist. She had also just watched all of that, which left 2 options. Either the world contains things she has not heard of, or she has a serious psychiatric condition and is currently hallucinating. Between being ignorant and having your head caught in a door, you do have to pick one. Rika picked ignorance. Perhaps. That's how it is. What do you mean, perhaps? It's exactly how it is. Which company holds the contract on this building? Ours, Sakuragi Construction. So, who resolved your haunting problem? You? Correct. I waved the open hand at her again. So, payment. And she actually relaxed because money is a language she is fluent in, and it was the most human thing I'd done since arriving. Fine, name a number. I don't need money. Then what payment? She had, by her own admission, lost control of the conversation somewhere around the word unsophisticated and never recovered it. Negotiation is about what each side holds, and she had no idea what I wanted. Simple, never tell anyone what you saw here. Can you do that? She actually laughed with relief. No problem. Even if I wanted to, nobody would believe me, and I have no interest in being thought insane. Then she took a business card out of her pocket. My name is Sakuragi Reina. That's my contact information. If you need anything, call. I'll repay this within my capabilities. I put it in my pocket without looking at it. 5 minutes later, Haruna poured alcohol on the door and dropped a match, and we watched it come apart into smoke. That one had been closer than the alley. This time, the whole floor had merged. Another week, and the entire building would have finished converting. And after that, it wouldn't have mattered whether we burned the door, because the area would never have come back. We got it in time. Okay, perfectly solved. Rika got herself up and walked out of that building, and the foreman outside nearly wept with relief. She looked at them and said 4 words in a completely level voice. Construction resumes. Now. Understood, Miss Sakuragi. And watching them bow, Sakuragi Reina felt as though she had been transported to a different world, and that this one, the one that worked properly, where people did what the contract said, was the strange one. Monday afternoon, I went to the clubroom and found Akagi Rei trying to put her hair up. She had it gathered in both hands and a pale green tie between her lips, and she was not managing it, and she froze when she saw me in the doorway. Several seconds passed. Then she let it all fall back down over her shoulders, took the tie out of her mouth, put it in her coat pocket, and said without inflection, "You're here. Coffee? Let's have a drink." She poured 2 beakers and stirred one with a glass rod and handed it over. Total silence. You saw that? Saw what? Don't play dumb. Yes, I saw it, clearly. Her eyes moved behind the glasses. Do you think it looked good? How to put this? Because at that moment, I genuinely believed I was in a duel. Answer yes, and she asks whether her usual hairstyle looks bad. Answer no, and she asks whether she can't carry a ponytail. And then I thought about it for another second and realized I was being an idiot. Akagi Rei is not somebody who lays traps. Why would she? Just answer honestly. That's all it needs to be. I think both of them look great, with your temperament and your face. Her hand jerked hard enough to nearly put the beaker on the floor. She narrowed her eyes at me. You wouldn't be about me. Akagi-san, you're a bit too confident. That's all. And she went back to stirring, with an entirely composed expression, at an empty cup. Akagi-san, what are you stirring? That cup is empty. She looked down. Her face went red at a speed I could actually watch. I know, it's a ritual that improves the flavor. Yes, it's quantum mechanics, the latest research. The principle is complicated. I won't explain it to you. I see. I understand now, Master Akagi. She glared at me and poured herself an actual coffee. Then, after a while, the spring exams are next Wednesday. Did you know? Yes. So? Then why aren't you studying? And then, immediately, to cover it, of course I'm not concerned about you. It's just that if the club president fails, the school might revoke the activity room or disband us. I'm comfortable here. Fail? I had trouble with that one. Akagi-san, your worry is slightly unnecessary. She frowned, sensing something. From your expression. Are you confident about your grades? Is that a question? I yawned. I came first in the country in this year's joint entrance examination. Oh, first. She nodded automatically, and then her pupils went wide. First? In the joint entrance exam? First in the whole country? You didn't know? Ah, I suppose I never mentioned it. She took a long breath. Then why did you come to Sobu High School instead of Shuchin Academy or Advanced Nurturing High School? Is that a question? Which made her briefly doubt whether she had asked something outrageous, and she had not. It's an extremely reasonable question. If you come first in the country, you go to one of two schools. Everyone who has ever come first in the country has gone to one of those two schools. Think about it, I explained it seriously. With my score, at either of those, I'd be considered good. But both of those schools have produced many students who came first in the country, correct? She nodded, because it's true. Whereas at Sobu High School, with my score, I am a treasure. And as long as my requests aren't outrageous, the school will accommodate me. And before she could respond, the accommodations include this room. Akagi Rei had exactly one thought about that. You are far too honest. That is a thing you think and never say. That is the entire mechanism of an unspoken rule. Everyone knows it, and it stops working the moment somebody says it out loud. But she also tried it from the other side. If you administer Sobu High School, and the top scorer in the country enrolls, what is your reaction? This humble abode is made to shine. Glory to the ancestors. Punch Shuchin. Kick Advanced Nurturing. But, she said, we never see you study. How do you maintain it? A piece of cake. Are you just bragging? That's the part you don't understand, Akagi-san. I looked out the window and let something wistful onto my face. Can you imagine a school where class starts at 6:30 in the morning and ends at 11 at night, with a 20-minute lunch break and no breaks between periods? How could that exist? She shook her head like a rattle drum. Forget a school. That's beyond the physiological limits of a human being. No such place could exist. You're too naive, Akagi Rei. I gazed out at the courtyard. It was in that environment that I competed against tens of millions of my peers, fought my way across the narrow bridge, and emerged as one of the brave after hundreds and thousands of battles. She said nothing for several seconds. Then she produced what I considered the finest single line of criticism of her career. Based on that description, that doesn't sound like a hero. Is it a demon that crawled out of the 18th level of hell? Yeah, I said, nodding. That's about the difficulty. She sighed and wrote it off as chunibyo, because a school where students sleep 7 hours a day and have no rest is obviously fictional. But she did not write off the exam result, and once she accepted it, several things clicked. Why a club could be founded with 2 members instead of 5. Why the purpose was undefined. Why we'd been given a good room on a sunny side of the building. Oh, right, there's something. And for the first time, her face did something nervous. When I go home lately, I always feel like somebody's watching me. Following you? I stopped smiling. Did you see who? When did it start? Is it every day? She had not expected that response. She'd expected an abstract joke. Well, I'm not sure. It's a vague feeling. Maybe it's because of things that happened before, so I'm sensitive to being looked at. This is extremely serious. I slammed my hand down on the table. Don't worry, Akagi-san. Today I, the unruly one chosen by heaven, will escort you home. After school, she stood at the door of her classroom with her head down, looking at her shoes. Or she would have been, if her view hadn't been obstructed. In any case, head down, saying nothing. Hey, look at her today, wearing that weird outfit again. Yeah, a lab coat over a school uniform. Is that supposed to be a personality, or is she just fishing for attention? Maybe she acts cold, but she's actually… And then he said something, and the group laughed. Behind those thick glasses, something went through Akagi Rei's eyes, and her hands closed at her sides. Exactly like middle school. She'd hoped a new school would be a clean start. It was the same. It was going to be the same everywhere. There was never any physical incident. There never is. It's atmosphere and remarks and the specific kind of laughter that isn't aimed at you and is entirely aimed at you. Those boys had no idea what they were doing to her. Or, more accurately, they knew. They just didn't care. Excuse me, I said, yawning. Could you move aside? And I walked directly through the middle of the group. Hey, can't you watch where you're… I slapped him across the face. The corridor, which had maybe 40 people in it, stopped. Akagi Rei covered her mouth. Even the boy took a second. Then he got a hand up to his cheek. You actually hit me? Several of them closed in around me, doing the posture. Smack. Second slap. Same person. Other cheek. You! What do you mean, me? I looked around at them and let them see exactly what I thought. Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? I hit you, so what? What are you going to do about it? The corridor went completely silent. That is, admittedly, arrogant. He started it and then acted like that? They're 16, they're proud, and they're easily provoked, so one of them threw a punch at my face while shouting something about arrogance. I kicked him in the stomach before his arm finished extending. He went back several steps, folded up, and hit the floor. You can't even fight? I shook my head at him kindly. Before you start, you have to decide to go all the way and put the other person down so they can't get up. Otherwise, don't bother. What do you think this is, kindergarten? Then I made a fist with the middle knuckle out and put it into the gap between the ribs of the next two, fast enough that neither of them saw it. There is a specific quality to pain in that spot. It stops your breathing. They sat down on the floor with sweat coming out on their foreheads. That's too much. Are those guys hurt? Hey, that boy. I think he's the one from Class A. No wonder, it's that weirdo. Someone go get a teacher. I leaned against the wall and stood there looking like I hadn't fully woken up and let all of it go past me. Akagi Rei started to step forward. I caught her eye and shook my head very slightly. She stopped. Because she'd already worked out, and she is faster at this than anyone I know, that this was not somebody with a temper. She'd spent weeks with me. I do not care about that school or the people in it, and every scrap of my attention goes somewhere else, which meant there was only one reason. He overheard them. The teachers arrived, the injured went to the infirmary, and Yamamoto Koharu took me into the office by the arm. You absolute... She got her fist up, shook it, let it drop, sighed, and closed the door. Why did you do that? Because I wanted to. You're surprisingly honest. Wanted to? Does wanting to give you the right to injure your classmates? Do you know how much trouble this causes? Does it? I sat down opposite her. My reputation at this school was already terrible. You're quite self-aware. The school is unlikely to discipline me. What makes you so certain? Very simple. I said it calmly. At worst, I transfer. She frowned. You need to understand your position. You have a record from middle school. Compared to a student who came first in the country, an assault record is a rounding error. I don't believe the school is stupid enough to fail to distinguish between my value and the value of those particular boys. And Yamamoto Koharu had no reply available. That does not sound like something a high school student says. That's how the world works. Capable people get privileges. Otherwise, why would I have bothered coming first? She rolled her eyes and thought, you little brat. And also, that is unfortunately entirely accurate. She knew perfectly well that once it went up the chain, the outcome would be roughly nothing. And that I had, in fact, been merciful. If I'd pushed it, Sobu High School would have issued formal warnings to the injured parties. The world has never been fair. That club of yours, if I remember correctly, 4 members now? One from another class? Why? She smiled and then put her hands together and looked utterly sincere. Teacher would like you to recruit 2 more people. I didn't move. Mizuno-san and Sakuragi Kiko. Huh? How did you guess? It's exactly those 2. I knew it. Do they think the Supernatural Society is a holding pen for problem children? Because those 2 are important, and their psychological problems are directly proportional to their exteriors. I refuse. I shook my head. My club has serious activities. Besides, when I founded it, I said I'd decide the members myself. Yui, you're not going back on your word? Hey, help me out here. Then she caught it. Yui, what do you mean calling your teacher that? Don't worry about the details. I waved it away. Anyway, if they apply themselves, I might consider it. At this stage, I don't see anything in either of them that would make me extend an invitation. Fine. And she took that because she knew that with those 2 personalities, they were not joining anything unless they wanted to. Her thinking at that moment was almost exactly my thinking a month earlier. I think Sakuragi Kiko and Yamada Rika are 2 rare heroes. Why not devise a plan to bring them into the Supernatural Quantum Mechanics Investigation and Research Club? She needed a solution. In her own way, Yamamoto Koharu is exactly as dedicated as Akagi Shiori. The focus is simply different. After I left, Akagi spoke from across the office. Rin, you're being too lenient with that student. Yamamoto Koharu smiled without much in it. What he did was impulsive and against the rules. Then she changed direction. However, acting in order to help someone else was the original purpose of making him found that club. She looked down at 2 student files on her desk. Next, there are still a great many problem students. I found Akagi Rei sitting alone in an empty classroom. They've gone. She looked up and something moved, and then she adjusted her glasses and was herself again. Is it all handled? What's there to handle? It's a small matter. We walked toward the gate together and she said, quietly, in future, try to avoid attracting attention. Even if the school accommodates you for your grades, there are limits. There's no need to waste your privileges on something like standing up for me. Waste? That's a bit hard to hear. I shrugged. Personally, I think that's the most correct use I've made of them. She pressed her lips together. So, how many times have you used them in total? It seems like just the once. She was silent for a moment. Then she started laughing and couldn't stop and had to hold on to something. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Are you having an episode? You're the one having an episode. She lifted her glasses with one hand and wiped under her eye with the other. Nightshade. You're a weirdo. Likewise, Akagi-san. A few days later, a girl from our class came to the clubroom with a request. Miyata Sora, short orange hair, extremely friendly, and possessed of an energy that fills a room before she does. Akagi-Rei poured her a coffee, which is a privilege ordinary clients do not receive, and mostly do not survive long enough in that room to be offered. Ugh, it's bitter. Then she waved both hands. I don't mean it's bad, I just like sweet things. Akagi-Rei frowned slightly, not about the coffee, because people are allowed to dislike coffee. It was that this girl reminded her of somebody, a specific quality she'd heard me describe. Clear-eyed stupidity. Yes, that energy. All right, let's get to it, she said. Miyata, you're here about a paranormal event? Yes, I think. She scratched her head. I don't know if it counts. Lately my shoulders feel really heavy and I get tired for no reason, and I have to keep eating or I get hungry and listless. Haruna glanced at her and privately wondered whether the shoulders were a separate engineering problem. And then Miyata Sora said the thing that made all four of us sit up. But the moment I get to school, it all goes away, and then it comes back on the way home. Could it be that I've fallen in love with school? That can't be right. We looked at each other and nodded. That's real, because if she felt it every day, it's medical, or it's adolescent anxiety, and either way, it isn't ours. Symptoms that stop at the school gate tell you exactly what's happening. Miyata Sora's life force is far stronger than an ordinary person's. To something dead, that is lethal, and it is also extremely appetizing. Anything that came near her was being burned off automatically, without her knowledge, and it was costing her, which is why she was exhausted and eating constantly. And it stopped at school because nothing goes into that building, because I'm in it. In that case, said Haruna, I'll walk you home and see if there's anything unusual. Is that all right, Miyata? Totally fine. I'll come as well, said Akagi-Rei. Mio had a dog to walk and an exam to fail, so it was the three of them. 10 minutes later, on a residential street, a man in a black hoodie walked past, and Haruna watched the light coming off Miyata Sora visibly dim. Ugh, I suddenly feel so tired. Miyata yawned enormously. I really want to just sleep. Here. Haruna didn't hesitate. Open your eyes, Senrin. Rokushaku! Senrin came out and Rokushaku spat the longsword out of her body and put it in Haruna's hands, which is a thing they had worked out between them and which I want on record as an efficient use of company resources. Haruna felt the air move behind her and turned and cut, and the blade rang against a tongue. That's really it then. The man had taken the hood down. The face was still mostly a face. The expression on it was not. And Haruna locked her teeth together, furious with herself, because Miyata Sora had met a spirit every day on the same street. And the reason she'd never noticed anything strange was not that she couldn't see it. It was that the thing had fused with a human being. We were careless. She knew this was possible. She knew that a person with sufficiently twisted desires can be taken and, eventually, merged with. Miyata thought he was a man, so she never mentioned him. But an exorcist who fails to consider every possibility has made a serious error, and Tanaka Haruna does not forgive herself for those. Haruna, is that thing a monster? Miyata Sora had seen the sword. Fine, it's a physical object. She had also seen the tongue, which meant the fusion was nearly complete, and that thing had found the loophole in the only rule protecting the human race. Because it had a human body, anybody looking at the body was looking at it, which meant it could attack anybody, not just psychics. Anybody. Akagi-Rei got Miyata back 10 meters and then did the thing she does, which is stop being frightened and start collecting data. Residential street, houses both sides. No cameras in her field of view. Confirmed. Because this was different from every previous job. Normally an exorcism looks to a camera like a girl swinging a sword at nothing and shouting, which reads as an unwell teenager and nothing worse. This time, anybody walking past would see a man with a 4-meter tongue dueling a high school girl. Haruna, we should retreat. It's on you, Senrin. Understood. And they swapped. Cleanly, without a gap. Senrin forward into the primary role, Haruna out, and Haruna handed the sword back to Rokushaku and ran. Collapse. Retreat. Sell. Escape. Eh? The two of them took a hand each and ran Miyata Sora down the street. Because Tanaka Haruna remembers her lessons, and the most important one is this: if you can't win, leave. There are millions of them. A professional does not trade her life for one. Collapse means the enemy is stronger than projected. Retreat and escape are self-explanatory. And sell is the essential ingredient, because Senrin is her soul. Senrin being destroyed costs her everything she has, and then she recovers, and Senrin comes back. Rokushaku, if destroyed, is gone. You always sell the asset you can rebuild. Where are we going? Miyata was already gasping because she'd been drained. Akagi-Rei was worse. Akagi-Rei's physical condition is a documented weakness, and she was close to finished. If she'd known that being an analyst involved this much running, she said later, she'd have taken up a sport. Her brain kept working anyway, faster if anything. The thing had never attacked Miyata directly. It had arranged to pass her on the street twice a day and skim a little each time. That is not instinct. That is a feeding strategy, run patiently, by something with human-level intelligence. Residential street. If a member of the public saw its real face, the outcome was obvious, and dozens of ordinary people would be food, not help. 2 seconds. That's how long it took her. Miyata-san, is there anywhere near here that's secluded, that nobody uses but has space? Ah. Answer me. Yes, around that corner, 50 meters, there's a small badminton hall being renovated, but the door's chained. Haruna nodded once, and Akagi understood. We're going there. Move. Rokushaku broke the chain with one hand. Inside, Akagi scanned the room and confirmed the two things she needed. The power had been cut for the renovation, so the cameras were dead. Then she called me and got a busy signal. Her stomach dropped because she knew exactly what a busy signal meant. I was in the inner world. What do we do? What do we do? Akagi Rei, you invincible creature, think of something. And she compiled everything she had and arrived at a conclusion she did not enjoy, which was that they were finished. Cough, cough. Haruna had gone down against the wall with a hand on her chest. Are you all right? Fine. She was not fine. She'd felt Senrin go. 90 seconds. 13 eyes and 90 seconds was everything it bought them. She had badly misjudged this one. Not only was it intelligent enough to feed slowly instead of gorging, it was strong. And here's the honest technical assessment, which Haruna made herself. Senrin is not a combat manifestation. She's an observer, tracking, vision, intelligence. Her raw fighting power is barely above Rokushaku's, and Rokushaku is not impressive. So Haruna had two options. Summon Senrin again and immediately have nothing left. Or don't and be barely able to stand. Tap, 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 unhurried footsteps. The thing came around the corner with a tongue hanging out of its face and something on it that made all three of them feel unclean. We've got you. And then it looked at Akagi Rei and Miyata Sora and started talking. I'm not going to reproduce what it said. It was the kind of thing that gets said about girls by people who believe girls exist to be commented on. And it said it while it looked at them, and it enjoyed doing it. And Akagi Rei's nails went into her own palms. Because that is the exact tone. That is the thing she has been hearing since middle school. Not violence, commentary. Delivered in public, about her, as though she were a fixture. She knows the argument is obscene. She knows it's not her fault and never was. She is also a human being, and being told something long enough gets inside, and she had spent years quietly disliking herself for a shape she did not choose. Do you think I'm disgusting? It said. You brought it on yourselves. However this ends, you brought it on yourselves. Haruna took the sword from Rokushaku and pushed herself upright. Akagi, take Miyata and go. There's a back door. Rokushaku, go with them. And you? Haruna put the point up. I'm a professional exorcist. I won't lose. Don't worry. And Akagi Rei knew, with total clarity, that this was a lie. If Haruna could take that thing, she'd have taken it on the street with Senrin and Rokushaku both. What she was actually saying was, I'll buy you 30 seconds. Reason said one death is better than three, and Akagi Rei stood there and could not make her mouth produce the words, leave it to you. The tongue came in again, and this time Haruna couldn't hold her footing and went down. She got up, put the point back up. Haruna! And Akagi Rei took a breath. I have to do something. After I kill you, the thing was saying, I'll go and enjoy. Be quiet. Akagi Rei's voice went off in that empty hall like a dropped plate. Haruna had never heard her raise her voice. Behind the corner, incidentally, I was leaning against the wall, listening to all of it. Finally, I said, there it is. It's disgusting, said Akagi Rei, to talk about other people's bodies like they belong to you. She took the pale green tie out of her pocket and put her hair up. Then she took her glasses off, and the world went very sharp. Even somebody like me, somebody I don't like, is needed by other people. Mio, Haruna, and Nightshade. Even somebody like me is needed in that club. That's where I feel safe. From this moment, the Akagi Rei who was tormented by needing to be told she was worth something does not exist. Because it's enough that those people need me. And her vision came apart like glass and bloomed into a pattern. And a voice she'd never heard said, have you finally reached your limit? The pain you suffer does not only come from other people. It comes from your own emptiness. Now that emptiness is filled. Face the imperfect self, the one moved by emotion. The one who needs to be needed. Now, call my true name. Akagi Rei closed her right hand around her glasses until the frame folded and the lenses cracked and went into her palm, and blood came down onto the floor. She raised her head. Reveal your true form. Yurei Onna. And a woman appeared in a kimono with a beautiful face and below the neck nothing but white bone. Yurei Onna. Out of the same catalog as Senrin and Rokushaku. In the story, she was a woman who took years of abuse from men and stopped being a woman. Lovely face. Skeleton underneath. Behind the corner, I said quietly, finally. Akagi Rei has awakened. Rokushaku, get ready. Rokushaku, who by now had witnessed 2 awakenings and was starting to think of herself as a veteran, moved to her side. Understood. Rokushaku, defense is yours. With her hair up and the glasses gone, Akagi Rei looked like an entirely different proposition. Go, Yurei Onna. Yurei Onna crossed the hall instantly. The tongue came at her forehead like a round from a rifle. And Yurei Onna let out one soft, mournful sigh, and a white bone spur came out from under the kimono and went through the thing's abdomen and pinned it to the wall. Rokushaku. Clear. Rokushaku got hold of its arm and immediately started losing the contest of strength, which told everyone in that building that the assessment had been correct, and then some. Haruna. Akagi-Rei was already swaying because first summons cost everything, and she hesitated for 1 second over what she was about to say, and then said it. Kill it. Right. Tanaka Haruna was running on fumes. She is an exorcist and not an Ultraman, or the light on her chest would have been going like a disco. She walked over anyway, 1 step at a time, and got the sword up and put the point at its throat. Wait a minute. An enormous pale hand appeared out of nothing and put the thing through the wall. Both of them knew what that meant before they turned around. Haruna sat down on the floor where she was standing, watched me come around the corner, and her eyes went wet. Why did you take so long? I was almost. Akagi-Rei dismissed Yurei Onna, put her back against the wall, and said evenly, He's been standing somewhere nearby for a while, not showing himself. Because he wanted to see whether we could win on our own. Akagi-Rei understands me best. Humph. She reached up to push her glasses and found nothing there. It's a rational deduction based on your terrible character. Miyata Sora, meanwhile, had no idea what had happened. From where she was standing, a man with a disgusting tongue chased them into a building. Haruna was losing. Then Akagi-san started shouting things, put her hair up, and broke her own glasses. Then the pervert got nailed to a wall by nothing, with a hole in him. Then Nightshade arrived. She could not see Sengrin, or Yurei Onna, or Rokushaku, and had followed roughly none of it. Since you didn't kill it outright, said Akagi, you've had the same thought I have. I walked over to Haruna and put a hand out. Can you stand? She went slightly pink and took it. Haruna, said Akagi-Rei, give your sword to Miyata. Huh? Haruna was too tired to argue and handed it over. Huh? You don't mean for me to… That's right. I stepped aside and gestured at the thing pinned to the wall. If you please, Miyata. Please what? Stab this guy, obviously. If you want to do it a few more times, I won't object. I'll be fully supportive. Good luck. Huh? She shook her head hard. No, absolutely not. That's assault. What if it gets worse? This isn't a human being. I took a silver nail out of my pocket and, very slowly and very gently and with total steadiness, put it through the thing's heart, and then did it several more times. Then I pointed at it, face still moving, still snarling, heart comprehensively destroyed, and said, See, if that were human, it would be dead. But, no buts. I took her wrist and brought the tip of the sword up to its throat. This is called an evil spirit. It's a monster. You just watched what it is. There's only one way to handle them. No mercy, ever, at all. And with my hand over hers, Miyata Sora put a long sword through the neck of a thing that had been drinking her life on the walk home for weeks and cut sideways. We watched it go out as smoke and get pulled into me, and Akagi-Rei nodded with the expression of somebody whose hypothesis has just been confirmed. Because that was the point of the exercise. If a spirit can dodge the seeing rule by fusing with a person, does it lose something in the trade? By every rule we know, Miyata Sora, an ordinary human with no ability whatsoever, holding a genuine spiritual object, cannot harm one of those. The weapon is irrelevant. The hand matters. She had just killed one, which confirms it. Going around the rule costs them the protection the rule provides. Anybody can kill the fused ones. Huff, Akagi-Rei slid down the wall. This ability is extremely tiring. Then I leaned in to Miyata Sora, who was still holding the sword and hadn't turned around, and said something quietly in her ear. Her expression got considerably more complicated. Haruna, why don't you walk Miyata home? After they left, Akagi-Rei's legs finally quit entirely, and I caught her, putting on a brave face, were you? It's not bravado, she said into my collar in her flattest voice. It's that you can't relax until a matter is completely resolved. Then she looked at the ruined glasses in her hand. I need a new pair. Again, whose fault is that? You wanted to look cool, because you do not need to destroy your own eyewear to summon a manifestation. You say the name. That's the entire procedure. Do you think you're summoning a persona? Although, I said, looking down at her, it's better said than not said. You did look extremely cool, with the ponytail and the glasses and the name. Wordy, said Akagi-Rei, and did not lift her head. Later, at her apartment, she asked what I'd said to Miyata Sora. I told her that if she believes that thing was a human being, then she's a murderer, and her crime is equal to ours, or worse, because she held the sword. And that if she saw the body turn to smoke and accepts that it was what I said it was, then none of us committed a crime, and all of us are people who protected the innocent. Either way, calling the police is not a good outcome for her. Akagi-Rei was quiet for a while. You, she said, really do know how to find the pressure point. I just don't trust her, that's all. Now, I want to tell you about the shrine because it's the part where I stopped extending any benefit of the doubt. There's an old one out past the edge of the city, dusty, clearly unvisited for years. You're not going to ask those so-called gods for help, are you? Said Haruna, looking at it. Didn't you write in your notebook that if they exist, they aren't kind and don't want to help you? I still think that. Then why are we at a shrine? You've misunderstood. I walked to the offering box. I'm not here to ask for anything. I put several 100 yuan notes and a fistful of coins into the wooden box. The coins made a dull sound against the inside of it that carried further than it should have, and Haruna and Akagi both saw the air inside the shrine ripple like water with a stone in it. I put my hands together and bowed my head and looked entirely sincere. Then something breathed behind us, and there was a sound like wind chimes. They turned around and found a thing 4 or 5 meters tall standing on all fours, translucent gold, with the head of a goat. Both of them tensed up immediately, and Haruna has since tried several times to explain the specific quality of it. It wasn't the fear you get from something with a ruined face. It was the total, comfortable indifference of something that does not consider you a category of object worth having an opinion about. Is that a god? So you came out after all? I turned around and laughed at it. A psychic soul must be very appealing to something like you. It opened its mouth and produced a series of sounds with no meaning in them. I frowned, and the smile went off. Speak like a human being. It started again. Speak like a human being. I made a grasping motion, and the hand appeared and slapped a god across the face. The sound was flat and enormous. Its whole head went sideways. Tanaka Haruna and Akagi Rei both stopped breathing because they had just watched me strike an enshrined deity in its own shrine. What nonsense are you speaking? I can't understand a word. I walked toward it. Be sensible and sign a contract and avoid unnecessary physical pain. Understand? It roared. Why bother? I said sadly, and a black blade came into my right hand, and there was, I admit, some anticipation in it. Killing spirits is routine. Beating up an actual god was novel. Haruna and Akagi called their names. Open your eyes, Senrin. Reveal your true form, Yurei Onna. And it sent 2 small things at them with fox faces, which they handled. The 2 of them compared notes afterward and agreed on a rating. If Rokushaku is a 10, Senrin is 12, and Yurei Onna is about 13. The divine messengers were a 4, maybe 5. Giving them 5.5 was generous. Meanwhile, the god opened its mouth past where a mouth stops into 4 separate hinged sections with teeth on all of them and got the hand caught in it. Has it finally shown its real face? I was not surprised. It looked considerably worse than most spirits do, because here's what that thing actually is, and here's why I came. In the original version of Haruna's story, she prays here and gets divine help. 3 uses. It sounds like a benevolent power protecting humanity. The price is that after the 3rd one, she becomes one of those little fox face things, and those little fox face things were people. That's the arrangement. That's what the offerings and the prayers were always buying. Coveting human souls and dressing up as something superior. I put the blade up. What a disgusting existence. It came at me from every direction at once, and I did something it had not planned for, which is that I put my left arm into one of the mouths. You want some? Then have it. It bit down. And a 4-meter translucent god started convulsing and went over on its side and rolled around the courtyard making noises. There was a spirit on the roof of Sobu High School that tried this. It burst. That was several hundred ago. By this point, I had eaten so many that the concentration in me was a different order of problem entirely. It was like force-feeding something 10 kilos of bread and then 2 buckets of water. You like eating? I looked down at it. You'd eat me? You really are going against the natural order. And then, while the pale hand held it down, a second hand came out of the air and took hold of the split jaws. There's another one? Not just the god. Both of them, because the second hand was the exact inverse. Skin black as ink, nails a dead chalky white. And like the first one had been at the beginning, it ended at the wrist. What is that? Said Akagi Rei, because by her model, and Haruna's, the hand grows in sequence. Wrist, forearm, upper arm, then shoulder, then presumably a head, then eventually the other arm. The shoulder wasn't finished, and a second hand had arrived early, in the wrong color. What exactly is Nightshade's manifestation? Honest answer? I didn't expect it either. Haruna and Akagi both knew their true names the moment they woke up. I still don't know the hand's, because the end of 8 million is not the hand's name, it's the name of the other one. I've lived twice. 2 manifestations is arguably reasonable. Anyway, I walked up to a shivering god and gave it a kind smile. Now, which part should we eat first? Some distance away, Rokushaku remembered a night that changed her afterlife and shook where she stood. I tore a leg off it, turned it into gold mist, and swallowed it. Tastes good. I crouched and patted its head. Brother, you're much better than the spirits. Haruna stood there and processed the fact that I do not stop at evil spirits. Your appetite is remarkable. You don't avoid raw or cold food. Have you thought it over? Do you want to sign? It made a weak noise. The black hand slapped it again. Did you leave your vocal cords at home? Another noise, with fear in it now. Oh, I nodded. So you genuinely can't speak. You weren't mocking me on purpose. I'd known that the whole time. But in the original story, it talks to Haruna, which means it may not be unable. It may simply have been choosing not to. And on the other hand, I'm not the one being slapped, so where's the harm in checking? Right, sign. Terms as follows. I looked down at it pleasantly. You will appear immediately and provide assistance whenever anyone present here encounters an evil spirit. Assistance means you go yourself. If it's something that can't be beaten, you hold it and buy time, including to the point of dying alongside it. Understood? Also, I don't care whether you can leave the shrine. You go in person. Don't send those 2 weak fox face things to fob people off. If you're a few seconds late, that's a breach. By the way, every 2 weeks I'll come here and, based on your size at the time, eat about 30% of you. If you don't want to be eaten down to nothing, then go out and find and eat the evil spirits of Kyoto yourself. Those are the terms. The benefit to you is simple. You don't get eaten right now. Nod if you understand. Haruna stood there thinking about the book she'd read, where humans approach the gods with reverence and offerings. Why is it completely inverted here? Can you understand it? She asked. No. Then how do you know what it's saying? I don't. I'm guessing that's what it's saying. If it isn't, then good. And if it is, then after that slap, it won't be. She had, at one point, believed I was cruel at school. She had revised. The nightshade at school is, comparatively, extremely kind. At school, I at least give a reason. Oh, right. Wait. Just before it's signed, I added a clause. There's one more person. Sobu High School, Class A. Miyata Sora. If she encounters an evil spirit, you appear immediately. And everyone present understood exactly what that was. Nightshade, you. Don't misunderstand. I included her because she's a friend of yours and Pudding's, nothing else. The thing signed because it had lived 100 or 200 years, and it turns out the longer you exist, the less you want to stop. And then, as we were leaving, I stopped. What's wrong? Wait, almost forgot. I walked back and kicked the offering box hard enough to put it into a stone statue and split it, then crouched and collected every note and coin in it, including mine, and put them in my pocket. BYD, I'm not leaving you a single yen. The three of them stood there. Bro, is that necessary? We accepted the slave contract with the god. Do we also have to rob the donation box? Then again, I'd already beaten up the deity, so the theft was arguably a rounding error. Walking back, Akagi-Rei said quietly, evil spirits, the door, the inner world, all of it, and we're the only ones facing it. We thought the gods in the legends might turn out to be allies, and today we saw one. And Haruna finished it, and the so-called gods might be worse than the evil spirits. Tanaka Mio's eyes went down, and then she smiled anyway. All right. There's no danger now, right? We finally have a holiday, and it's still early. Let's go and get something to eat. Which is how I noticed the last member of that club. There's a second year at our school called Tsukino Mei, former national idol actress, child star, star of a great many morning dramas. If you polled Japan, 90% would recognize the face even if they couldn't produce the name. And 2.5 years ago, at the absolute peak of it, she announced an indefinite retirement and stopped answering questions about why. I first ran into her on the school roof, where she said 4 words that made Tanaka Haruna nearly leave her own body. You can see me? Which, I'd like the industry to know, is a terrible opening line. She wasn't a spirit. She was a human being standing on a roof in the afternoon. And nobody could perceive her. Not couldn't see her, couldn't perceive her. There's a difference, and the difference is the whole problem. She had vanished out of everybody's awareness. Not just her body, the memories went too. Her classmates, her teachers, the shopkeepers on her street, her own mother, her own sister. Akagi-Rei, who is a genius, had never heard the name. Tanaka Haruna, who is one of the 2 most powerful psychics in this country, had met her once and then lost the file. Anything she touched dropped out of perception with her, which at least spared everyone the sight of objects floating around a supermarket. It started as an hour here and there. By the time I got involved, it was most of the day. She'd hand money across a counter and the shopkeeper would forget the transaction, and her and the bread. She could not buy food. She could not be served. She had stopped being able to reliably feed herself, and at school, she attended classes that no teacher knew she was in and sat an exam nobody gave her a paper for. There's a name for what she had. Akagi calls it puberty syndrome and produces a quantum mechanics explanation for it. And the short version is that a strong enough belief about yourself starts editing reality. Tsukino Mei had wanted, very badly and without admitting it, for the world to forget her, because for 2.5 years, the world had refused to let her stop being a product. She quit acting so that people would finally see Tsukino Mei instead of the idol actress Tsukino Mei, and it didn't work. She got out, and she was still the name. It had eaten the person and left the label. So some part of her had said, fine, forget me then. And reality, being apparently very literal, had said, sure, I could see her the entire time. She asked me why more than once, and I gave her the honest answer. Because to me, Tsukino Mei is Tsukino Mei, former national idol actress. In my head, that ranks far below the person, and it always has. She didn't have a reply to that one. I put her in the club, formally, on the grounds that a special investigation unit needs somebody at the door, and she was already spending every lunch break in that room out of loneliness. I fed her. I got her a job title. None of that was a solution. The solution was a problem, because the mechanism was the issue. Making one school remember her wasn't going to be enough, and I had a deadline, because the syndrome was accelerating, and the day it took me to would be the last day anybody could reach her at all. So I called Sakuragi Reina. There's something I need. Go ahead, I told her, and I could hear her frown down the line. Are you sure? If we do it your way, the cost isn't small. We're discussing tens of millions, and Sakuragi Construction's reputation is on the line as well. What, you can't make the decision? No, not at all. She thought thought about it for 4 seconds. Fine, no problem. Very good. Then you owe me a favor. Huh? That one genuinely stopped her. Our company spends tens of millions and we owe you a favor. Don't be surprised, I said. That is a former National Idol actress. Her first public appearance in years is going to be a national event. Sakuragi Construction wants out of Chiba Prefecture, doesn't it? The publicity from this cannot be bought. There was a pause on that line, during which Sakuragi Reina privately noted that she had never heard the name Tsukino Mei in her life, and that this money was, as far as she could tell, being set on fire. And she did it anyway. All right, then I suppose I owe you another one. Saturday morning, in a hotel room in Wakayama, Tsukino Mei woke up and said good morning to me, and I didn't answer. She stood there, and her face went through something I'd rather not describe, because she'd been waiting for that morning for weeks. She went and got a suitcase open and took out the last idea she had, which was something I'd said as a joke, that if she ever wanted to be sure I'd remember her, she should put on the bunny ears from an old shoot, because nobody forgets that. She thought it was absurd and illogical. She put them on anyway and came out and stood in front of me. Nothing. She crouched down in front of a chair and looked at somebody who could no longer find her and stopped performing entirely and said, to nobody, so that's how it is. And I said, Mei-san, your behavior is genuinely that of a strange person. Eh? She came up off the floor. You remember me? Of course, I said I wouldn't forget. I pointed out the window. There was an airship over Wakayama City. Under it, a banner big enough to read from the street. To celebrate the completion of Yukinoshita Construction's first Kyoto project and the handover of its office building, renowned idol actress Sakurajima Mai will attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Now, I said, the people of this country are not going to forget you. Because it wasn't over Wakayama, it was over every city in Japan. Identical ships, identical banners, simultaneously. And on every street underneath them, people stopped and looked up and frowned. Sakurajima? Mai? Who's that? That name is so familiar. A national-level actress. Wait, isn't that Tsukino Mei, who retired 2 years ago? Yes, now that you say it, I remember. Tsukino Mei! She retired, didn't she? Is she making a comeback? The banner doesn't say, it just says she'll attend. You don't understand. That's exactly the effect they want. Millions of people, possibly tens of millions, all producing the same name inside the same 10 minutes, against one girl's private wish that the world would let her go. It was not a close contest, and in the middle of it, watching an airship out of a hotel window, Tsukino Mei stopped wanting to be forgotten. Not because I fixed her, because she found a reason on her own, which is that she'd rather like there to be somebody who never forgets. And it turned out there already was, and that was apparently enough to reverse the polarity on the entire thing. Everyone who'd lost her got her back at once. Akagi, Haruna, Mio, Rika, like a file being restored. She turned around and looked at me and could not find anything to say, and then she said, thank you, which was accurate and sufficient. The night before, in a gift shop in Wakayama, she'd bought a snow globe with a castle in it, taken it off the shelf herself, put it on the counter herself, paid with her own money, and handed it to me. These are things I took and paid for myself, she said. You're someone who takes gifts seriously. So I hope that even if one day you forget me, whenever you see this, you'll remember that an ordinary girl whose name and face you can't recall once had an afternoon of your life. For me, that's enough. It's on a shelf in my house now, next to a can of room temperature Pepsi, which is, I'm aware, an extremely strange shelf. And then it was time to go and commit the largest robbery in the modern history of this country. Raijin Maru Masamune, one of the 5 great swords, passed from the Hojo to Tanaka Nobunaga to Toyotomi Hideyoshi. The blade that, in the story, let an ordinary man kill a demon. It was coming to Kyoto for a week-long public exhibition. Haruna showed me the article at lunch, and we looked at each other and laughed at the same time. I see that Raijin Maru Masamune is quite a fine sword. Why don't we devise a plan to bring it into the supernatural society? Oh my. I looked at her with genuine delight. You thought of it first? What else? She'd expected me to say that stealing it is a crime and we should find another way. It's a national treasure level sword. What other way is there besides taking it? So you have no objection? Of course not. Her eyes were doing the thing they do now. Raijin Maru Masamune is a spiritual object powerful enough that it let an ordinary person kill a demon. Putting that in a glass case is a waste of it. Only in our hands, cutting down more of them and saving more people, does it actually do what it's for. Haruna, I said, you've grown up. Well, I was taught by Kyoto's #1 exorcist. Hey, don't say that. I waved a hand, embarrassed. I can only take 95% of the credit for what you've become. The other 50% is your own effort. She had, by that point, learned to simply keep walking. Akagire planned it, and I want to give her the credit, because the difference between us on that job was the difference between a person who wants a sword and a person who does operational planning. I'd have gone in through the inner world and taken it. She produced the museum's opening hours, the infrared system wired directly to the police, the bulletproof cases, the camera coverage, the likely response time. The possibility that a national treasure on public display is a replica and the real one is in a vault, the need to verify which, and, most importantly, the observation that if I appeared during the demon hour a second time, a competent investigator would eventually notice that all of my appearances cluster into two specific windows of the day, and that the demon hour is a documented piece of Japanese folklore. So we went in the morning window instead. 7 minutes. That was her number. The maximum time from triggering the alarm to being clear. Rokushaku did the reconnaissance, which is the correct use of an evil spirit. She can't be photographed, doesn't leave traces, and walks through walls. She reported that the sword on display was genuine. She reported this because she physically could not get to the back of the exhibition hall, which is a far better verification than anything a camera could give us. Only a spirit can tell you how strong a spiritual object is, and the way they tell you is by not being able to approach it. At 5:30 in the morning, I kicked in the front doors of the Kyoto Municipal Museum. As is widely known, a master assassin is somebody who kills everyone with an axe, so a frontal approach seemed appropriate. The alarm and the glass hit the floor at about the same time. Inside, the air had gold in it, fine threads of it, drifting. Haruna had never seen a concentration like that, and she said it should have felt sacred and instead reminded her of the goat. That does save time, I said, because every few meters along the corridor there was a sign with an arrow. To view the famous sword Onimaru Kunitsuna, please proceed this way. Excellent institution, extremely helpful, marked the entire route for us. 5 minutes, 42 seconds. A dozen guards came around the corner with stun batons. Stop, this is a criminal act. Rubber batons, against something that has eaten a god. Do you think you're a water type and get a bonus against electric? In fairness, they're museum guards, not police, and Ikagi had checked their loadout, batons and non-lethal rounds, because you do not fire live ammunition inside a building full of irreplaceable objects. 2 of them hit me on both sides simultaneously. I looked down at where the baton was, shook my head, and said, ridiculous. Then I put a fist into the soft part of each of them, fast enough that the pain arrived after they did. 5 seconds later, there were 13 unconscious men on that floor. The clothes, incidentally, are not for style. They're convenient, I can change instantly, and, being condensed out of the accumulated power of several thousand spirits, they will stop a knife and a pistol round at close range. It looks like an outfit. It's armor. 4 minutes 55. The main hall had the sword in the largest case, with an antique scabbard beside it, under a sign with 4 powerful characters. Haruna and I looked at it and shook our heads at the same time. Wrong. The blade in that case was a replica, a very good one. It had nothing on it at all. Rokushaku's report was accurate. She'd sensed a genuine article in that building. She simply hadn't been able to get close enough to determine which room it was in. Open your eyes, Senrin. And 12 of Senrin's 13 eyes closed. 1 stayed open. The green one. Kishin's eye tracks the residue of spirits, and it turns out that a sword with several hundred years of spiritual weight leaves a trail like a tanker leaking oil. Over here! Senrin walked us to a section of wall that was a door, then down a 10-meter passage to a metal one. Raijinmaru Masamune, it should be inside. Haruna didn't need telling. Through that door, the air was so thick with gold that her vision was going soft, and then she looked at the lock and her face fell. That's mechanical. Yes, I crouched down. Dual key, purely mechanical, no electronics. Probably because the director felt that a room holding antiques should be free of modern technology. A man who pays attention to detail. Can you open it? You know how to pick locks. How could I? I actually laughed. I can pick locks, residential security doors. This grade of mechanism, I could probably manage it in about 4 or 5 hours. We don't have that. Could we come back another? There won't be another time. I said it calmly because it was simply true. We've triggered the alarm. They'll move it immediately. It's a national treasure. If it's lost, not even the mayor of Kyoto can absorb that. Then what do we do? Have your Senrin concentrate and see whether she can see through the metal to the internal structure of the keyway. Then describe it to me. Can she do that? She started to turn and ask Senrin, and then remembered. Senrin is her. If she can do it, Senrin can. If she can't, asking is theater. She'd grown to 13 eyes. Raw power was no longer the constraint. The constraint was converting power into a function. And Akagi Rei's second hypothesis was that a manifestation keeps developing after it's born, shaped by what the psychic believes it is. So this was the test. Haruna emptied her lungs and put everything she had onto 2 keyholes, and the world went quiet for her. The gold went out of the air. The clock stopped mattering. There were 2 keyholes in the universe. Behind her, Senrin closed the green eye, and in the empty right socket an eye grew, gold, exactly the color of Tanaka Haruna's. Open your eyes, said Haruna through her teeth. Hyakume. The gold eye finished forming and lit. I see it. And for Senrin, the metal was no longer there, just the mechanism, in full. Then Haruna hit the next problem, which is that Senrin can see it, and Senrin cannot pick a lock, and neither can she, and describing a dual key mechanism out loud to somebody in under 4 minutes is not a plan. She frowned, and then she had an idea. The vision of every eye on your body is shared, right? That's right. Could you take one out and attach it to Nightshade so he can see the mechanism? No. Senrin looked at her the way you look at somebody who has said that. I'm your manifestation. The only person I could merge with is you. Besides, he doesn't have any spare openings. Are you suggesting I put my eye up his nose? Haruna could not refute this. It is difficult to argue with your own soul. However, said Senrin, if my eye were placed into something that is also spiritual, then we could share sight. Haruna thought about it. Then she and Senrin turned around and looked at me and said in unison, Ghost hand. Oh, I understand. I wasn't surprised. Come out. The hand appeared. Make it smaller. It raised its middle finger, which is not contempt incidentally. It uses the middle finger as a head, and bending it twice is a nod. Then it shrank to the size of an ordinary human arm. You can do that too? Of course, that's its natural size. I keep it large because that's the most effective configuration against evil spirits without losing agility. Senrin dug an eye out of her own wrist and set it on the back of the hand. The hand, in possession of an eye for the first time in its life, waved itself around in the air for a bit. That's enough. Hurry up. It drooped all 5 fingers like a scolded dog, nodded with the middle one, and laid its palm flat against the metal door. And 2 threads of black, almost solid, came out of its fingertips and went into the 2 keyholes. Haruna stood there and revised her entire understanding of what the power is for. She had been expecting 2 hands and 2 picks. Instead, I had grown lockpicks out of my soul. She understood something on that floor that she has repeated back to me since. The manifestation is idealist. It does what you believe it does. Which means the only real constraint on it is the imagination of the person holding it. And that, she says, is why I outpace her and always will. Because on the first day I could see a monster, my reaction was to try to eat it, and it worked. Meanwhile, in a car, Kawamura Kenji was telling a driver to go faster, because something had happened anyway. 2 individuals had walked into the museum holding Raijin Maru Masamune, and the security footage showed one of them dressed exactly like the person from Kyoto Municipal Kindergarten, and he had a very bad feeling, which he could not report, about a woman in white. He picked up the radio and made a decision he would spend a long time thinking about. Heavy Weapons Unit, full mobilization, led by Ozaki Ryo. Understood, Commander Kawamura. He sat back and watched the streetlights go past and wondered whether he had just done the right thing. Because Ozaki Ryo is the strongest fighter in the Metropolitan Police Department, 191 centimeters, 114 kilos, developed his own unrestricted style off the department's arrest techniques, and there are rumors about him. That in his own time, he finds criminals alone and administers what he considers justice, and that some of them do not recover. Nothing was ever proven. The department protects its most useful asset, and even the chief of the criminal bureau could not move him. In Kawamura Kenji's private assessment, Kawamura's conduct was considerably worse than the masked person's, because the men I killed were armed and unstable, and there were 450 children in the building. Kawamura doesn't distinguish. Time's up, said Haruna in that corridor. 7 minutes, gone. Her palms were wet. You can stay here. I squeezed her hand once and patted her head like a small animal. Honestly, treating me like a child. Then, quietly, be safe. Don't worry. I walked out into the main hall, waved without turning around, and said something extremely arrogant in a completely level voice. Ordinary people from the Metropolitan Police Department are not on the same level as me. There were 13 of them in full body armor with riot shields, coming in through 4 entrances simultaneously. Don't move. Hands up. I looked around at them. Your chief didn't come this time? I'm here. Kawamura Kenji stepped out from behind one of the teams in a vest. A man of his rank has no business at a scene like that. He'd come because he had a feeling that 13 armed officers were not going to be enough, and he needed to know. He checked the display case first, saw the sword still sitting in it, and I watched his shoulders come down half an inch, which was interesting, because that told me he didn't know it was a replica. Nobody had told the chief of the Criminal Investigation Bureau what he was actually guarding. So it really was you, he said. The commotion you've caused this time is no less than the last. Commander Kawamura, good to see you again. I let my voice go flat. I told you before that I could kill all of your men standing exactly where I am. This time, he was thinking, this time it's a full tactical unit, not officers with sidearms. I only need 5 seconds to kill everybody in this room. 5 seconds? He frowned. Are you threatening the Metropolitan Police Department? Last time he'd had doubts. This time he had snipers, a heavy weapons unit, dozens of vehicles, hundreds of officers, and everything short of a helicopter. 13 experienced men in full armor with shields in 5 seconds. Unless you're a ghost. You misunderstand. I'm not threatening you. I shook my head. Verbal threats are weak and ineffective. I'm simply informing you. And I went at the group on the left. They did it correctly. Shields planted, pistols out over the top, fire. Shield. Black mist gathered on my left arm and became a riot shield of my own. The rounds hit it and did not produce so much as a ripple, and did not slow me down. I put 4 of them and their shields several meters back down the hall. 4. 1 second. Kawamura Kenji's eyes had not finished tracking the movement when 4 of his men hit the floor. Long spear. The shield became 3 meters of black, and I threw it into another position and put 2 more men into the wall behind them. 3. Chain. A black chain came off my hand like something alive and went across 4 chests in sequence. Body armor does not help when the problem is the force. 2. Hammer. The The last one got a long-handled hammer, and he did the correct thing and got the shield up over his head. The sound of it shook the building. His right hand split open from the impact through the shield, and he dropped it, and the next thing in his field of view was my left hand, and then a wall. Exactly 5 seconds, Commander Kawamura. He stood there with his hand on his holster and did not draw. Because he had just watched 13 of the best-equipped men in the prefecture removed in the time it takes to sneeze, and had done the only sensible arithmetic available. This, he said, isn't even your full strength, is it? He could tell. He'd watched the movements. I'd shown restraint, and he'd seen it. And he had never forgotten the woman in white, killing every officer here. He could finally confirm that it was not a boast. Is that thing even human? Commander Kawamura, let's make a deal. Down the corridor, the lock clicked. Haruna stood in front of a wooden room, 10 square meters, containing exactly one object, Raijin Maru Masamune. And every gold particle in that building came off the air and went into the blade and vanished, all at once, like the sword had inhaled, as though it were signaling. It's finally open, I said in the main hall, and put my right hand out to the side, palm up. Come here. Kawamura Kenji watched an ancient longsword come through the air of a museum like a thrown knife and land in my hand, followed by a wooden scabbard which attached itself to my waist without assistance. That's the real one? He knew the stories. Weapons that develop awareness. Weapons that choose. That is folklore. That is a story people tell. You've gained Raijin Maru Masamune's approval? You're wrong, Commander Kawamura. I laid it flat and drew my palm along it, and the blade, dull, unremarkable, indistinguishable from any old iron, went black from end to end and made a sound. I looked at him. It is Raijin Maru Masamune that has gained my approval. And Kawamura Kenji understood 2 things simultaneously. That the thing in the case was a fake, that his own institution had lied to him about what he was defending, and that a sword carried by Hojo Tokimasa, by Tanaka Nobunaga, by Toyotomi Hideyoshi had just come across a room to a masked stranger. Let's make a deal. A deal? How could the Metropolitan Police Department make a deal with a criminal? Criminal? I smiled. Do you genuinely believe that you and the Kyoto Municipal Museum are better qualified to decide the fate of that sword than the sword is? He opened his mouth and had nothing. It's an ethics question, and there is no statute covering it. And Raijin Maru Masamune without awareness is an antique and an object. And Raijin Maru Masamune that selects its owner is something the law has never once contemplated. My meaning is very simple. I pointed at the replica in the case. I am leaving with this sword today regardless. So you have 2 options, Commander Kawamura. You spend the lives of every officer here attempting to stop me in what would be the most heroic mass casualty event in the history of Japanese policing. Or, I looked at him. Your department is not aware that I took the real one. Because as far as your department knows, the genuine Raijin Maru Masamune is the one in that display case. And I watched him understand what I was offering. Pretend not to know. Everybody lives. The mission is a success. The replica goes back in the vault as the treasure of the nation. Anyone else would have taken it instantly. Kawamura Kenji is a man whose moral standards are so high they are functionally a disability, and it cost him something to stand there. Why offer this? What do you want in exchange for the cordon opening? I'm not asking for anything, Commander Kawamura. I'm giving your department an opportunity. Killing you and weakening the Metropolitan Police Department gains me nothing. You'll find this hard to understand, but the true face of this world is not something ordinary people are permitted to see. You and I have different ideas, different goals, and different methods. But I know that you're a man with a genuine sense of justice. If I kill you, I don't know whether the next chief of the Criminal Investigation Bureau in this city behaves the way you do. That's a risk with no upside for me. That part was true, incidentally, and I want to be clear about why. Kawamura Kenji is rigid, inflexible, and obstinate. He is also the reason Kyoto's crime rate had started coming down, and a lower crime rate means fewer criminals, fewer victims, less grievance, fewer spirits, and fewer doors, which makes the Metropolitan Police Department, on the balance sheet, an ally. I would much rather that man kept his chair. He stood there for a long time. Then he looked at 13 unconscious officers who were all still breathing and let out everything he had. I can cooperate in getting you out. What do? Order them to hold fire and clear a path? There's no need for that. I clapped him on the shoulder kindly. That's far too obvious. If your superiors remove you, everything I've just said was wasted. Then what? Listen, we do it like this. When Haruna came out of that corridor with Raijin Maru Masamune, she found me explaining something to the chief of the Criminal Investigation Bureau, who was nodding along like a student. She has since described her state at that moment as total. I've turned enemies into assets before. Rokushaku. Orochi no Kami. A god. But the chief of the Criminal Investigation Bureau? Even a succubus constitution isn't supposed to work on men. Prepare to withdraw. Ready? I asked him. He took a breath and nodded heavily. Ready. Let's begin. And I pulled a pistol, put it against his temple, took him by the collar, and walked him out of the Kyoto Municipal Museum. Same posture, same hostage, same gun, in fact. Your chief has been taken. If you want him alive, nobody moves. And Kawamura Kenji performed magnificently. Don't shoot! He's carrying explosives. Haruna walked out behind us in a state of quiet awe. Because there are several categories of bomb, and every officer in that street immediately imagined the worst one, in a building full of national treasures, and every finger came off every trigger. Don't Don't be rash. Kawamura Kenji gave a small signal to a subordinate, and the order went out. Sniper's hold. We walked, unmolested, to a police car, and I put a hand out to the officer crouched behind it. Keys. He looked at his chief. His chief moved his head 1 centimeter. The keys went onto the bonnet. I put Kawamura Kenji in the passenger seat, Haruna in the back, and got in. And once the doors shut, he said quietly, "Can you drive, or should I?" Haruna sat in that back seat and had a thought about the quality of this hostage. Also, both of your names contain the character for knight. Are you two related? No problem, I said. It was an old car, manual. I got it into gear and out of that street. Slow down, slow down! Kawamura Kenji grabbed the handle above the door, and something happened to his face that his colleagues have never seen. He could hear that engine making a noise he was fairly sure was final. My youth, I said, watching the road. I have no regrets. The officers standing outside the museum watched a 14-year-old police car achieve speeds it was never designed for and vanish. Can it even go that fast? Did he stand up on the pedal? Is it going to come apart? 5 minutes later, in an alley, Kawamura Kenji leaned against a wall and was extremely unwell. He got his mouth wiped and looked at the 2 masked figures, one black and one white, who had experienced no difficulty whatsoever. You people, he said with feeling, are really something. Then I handed Raijinmaru Masamune to the hand, and in his eyes the sword simply ceased to exist. Same principle as Rokushaku swallowing it. A physical object is visible. The moment it's held by a spirit, it goes where they go. Commander Kawamura. I watched Haruna step through the door and disappear. I look forward to your reply. He knew what that meant. He wasn't going to contact me. The department would have to hold a press conference, and whatever came out of that conference would be the answer. He'd find out the same way every other citizen would, on television. And then a riot van came into the mouth of that alley at speed and blocked it completely. A very large man came over the top of it and landed in the standing water. Taka, Commander Kawamura, please step back. Ozaki Ryo filled that alley the way weather fills a valley and walked forward with his shield scraping the wall. Mask, accept the punishment of justice. Akoya, he's carrying explosives if they detonate. I don't care. He didn't even turn his head. Whatever the cost, evil must be punished by my hand. A complete lunatic. I knew who he was because, like Han Jae-won, he's qualified for the Kengan tournament, and they call him the Executioner. Han Jae-won at least has the decency to look unstable. Ozaki Ryo looks calm, and there is nothing behind it but a sense of justice that ate everything else. Interesting. I walked to meet him. 10 meters. 7, 5, 3. And Kawamura Kenji watched 2 things that were shaped like men close on each other and had a thought he did not enjoy, which is that he could not identify a human being in that alley. Justice! Kawamura put his shield up and threw a textbook straight right that made a noise going through the air. Executed. I didn't intercept it. I threw one back. They met in the middle, and the sound came off the walls. And for the first time, something moved on Ozaki Ryo's face. Your strength can contend with mine. You truly are an evil that must be eliminated immediately. Don't make me laugh. I shook my head. I only used half, and my right arm became the black one, which he couldn't see because of the coat and the gloves. I hit the shield. He felt that through the metal, and his eyes finally reported something real. He'd made an error. This was not an even contest of strength. He was giving away height, and he was losing everything else. He started to move the shield to counter, and I hit it again, and again, and again, until the strongest man in the Metropolitan Police Department was behind a riot shield with both hands on it, leaving black marks on the ground with his boots as he went backwards. Kawamura Kenji stood there listening to a shield deform and understood that if one of those had landed on a person, there would not have been an intact organ left in them. What's wrong? Can't get your head up? I'd moved him 5 meters. Is this the justice you were talking about? He looked at the fist-shaped craters in a shield built to stop pistol rounds at close range, and Ozaki Ryo experienced, for the first time in his adult life, fear. He stood up out of it and brought the shield down at my head with everything he had. Justice, Pre! I kicked him in the chest. 114 kilograms of man went 10 meters and hit the front of his own van. You like upholding justice, I said. So I'll make you fly. He was still conscious, which is genuinely impressive, so I walked over and crouched down and looked at him with some interest. You didn't die instantly? You really are the strongest in the Metropolitan Police Department, which he experienced as humiliation rather than praise. He got his head up. I, who represent justice, have lost to evil. Justice? Evil? I shook my head. I don't care what anybody thinks of what I do, but I'll tell you what I think, since you asked. I looked at him and said it plainly. My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is righteous, and everything that stands in my way is evil. Then I took his head and put it into the side of the van, and he stopped. The whole thing took under a minute. Kawamura Kenji's assessment was one word: crushing. He had genuinely never considered the possibility that Ozaki Ryo could lose a one-on-one fight, and what he had watched was not a fight. I didn't use a single technique. It was arithmetic. The techniques are what I use when I don't want to show what I actually am. As Mask, I have no such constraint. So, I said at the door and turned around and let a white pattern like a smile come up on the black mask. Until we meet again, Commander Kawamura. The next morning, the Metropolitan Police Department held its press conference and confirmed that no exhibit at the Kyoto Municipal Museum, including the famous sword Raijinmaru Masamune, had been damaged or lost, and commended the composure of the on-scene commander, Kawamura Kenji. He watched it in his office, having not slept. He'd had no choice in the end. The museum director's face when he saw the empty vault told him everything. And then the director and the department and Kyoto's senior officials all arrived at the same position, without one of them saying it out loud. Raijinmaru Masamune has no practical value. It's a symbol. Since the original is gone, the flawless replica in the case is the real thing. And his superior gave him 5 words. Consider the bigger picture. So he pretended not to know and hated it. And underneath that, quietly, he felt something else, which was relief. Because the sword had chosen, and maybe it could only be what it was actually for in the hands of whoever it chose, instead of a spiritual anchor in a box, or a cold weapon that any modern smith could improve on. He was thinking about Raijinmaru Masamune. He knew perfectly well he was also thinking about himself. So that's where it stands. There's a girl in my class who spent her whole life pretending she couldn't see, and now she walks into buildings I mark S rank and comes out again. There's a girl who broke her own glasses in an empty sports hall and found out she'd been needed the whole time. There's a second year that this country forgot and doesn't anymore. There's an evil spirit on my payroll who has been promoted twice, and who I am fairly sure would list this on a resume. There's a police chief who lied to a press conference for me and will never once admit why. And there's a sword 400 years old on my wall, which came across a room to a masked stranger it had never met, the way it once went to men who ended eras. Which is the part I keep coming back to. Because Orochi no Kami, a demon out of the oldest stories in this country, who has been eating people since before that sword was forged, asked me to sign a contract, and my name wouldn't take. So I wrote my other one, and I watched a 1,000-year-old monster look at 6 characters on a scroll, go the color of paper, put it inside her robe, and leave without finishing the conversation. I still don't know what the hand is. I don't know its name. I know it's grown an arm, and I know that when I got a look at what's actually under all that, a second one arrived early, in the wrong color, out of sequence, with white nails. Something is assembling itself out of me. It has a shape it's heading for. And it has never once asked my opinion. There's a boy in Tokyo with my phone number who thinks we're the same, and who is going to be very disappointed. And every night, one door away, a city with my name on the guest list, asks me whether I'm worried. I've got a sword that kills demons, a hand I can't identify, and an appetite. The weather today is really, really nice.